Chapter 133. Yin Zhaoga's expression was one of sincerity, but it caused the people of Infinite Boundless Mountain to feel like their balls were about to shatter. Wanting the Heavenly Thunder Hall to willingly hand over the Thunderbolt Soul Jade was harder than ascending to the heavens, unless he took out a sacred artifact to exchange for it. In that case, the Heavenly Thunder Hall would be more than happy to do so. The question was, would Infinite Boundless Mountain be willing to do so? Or perhaps they could just join forces with the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall, breaking Broad Creed Mountain together, then snatching away Broad Creed Mountain's supreme treasure to compensate the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Therefore, the Heavenly Thunder Hall had a martial saint and a sacred artifact. The Sacred Sun Clan had a martial saint and a sacred artifact, as well as the Extremine Crown. Broad Creed Mountain had been destroyed, although they had obtained the Thunderbolt Soul Jade, with only a single sacred artifact to guard their headquarters. How far was Infinite Boundless Mountain from destruction? Shan Sherwung and the others looked at each other, feeling a headache coming on. This is simply coercion. Elders would transmitted his voice angrily. You only know how to play petty tricks. Shan Sherwung said coldly. If it weren't for the person you recommended stirring up such a big mess, our sect wouldn't be so passive. Elders was snorted. Even without Zhao Hao, that Yin Brat would definitely think of some other way. His understanding of the giant spirit magnetite vein far surpasses ours. At this point, Elders will pause for a moment. He also felt embarrassed. He paused for a moment, then continued. This pit was specially dug for us to jump into. In the end, it was to force our sect to lose the advantage of freedom and initiative, forcing us to choose one of the two sides. The Magnetite Elder said bitterly, but right now, we have no choice but to be coerced by him. Elder's eyes flashed fiercely, not necessarily. Since I'm going to have to choose between the two sides, I might as well stand on the side of the Sacred Sun Clan. It beats being threatened by this mere junior of the Broad Creed Mountain Range. Using our clan's full assistance in exchange for the Sacred Sun Clan handing over the Extremine Crown to the Heavenly Thunder Hall, with the Heavenly Thunder Hall providing Thunderbolt Soul Jade to our clan to restore the giant spirit magnetite vein. After destroying Broad Creed Mountain, how much we can obtain will depend on our own abilities. With the Sacred Sun Clan having taken a step further, Turbid Wave Pavilion should not be able to sit still anymore. While Turbid Wave Pavilion does not care about external affairs, they would not be happy to see the Sacred Sun Clan truly rule over the Eight Extremities world. Elders was said in a heavy tone. At that time, we will join forces with Turbid Wave Pavilion and Jade Sea City, balancing the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall once more. Shan Sherwing sighed. The possibilities you speak of are too idealistic. Don't let your anger get the better of you. The premise of your so-called alliance of the three sects to restrain the Grand Sun and the Heavenly Thunder is that the strength of the two sides does not change too much. However, if Huang Guanglie comes out of seclusion, he will most likely improve further. If our sect master cannot become a martial saint, it will be too difficult to resist. Whether it is being friendly to Broad Creed Mountain or the Sacred Sun Clan, the final result is still the rise of our Infinite Boundless Mountain. Shan Sherwing looked at Elders. I have to admit that the Sacred Sun Clan's current power is great. Joining hands with Broad Creed Mountain to restrict them is the best course of action. Without the lips, the teeth will be cold. If we help the Sacred Sun Clan, it will be very easy for them to sweep through the entire world in the end. Everything is for the benefit of the sect. Now is not the time to be angry like a child. Elder Zhua and Elder Blackstone were silent. They also understood this principle, but being manipulated by a junior like Yin Zhaoga like this really made them feel stifled to the extreme. Shan Sherwing shook his head. Moreover, joining hands with Broad Creed Mountain to resist the Grand Sun Clan has long since been decided upon by the clan. The only difference lies in how to join hands and how to resist. From the looks of it now, sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight while waiting for an opportunity to strike is no longer possible. We have no choice but to truly make a move. The Magnetite Elder smiled bitterly after a while, The Thunderbolt Mountain of the Heavenly Thunder Hall that produces Thunderbolt Soul Jade is indeed very close to us. Thunderbolt Soul Jade was of utmost importance to the Heavenly Thunder Hall, who also had to guard against enemies suddenly attacking and damaging the vein. But on the other hand, if someone did so, that would be a great enmity. Therefore, the other sacred grounds would not do so lightly. The Heavenly Thunder Hall's defenses were mainly against Broad Creed Mountain and Jade Sea City, with their defenses in the direction of Infinite Boundless Mountain being comparatively lower. Shan Sherwing said, "Report back to the clan and request the chief to make the final decision." Although Infinite Boundless Mountain had previously made preparations for all sorts of possible situations, these did not include directly starting a war with the Heavenly Thunder Hall. If no other external forces intervened and made a move on the Thunderbolt Soul Jade, the intensity of this battle would at least not be lower than the great battle between Broad Creed Mountain and the Grand Sun clan that had just concluded. It was even not impossible for an all-out war to erupt. Such a major matter was naturally not something that Shan Sherwung and the other two could decide on. At the same time, this also involved Infinite Boundless Mountain completely joining the alliance of Broad Creed Mountain and Jade Sea City, the three clans joining hands to resist the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall. If they really wanted to make a move on the Thunderbolt Soul Jade vein, with Jade Sea City suppressing the Thunder Domain from another direction, the Heavenly Thunder Hall not daring to act rashly, making it easier for Infinite Boundless Mountain to advance and retreat. This had originally been in line with Infinite Boundless Mountain's previous general plan, just that they would have to go in a battle bare-chested. "Kid, you can do it." Fu Enshu's expression had now turned from cloudy to sunny as she smiled at Yin Zhaoga. Whether it was a coincidence or your meticulous planning, this move was played beautifully. Yin Zhaoga smiled. "Senior apprentice uncle will also have to sit over it. Fortunately, you are not of Infinite Boundless Mountain. Otherwise, if your temper flared up and you acted in a fit of pique, it would also have the opposite effect." Yin Zhaoga naturally did not say the latter half of this sentence. "Other than that, I still have to thank you." Yin Zhaoga glanced at Zhao Hao from the corner of his eye. "You are indeed a good person, ah? If not for Zhao Hao's interference, Infinite Boundless Mountain might not have accepted it so easily." On the surface, it was still Zhao Hao who, other than the Thunder Element Revival Art, had blocked off all other paths of restoring the Giant Spirit Magnetite vein, forcing Infinite Boundless Mountain to only be able to choose this one and only path. And this also caused Shan Sherwing and the others to feel even more despondent and helpless. After Yin Zhaoga's initial demonstration of the Thunder Element Revival Art, the effects were obvious. However, there was also an expected problem. In the process of restoring the Giant Spirit Magnetite vein with the Thunder Element Revival Art, an endless supply of Thunderbolt Soul Jade was required. Although they still had to wait for the clan's final decision, whatever the decision was, with the current situation, if Infinite Boundless Mountain wanted to restore the vein, it would all be thanks to Yin Zhaoga. Therefore, Shan Sherwing and the others could only pinch their noses, expressing their thanks to Fu Enshu and Yin Zhaoga. Due to their statuses, Shan Sherwing and the others could not lower their heads to Yin Zhaoga, instead expressing their thanks to Fu Enshu. As for the other Infinite Boundless Mountain martial practitioners, they had to go express their thanks to Yin Zhaoga. The faces of Jihan Ru and the others were either ashen or flushed red, as though they were congested with blood. At this point, the beating they had received midway up the mountain earlier could only be considered as having been for naught. They could only break their teeth and swallow their blood. And as compared to Jihan Ru, Ho Xiang had almost been unable to catch his breath, directly fainting. To him, fainting might instead have been a better result. Zhao Hao stood where he was, not moving at all, his entire person resembling a statue. Glancing at him, Yin Zhaoga shrugged. "You are so simple, while I'm full of schemes. I really am sorry about that." Not long after, without any prior warning, Infinite Boundless Mountain experts launched a surprise attack on the Thunder Domain's Thunderbolt Mountain, plundering a large amount of Thunderbolt Soul Jade. At the same time, a large number of peak experts of the Water Domain's Jade Sea City suppressed the border of the Thunder and Water Domains, forcing the Heavenly Thunderhall to not dare to make any rash moves. Broad Creed Mountain stood between Infinite Boundless Mountain and the Sacred Sun Clan, preventing the Sacred Sun Clan from making a move. Chapter 134. In robbing the Thunderbolt Soul Jade, Infinite Boundless Mountain had not been too vicious, even compensating the Heavenly Thunderhall with a portion of their treasures afterwards for the purpose of the transaction. Sandwiched between Jade Sea City and Infinite Boundless Mountain, the Heavenly Thunderhall could only endure this. However, this forceful buying and selling had caused the originally normal relationship between Infinite Boundless Mountain and the Heavenly Thunderhall to rapidly deteriorate, with the middle and lower level martial practitioners of both sides clashing unceasingly from then on. This time, the Sacred Sun Clan was no longer as domineering as before. However, Broad Creed Mountain, Infinite Boundless Mountain, and Jade Sea City did not relax because they knew that the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunderhall were currently enduring silently for the sake of erupting in the future. They were waiting for the East coming martial saint, Huang Guanglia, to come out of seclusion. Although they had ultimately chosen to stand on the side of Broad Creed Mountain and Jade Sea City, Infinite Boundless Mountain was also not easy to deal with. Regarding the news of the giant spirit magnetite veins recovery, Infinite Boundless Mountain had sealed it off greatly, with the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunderhall only obtaining bits and pieces of simple information. However, intentionally by Infinite Boundless Mountain, news of Yin Zhaoga being related to this spread like wildfire. Very quickly, many rumors regarding the Broad Creed young master Yin Zhaoga spread throughout the Eight Extremities world. Yin Zhaoga, who had already been in the limelight, recently became even more famous. Also, it was not just infamy. Infinite Boundless Mountain had secretly helped Yin Zhaoga build up his reputation, truly praising him to the point that he was rare in the heavens, the only one left on Earth. At first glance, it would simply make one feel that Yin Zhaoga was the number one person of the Eight Extremities world's younger generation, his shocking potential even more exaggerated than that of his father Yin Di in the past. Without a doubt, they were trying to kill him through flattery. For a time, Yin Zhaoga really began to feel like he was the center of attention. Previously, in the Eastern Tang, he had consecutively defeated the Sacred Sun Clans Xiao Shun and Chao Yuan Long. His fame had already spread far and wide. Now, he was even more eye-catching. However, amongst them, other than the Heaven Domain where Broad Creed Mountain was located, the other regions, including the Water Domain where Jade Sea City was located, were all doubtful rather than in agreement. There was no second place in martial arts, not to mention that most young people were proud and arrogant. It was hard to believe that they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. And as compared to those of the same generation, the higher echelons of the various sects also began re-evaluating Yin Zhaoga, especially the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunderhall. The higher-ups of the sect naturally thought from a different perspective. If one were to say that the matter of the exalted Heaven Shaker Zhan Donga in the past was a little distant, Yin Zhaoga's father, Yin Di, was still fresh in their minds. However, the struggles on this level temporarily had nothing to do with Yin Zhaoga. What Yin Zhaoga was currently concerned about was something else. The boy who was saved by Zhao Ming and Jing Yunji seemed to finally understand that his parents would never wake up again. To a child, such a blow was no different from the collapse of the sky. Han Long, Er's somewhat lifeless eyes were filled with confusion and tears. Perhaps he hadn't completely understood the meaning of death, but he already knew that his parents had left him forever. Feng Yunsheng sighed and gently reached out to hold his hand. Unexpectedly, she couldn't pull his hand away. Feng Yunsheng was slightly surprised. She tried to exert more force under her hand, but Han Long, flung her hand away forcefully. Feng Yunsheng was not a weak girl. Although she knew when to stop, it was a test just now. The strength she used was not something a 10-year-old child could break free from. In particular, Feng Yunsheng could clearly feel the power that Han Long had unleashed in that instant. Even though she hadn't unleashed her full strength, the area between her thumb and forefinger was numb. This child injured a martial practitioner of the Iron Yuan sect. The Iron Yuan sect and that Ho Xiang came to demand compensation. Their target was not just his parents, but also this child himself, Yin Zhaoge said as he walked over. Since there were no longer anyone of infinite boundless mountain present, Yin Zhaoge had no qualms about speaking. Hearing his words, even Fu Inshu's attention was drawn to him, her gaze falling on Han Long. Zhao Ming and Jing Yunji now realized as well. That's right. When we heard this at the time, we thought that it was the Iron Yuan sect trying to find trouble with him. But from the looks of it now, there seems to be something strange about this child. Fu Inshu's gaze seemed tangible as it enveloped Han Long. Frowning, Han Long swiveled his head to look at Fu Inshu with his big eyes. Fu Inshu let out a light sound of surprise. Instead of being angry, what keen senses. With her cultivation base, while it was just a visual inspection, generally speaking, low-level martial practitioners would not only be unable to stop it, they would even find it hard to detect. Yet, Han Long was able to sense it. This was enough to show that other than his inconceivably great strength, his sensory abilities were also extraordinary. Body like Vajra, heart like a clear mirror, this child's innate talent is really too good. Fu Inshu clicked her tongue in praise, even more like a divine object concealing itself, not revealing it to the outside world normally. Not revealing it himself. Even I had misjudged him earlier. Yin Zhaoge said, his innate tendons and bones like dragons and elephants, his clear mind like divine. I once read in ancient texts that this is the Big Dipper body, a top-notch physique for cultivating in martial arts. This is the first time such a thing has been discovered after the Great Calamity. Hearing this, Zhao Ming asked somewhat hesitantly, but this child seems a little slow. If he cultivates in martial arts, will he be able to do it? Yin Zhaoge smiled. Relax, he might be slow in other areas, but in martial arts, his mind is definitely faster than most people in this world. Saying thus, he walked behind Han Long, his finger lightly drawing a line as Han Long's clothes split apart, revealing his back. The sharpness of Yin Zhaoge's sword chi could be retracted and retracted as he wished. Cutting apart someone's clothes or writing on the surface of their clothes, the other party wouldn't be able to detect it at all. However, Han Long's body clearly made a forward evasive motion, causing Fu Inshu and the others to repeatedly nod their heads at this. Han Long's reaction was within Yin Zhaoge's predictions, having taken it into account when he had struck out with his sword, still successfully breaking apart Han Long's clothes. On Han Long's back, 36 small dots could vaguely be seen, resembling bruises on his skin. However, within these bruises, a faint golden color could be seen. 36 small dots, precisely matching the number of Big Dipper bodies, vaguely manifesting the shape of a dragon, vivid and lifelike, possessing extraordinary might. Seeing this, Fu Inshu was completely at ease as she laughed towards the heavens. The strength of his innate physique, even if not the strongest in this world, can be counted on one's fingers. Those infinite, boundless mountain people who don't know their stuff just wait to regret it. Yin Zhaoge looked at Zhao Ming and Jing Yunji. Ask this child what he's called, and only say Han Long, that should be his nickname. Do you know his real name? Jing Yunji said, according to what his mother said, husband and wife had a son in their old age, but he seemed a little silly. Therefore, their heart ached for him even more, fearing that he wouldn't be able to survive. So they first gave him the nickname of Han Long, not having a real name. If it's a surname, it's Ing. Senior Apprentice Sant Fu, I've overstepped my bounds, Yin Zhaoge said, as Fu Inshu nodded. Originally, his master should have bestowed a name upon him, but if not for you, our clan might have missed out on him. It's up to you then. Yin Zhaoge looked at the dragon pattern on Han Long's back. Let's call him Ing Long to then. Chapter 135. The former Han Long, the current Ing Long Tu, was already alone, brought along by Zhao Ming and Jing Yunji. Not revealing anything, they left the Mountain Domain's Cloud Portent territory, returning to the Heaven Domain's North Heaven region before secretly sending him back to Broad Creek Mountain. Because of Yin Zhaoge, Infinite, boundless mountain had naturally kept the matter quiet regarding the earlier matter with the Iron Yuan sect. Infinite, boundless mountain had also vaguely sensed Ing Longtu's extraordinariness, but it wasn't good for them to pursue it now. Perhaps they were also curious about the abnormality of Ing Longtu's earlier injuries, but unable to grasp any more information, unable to accurately judge. They also didn't want to cause any more trouble over it. And having safely sent Ing Longtu back to Broad Creed Mountain, Yin Zhaoge's attention returned to that Yin Yang cloud spring halfway up Cloud Portent Mountain. Regarding Feng Yunxing's recovery of her extreme Yin physique, Broad Creed Mountain was currently still in a state of strict secrecy. Infinite Boundless Mountain also had a maiden of extreme Yin. If they knew about it, it would be hard to say what thoughts they might have. Therefore, when Fu Inshu had suggested borrowing the Yin Yang Cloud Spring, she had used the excuse that it was still a junior disciple cultivating, with Yin Zhaoge and Sikong Qin covering for Feng Yinxing together. Fu Inshu had a straightforward temper, but she wasn't a fool. Initially, other than having Sikong Qin as a personal tutor, she had also considered this. However, she wouldn't have thought that with the help of the Yin Yang Cloud Spring, Yin Zhaoge would really have some gains. The Yin Yang Cloud Spring had several springs, independent yet also connected. Yin Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, and Sikong Qin each occupied one, not affecting the other. Completely immersed in the spring water, Yin Zhaoge silently breathed in and out. Within his Dantian's Qi ocean, a mass of clear Qi roiled unceasingly. As the clear Qi dispersed, a chaotic mass of Qi appeared. The acupoints of Yin Zhaoge's entire body pulsed, a white cold Qi and a crimson hot Qi, resembling numerous white dragons and crimson dragons, swimming within Yin Zhaoge's meridians. The auras of ice and fire that resembled dragons intermingled, congregating within the chaotic mass of Qi. The chaotic mass of Qi first swelled, then, accompanied by Yin Zhaoge's breathing, returned to its original state, as though nothing had changed in the slightest. However, the concept of limitless and infinite, containing all things within, seemed even more evident. Within the chaotic Qi mass was a fire seed, one bright and one dim, flickering with specks of red light as it flickered unceasingly. It was the crystallization of the sacred heavenly fire scripture that Yin Zhaoge had obtained. Accompanied by Yin Zhaoge's breathing, this fire seed gradually began to undergo changes. The blazing power gradually subsided until there was no longer any heat. Then it started to become cold. After a long period of incubation, the fire seed disappeared and was replaced by a small ice crystal. Although the ice crystal was small, it contained an extreme coldness, as if it came from the primordial past, or the future where the world was heading towards its end. In the extreme cold, all life no longer existed, only silence. After that, the temperature of the ice crystals in the mass of primal chaos Qi began to rise continuously. The cold subsided and warmth reappeared. In the end, the temperature rose higher and higher, as if it was hotter than the sun. The ice crystals disappeared, and the fire seed reappeared. Like this, Yin Zhaoge closed his eyes, but a radiance seemed to gradually light up before his eyes, growing brighter and brighter. Although he couldn't see or smell anything, the surrounding world was getting clearer and clearer. Compared to before, when he used his eyes to see and his ears to listen, he understood it even more clearly. It was as if he had seen the truth. Other than giving pointers to Feng Yunsheng, Yin Zhaoge continued to focus on his cultivation day after day, making good use of external objects, placing most importance on himself. Yin Zhaoge had never relaxed in his cultivation, even working far harder than others. Just like this, close to half a year passed. One day, above Yin Zhaoge's head, a spiritual light suddenly appeared indistinctly, piercing straight into the horizon. That was not a light that truly existed, instead having the feeling of being connected to the heavens and the earth. Within his Dantian, within the mass of primal chaos Qi, the alternation between the fire seed and the ice crystal came to a halt, the fire seed no longer changing as it was buried deep within the chaos. The clear chi suffused the area, concealing and enveloping the chaos, before streams of aura chi expanded outwards from the clear chi, spreading throughout Yin Zhaoge's limbs and bones. The acupoints of Yin Zhaoge's entire body shuddered, aura chi erupting outwards. The streams of chi were spirited and lively, resembling rocks that had been infused with life, possessing their own spirituality. Xianyan martial scholars succeeded. Feeling something, Ahu, who was standing guard outside, walked in. Yin Zhaoge opened his eyes, divine light shooting out as he looked at Ahu. Ahu was taken aback for a moment, before he grinned widely, smiling in a flattering manner. Young master is young master indeed. What a sufficient essence, chi, and spirit. Most early Xiantian martial scholars do not have such a thing. Ahu, your expression is too fake. You still need to continue practicing. Emerging from the spring, Yin Zhaoge stretched his muscles, smiling. I've finally stepped into the Xiantian martial scholar realm. Ahu grinned. Young master, don't look like you've used a long time, okay? From the late inner aura stage to the early Xiantian stage, you only used a little over a year's time, Infinite Boundless Mountain thinks that they are praising you to death, but from what I see, they're still underestimating you too much. Yin Zhaoge smiled, not speaking. Because he had never had the chance to come into contact with it before, Yin Zhaoge himself also did not know about it. In his previous life, only after browsing through the scriptures stored within the Divine Palace had Yin Zhaoge discovered that he was like a fish in water in this world of martial practitioners, his comprehension ability in the area of martial cultivation being extremely high. Rather than saying that it was a hidden talent, it might as well be said that he seemed to have been born to do this. In this life, having laid down his foundations for a long time, it should be time for him to advance by leaps and bounds. If not for the fact that he wanted to avoid being too shocking and arousing suspicion, his speed would have been even faster. After coming to this world, his long period of preparation and accumulation had not been wasted. Having reached the Xiantian stage, many things can also be done. Smiling, Yin Zhaoge took out his internal crystal furnace. Opening its lid, the dim blue light of fire flickered. It was precisely the leaf flame, true fire. The original seed of the leaf flame, true fire, after having been nurtured, had already begun to show some form. Other than this internal crystal furnace of Yin Zhaoge's, the internal crystal furnace which he had left with his father at the clan also contained the leaf flame, true fire. Yin Zhaoge activated the internal crystal furnace with a unique method, the numerous spirit patterns on its surface lighting up with a bright light. Ahu, bring over those 2 low-grade spirit artifacts from Yin Su earlier, Yin Zhaoge said, and Ahu hurriedly did as he was told, taking out the 2 low-grade spirit artifacts, a soft armor and a belt, and handing them over to Yin Zhaoge. These 2 spirit artifacts had both had their foundations damaged by Shi Tai back then, being virtually completely destroyed. It was only because Yin Zhaoge had preserved them with a secret technique that they had been left behind. However, their vitality had still been greatly damaged, and it would be hard for them to regain their former appearance. Whether or not a spirit artifact can be forged is a huge dividing line for the value of the internal crystal furnace. Yin Zhaoge threw the soft armor and the belt into the internal crystal furnace together. Now, I can first use these 2 things to practice. Ahu's eyes shone. Young master, spirit artifacts that have been damaged to this extent can also be repaired. Chapter 136. One of the biggest regrets of the last book was that it was published in the middle of the month and missed the monthly list of new books. Therefore, no matter what, this book had to compete for the new book monthly ticket list. I can make a preview here. When it goes on sale on May 1st, it will definitely be an explosive update. For those who are not familiar with how to obtain monthly votes, you may want to take a look at the instructions on the website. I'm trying my best to accumulate ammunition and wait for the May 1st strike. I hope that everyone can prepare more ammunition so that we can fight side by side. Yin Zhaoge carefully adjusted the internal crystal furnace, occasionally instructing Ahu to throw in some supplementary materials before carefully controlling it. Spirit artifacts, even damaged ones, also had their own profundities within. Yin Zhaoge tempering them was also not something that could be done within a short period of time. Especially during this process, Yin Zhaoge was still carefully pondering over the profundities within, comparing it with his own methods of controlling the internal crystal furnace as well as his various knowledge of artifact forging. As time passed, the internal crystal furnace glowed brightly, and the soft armor was the first to be repaired. Yin Zhaoge guided it with his aura qi, the soft armor rising from within the furnace. At the side, Ahu took a closer look and saw that from the outside, the soft armor was completely undamaged. However, if he carefully sensed it, he could feel that the spirituality within it was still not as good as a low-grade spiritual weapon. However, it was still incomparable to a high-grade precious weapon. Next, the belt was also repaired, and the situation was similar to the soft armor. Ahu clicked his tongue in admiration. Young master, even so it's still amazing. After all, it wasn't far from being completely destroyed. If it's used on living beings, it's almost like reviving the dead. After carefully appraising it for a moment, Yin Zhaoge nodded. Having recovered to this state, it's enough. Having said that, he waved his hand, and the soft armor and belt sank back into the internal crystal furnace. Staring fixedly at the internal crystal furnace, Yin Zhaoge said to Ahu at the same time, Ahu, quickly hand over the thing I asked you to safeguard earlier. Ahu woke up and quickly took out a huge crystal. The crystal was in the shape of a shuttle, about 2 feet long and as thick as a human arm. Receiving the crystal, Yin Zhaoge placed it within the internal crystal furnace. Carefully controlling the internal crystal furnace, he then received a specially made pouch from Ahu. Opening the bag, a scorching aura immediately rushed out, as if it was even hotter and more intense than the flames. Looking through the opening of the bag, it was a sea of red. It looked like flames, rocks, and flowing water. Yin Zhaoge carefully adjusted the internal crystal furnace, occasionally instructing Ahu to throw in some supplementary materials before carefully controlling it. Spirit artifacts, even damaged ones, also had their own profundities within. Yin Zhaoge tempering them was also not something that could be done within a short period of time. Especially during this process, Yin Zhaoge was still carefully pondering over the profundities within, comparing it with his own methods of controlling the internal crystal furnace as well as his various knowledge of artifact forging. As time passed, the internal crystal furnace glowed brightly, and the soft armor was the first to be repaired. Yin Zhaoge guided it with his aura qi, the soft armor rising from within the furnace. At the side, Ahu took a closer look and saw that from the outside, the soft armor was completely undamaged. However, if he carefully sensed it, he could feel that the spirituality within it was still not as good as a low-grade spiritual weapon. However, it was still incomparable to a high-grade precious weapon. Next, the belt was also repaired, and the situation was similar to the soft armor. Ahu clicked his tongue in admiration. Young master, even so it's still amazing. After all, it wasn't far from being completely destroyed. If it's used on living beings, it's almost like reviving the dead. After carefully appraising it for a moment, Yin Zhaoge nodded. Having recovered to this state, it's enough. Having said that, he waved his hand, and the soft armor and belt sank back into the internal crystal furnace. Staring fixedly at the internal crystal furnace, Yin Zhaoge said to Ahu at the same time, Ahu, quickly hand over the thing I asked you to safeguard earlier. Ahu woke up and quickly took out a huge crystal. The crystal was in the shape of a shuttle, about 2 feet long and as thick as a human arm. Receiving the crystal, Yin Zhaoge placed it within the internal crystal furnace. Carefully controlling the internal crystal furnace, he then received a specially made pouch from Ahu. Opening the bag, a scorching aura immediately rushed out, as if it was even hotter and more intense than the flames. Looking through the opening of the bag, it was a sea of red. It looked like flames, rocks, and flowing water. The existence that resembled lava was precisely the precious treasure that Yin Zhaoge had specially entrusted Yin Di to bring back from the fire domain, the underground fire pith. This thing was incomparably rare and precious, an extremely scarce resource in the fire domain. The Sacred Sun clan had basically forbidden it from being sold outside. In terms of usefulness, the Sacred Sun clan valued the underground fire pith, not as much as the Heavenly Thunder Hall valued the Thunderbolt Soul Jade or Infinite Boundless Mountain valued the Giant Spirit Magnetite. However, the production of underground fire pith was too low. If not for Broad Creed Mountain counterattacking into the fire domain this time, it would be very difficult for Yin Zhaoge to obtain this underground fire pith through any other channels. After pouring the underground fire pith into the internal crystal furnace, Yin Zhaoge controlled the internal crystal furnace even more carefully, while the internal crystal furnace also began shaking intensely. After a long time, a ray of treasure light suddenly rushed out. Yin Zhaoge clapped. Good. Underground splitting shuttle done. By the side, Ahu looked rather curiously at the internal crystal furnace. Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly. It is not a spirit artifact, but it is extremely difficult to forge it, requiring the sacrifice of spirit artifacts as materials. I can't bear to part with intact things like the Jade Dragon Sword and the Radiant Sun Wheel. It can't be that I can use your Black Nightmare armor, right? Ahu gave a simple and honest laugh. Naturally, those two damaged goods would be even better if they were recycled, right? Counting the days, it should be about time for the Cloud Array Spirit Flower to mature. Yin Zhaoge said, let's go. We'll concoct the heaven-returning divine pill for Grandmaster's injuries. This final main ingredient has finally been obtained. In coming to Mountain Domain this time, other than the unexpected surprise of Hanlong, Yin Zhaoge had originally planned on having 3 targets. The first 2 were Infinite Boundless Mountains, Giant Spirit Magnetite Vein, and Cloud Portent Mountains, Yin Yang Cloud Spring. The third target was the Cloud Array Spirit Flower. This flower was extremely rare, but also not valued highly by the people of this world because it did not have much use. However, to Yin Zhaoge, it was an important material for his grandmaster, Yuan Zhengfeng, to concoct medicine. What gratified Yin Zhaoge was that after the Great Calamity, the Cloud Array Spirit Flower had not gone extinct. It had finally been found in the East Strangling Snow Mountains where the Mountain Domain and the Thunder Domain intersected. It was just that when it had just been found, it had not bloomed yet. Therefore, Yin Zhaoge had still remained at Cloud Portent Mountain to cultivate. Now that the flower had finally bloomed, he had set off for the East Strangling Snow Mountains. After Infinite Boundless Mountain had plundered the Thunderbolt Soul Jade from the Heavenly Thunder Hall, their relationship having broken down, and after Infinite Boundless Mountain and Broad Creed Mountain had officially become allies, Yin Zhaoge had also given Infinite Boundless Mountain a way out of this embarrassing situation, completely publicizing the secret art of the Thunder Element Revival Art. Without him having to personally control it, Infinite Boundless Mountain martial practitioners could also execute it. Before leaving, he naturally had to report this to Fu Inshu. Fu Inshu did not ask about Yin Zhaoge's purpose in coming here, only nodding simply. Our clan and Infinite Boundless Mountain have already come to an agreement and have also made preparations. You do not have to worry about martial grandmasters assassinating you. However, you have to be on guard against their martial scholars making a move. The time for the new Heavenly Connection meet is already nearing, and it has been decided to be held in the Lake Domain. Since you have decided to participate, after settling your own matters, you can directly head to the Lake Domain, meeting up with the others of the clan on the way. Yin Zhaoge nodded. I understand. Rest easy, Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu. Saying thus, he took his leave. Fu Inshu stood with her hands behind her back. After who knew how long, Feng Yunsheng and Sikong Qing also walked out of the Yin Yang Cloud Spring. Zhaoge said that he has no romantic feelings towards you. Then, Yunsheng, do you feel anything for him? Fu Inshu suddenly asked mildly. Feng Yunsheng was taken aback for a moment before she said, straightforwardly, other than gratitude, I also admire Senior Apprentice Brother Yin very much, always having some kind of anticipation towards him. Although he is still young, I indeed have this inexplicable feeling, as though there is nothing that he cannot do. Although he seems a little unreliable, he is actually very reliable, and it is also very relaxing to be together with him, making me very happy to be together with him. Although her life experience far surpassed that of her peers, Feng Yunsheng, who was still a novice when it came to matters of the heart, was still a little hard to describe her grasp of her own thoughts. She laughed self-deprecatingly. I feel that it shouldn't have reached the level of romantic feelings, right? It indeed hasn't, Fu Inshu said mildly. When you are together, being happy to interact with him, always thinking of him, this is actually still nothing much. If, from a certain moment onwards, after you have separated, you still think of him, at that time, you'll have to be on your guard. Feng Yinxing blinked, very sensibly not asking herself why she had to be on her guard. Fu Inshu looked at Sikong Qing. Sikong, what do you think of Zhaoga? Sikong Qing thought very seriously for a moment before answering. I admire him very much, and am also very curious. The matter of the Eastern Tang, the matter of Cloud Portent Mountain this time, I admire him very much, but I admire him the most for returning to the mountain this time, using the Big Dipper's sword to defeat senior apprentice brother Lu Wan. That year, others all said that while he was young and hot-blooded, easily broken when he was tough, he was able to create an exquisite sword art, which was worthy of praise. However, as I see it, he retreated in the face of difficulties, grasping the light and fearing the heavy. In the Eastern Tang, he already made people look at him in a new light. This time, returning to the mountain and using the Big Dipper sword to defeat senior apprentice brother Lu, I admire him even more. Hearing her words, Fu Inshu gazed into the distance, muttering to herself in an almost inaudible voice, Shui Chu Qing, I am even more unresigned now. As Feng Yunsheng and the other two were discussing him, Yin Zhaoga had already set off. After a long journey, he arrived at the eastern border of the mountain domain's Cloud Portent territory, the east strangling snow mountains already appearing before his eyes. Above the snow line of the mountain range was a layer of pure white snow that never melted all year round. Here, strange beasts often roamed. The advance party should have already arrived, right? Yin Zhaoga asked. Ahu answered, they arrived a while ago. As he said this, Ahu's expression suddenly changed slightly. Yin Zhaoga's brows also knit as he quickened his pace. Ascending a snowy peak, he saw a group of people currently standing at its peak. Two black-clothed martial practitioners lay on the ground, hands on their chests, blood leaking from the corners of their mouths. Seeing that Yin Zhaoga had arrived, looks of shame appeared on their faces. Young master. Yin Zhaoga nodded towards them, Ahu moving forward to protect them. The gazes of the group of people opposite them also fell on Yin Zhaoga and Ahu. Sweeping his gaze over their attire, Yin Zhaoga instantly laughed coldly. Chapter 137. There were talisman patterns flashing on the surface of the petals, as if they were forming an intricate formation. It was precisely Yin Zhaoga's current target, the Cloud Erase Spirit Flower. However, Yin Zhaoga's attention was currently not on that spirit flower, instead smiling coldly at the person opposite him. Across from them stood a group of people, led by a young man who was dressed in the style of the northern lands. With just a single glance, Yin Zhaoga recognized their origins. The Thunder Domain's Yin family, their ancestral ground in the Zhaozhou of the Thunder Domain, one of the few powers beneath the heavenly Thunder Hall of the Thunder Domain. In the post-Great Calamity 8 Extremities world, they were also one of the great families with the longest history. The Central Heaven region's Yin family of the Heaven Domain that Yin Zhaoga hailed from had split off from the Zhao region's Yin family of the Thunder Domain that year. But back then, the two sides were extremely unhappy. Afterwards, when Yin Zhaoga's family had migrated from the Thunder Domain to the Heaven Domain, they had encountered a great tribulation, which was not unrelated to the Zhao region of the Thunder Domain's Yin family. At that time, Yin Di had still been young, while his parents had perished in that great calamity. Therefore, when the two of them met now, it wasn't because they were old friends from different places or because they were related by blood. Instead, it was because they were enemies and their eyes were burning with hatred. Having come to this world, Yin Zhaoga did not have any particularly direct personal feelings towards the Zhao region Yans of the Thunder Domain. It was just that since the other party had not cared about their blood relations and had gone to such lengths to kill them, He naturally did not have any psychological burden in coming into conflict with them. Moreover, Yin Zhaoga's current identity had already determined his stance, and the people of the Zhao region's Yin family before him clearly did not come with good intentions. In that case, there was even less need for Yin Zhaoga to be polite. Young master, they intended to snatch the spirit flower. This subordinate is useless and failed to defend it. If young master had not arrived in time, I would not have been able to stop them, the black-clothed cultivator said as he struggled to stand up and wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Yin Zhaoga said, "It's fine. You have performed meritorious service in guarding the place. You have been injured in the line of duty. There is no need to blame yourselves." As for them, Yin Zhaoga chuckled, his hands behind his back as he strode forward. As he stepped forward, the people on the other side felt as if a huge mountain was moving towards them. The people of the Zhao region, Yans, also felt a bit of a headache, not having thought that Yin Zhaoga and Ahu would arrive so quickly. The leading youth said, "I recognize you, Yin Zhaoga. This spirit flower is ownerless, not having been nurtured by your broad creed mountain. If you want to take it, we won't stop you." However, the two of them are not of broad creed mountain, only servants of your central continent's Yin family. On what basis can they stop us from plucking the spirit flower? The servants of the branch family were rude to the son of the main family's first wife. It is my duty to teach them a lesson. Could it be that you want to fight me because of them? Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoga shook his head rather amusedly. They didn't see how he moved, but the other party only saw a blur in front of their eyes and the sound of wind. In the next instant, the young man was sent flying backward. On the young man's right cheek, there was a shocking 5 fingers mountain mark. The mark was as red as blood, like a birthmark tattoo. It clearly told everyone how he had been knocked down. Yin Zhaoga said mildly, "If you are not awake, I will help you awake." The Zhaozhou Yin and the Central Heaven region Yin have long since been two different families, not some so-called main family and branch family. You hit my people, so I hit you. What do I care about whether you're the main family or not? An old man hurriedly helped the young man up, swiveling his head to glare at Yin Zhaoga. Yin Zhaoga, you have forgotten your ancestry. I want to see what Yin Di has to say about this. Don't forget that your name was originally destined to be your root. Yin Zhaoga laughed. He had indeed never thought that in this world there would also be a saying like, Yin and Zhao have many sorrowful warriors. The land of Yin and Zhao of the 8 extremities world referred to the Yu region and the Zhao region of the Thunder Domain's 6th region. The Yu region was also known as the Yin region. Since when has the Zhao region Yin family been able to represent the land of Yin and Zhao? You are the ones who have lost face for Yin and Zhao. Yin Zhaoga raised his brows. If my Central Heaven region Yin family indeed has to make a trip back to the land of Yin and Zhao, it is not to visit relatives, but to settle scores. What your Zhao region Yin family did that year, you are not clear on, but the higher echelon elders of your family are very clear on it. His hands behind his back, Yin Zhaoga said mildly, "If I were to settle these scores with you, you probably wouldn't even understand what is going on. I also can't be bothered to lower myself to your level. But having beaten up my people, you want to leave just like that? Those who used your hands, leave your hands. Those who use your feet, leave your feet. If you don't realize it yourself, there will be plenty of people who will help you." Ahu bared his teeth in a smile, his expression rather savage as he resembled a ferocious tiger that was about to devour its prey, causing one to tremble in fear. Figures flickered in the surroundings, many black-clothed martial practitioners appearing. That old man said hatefully, "Who do you think you are beating up? This is the direct descendant of our family head, young Master Min." Yin Zhaoga chortled. A name beside the door, that should indeed be the direct descendant of this generation of the Zhao region Yin family. However, this level is really too low. Before speaking, can you not even clearly see the situation you are in? However low his level is also not something that a bastard son of a branch family like you can discuss. Before you speak, you had best first understand your own identity. Now, a voice resounded from the distance. Yin Zhaoga asked lazily, "Is it Yin Shan?" Yin Min, with a blood-red palm print on his face, was still dizzy and in a daze. The old man beside him and the other Zhao region Yin family martial practitioners all had joyous looks on their faces. Young Master Shan is here. A streak of lightning flashed past, and in an instant, a youth who looked to be around 26 or 27 years of age appeared on the snowy peak. His features were somewhat similar to Yin Min's, but his aura was much, much stronger. This youth's expression was sharp, his gaze like lightning, an illusory spiritual light shooting straight into the horizon above his head. He was shockingly a Xiantian martial scholar. Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change in the slightest as he looked nonchalantly at the other party. Yin Shan, you also seem to be a little dazed, making people feel that under your great reputation, it is hard to live up to it. Although this was his first time meeting him in person, unlike Yin Min, Yin Zhaoge was extremely familiar with the Yin Shan before him. The most outstanding martial genius of this generation of the Zhao region Yin family. Not only had he been groomed by the Yin family with all their might, he was also a core, direct disciple of the Thunder Domain's Heavenly Thunder Hall, an elite of the younger generation. The Heavenly Thunder Hall's heaven's favored son, the thunder-rumbling young master Lin Zhou, alongside Yin Zhaoge, was known as lightning-flashing thunder-rumbling together with Yin Shan, dominating martial practitioners of the same generation of the Thunder Domain. Yin Shan's gaze was fixated on Yin Zhaoge. Snatching the flower and beating people up was actually something he had instructed Yin Min and the others to do, just that he himself had some matters to attend to just now and had to leave for a bit. Yin Shan was older, having cultivated for a longer period of time. Originally, his cultivation base had been much higher than Yin Zhaoge's, and he had never thought much of Yin Zhaoge. However, in recent days, Yin Shan had been feeling very vexed. The thunder-rumbling young master Lin Zhou, who had always been equally matched with him, his cultivation base suddenly rising, actually leaving him behind, caused Yin Shan to feel depressed to the extreme. And it just so happened that Yin Zhaoge's fame had also risen in recent years, his cultivation base advancing by leaps and bounds, his battle achievements outstanding. After learning that Yin Zhaoge had sent people to guard the cloud or raise spirit flower, Yin Shan could no longer suppress the evil fire within his heart, instructing Yin Min to spoil Yin Zhaoge's plans. Because of the news released by Infinite Boundless Mountain, the Heavenly Thunder Hall had originally already found Yin Zhaoge to be an eyesore. As a direct disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, as well as a direct descendant of the Zhao region Yin family, Yin Shan hated Yin Zhaoge even more. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Yin Shan said coldly, "That year, I exiled this branch of yours, but one stroke cannot write to Yin characters. Your Central Heaven region Yin will forever be a branch of my Zhao region Yin. Let alone you, even your father Yin Di, even if he ascends to the position of Broad Creed Mountain's chief, he would still be someone who walked out of Zhao region Yin." Chapter 138. It is true that you have entered the Heavenly Thunder Hall, but the Heavenly Thunder Hall also did not surpass my Broad Creed Mountain. As for you, Yin Zhaoge shook his head. I really can't see where your confidence in saying this comes from. Yin Shan casually said, "My confidence comes from the fact that the distance between us is very close." As he said this, Yin Shan suddenly raised his hand, a purple light flashing. It was as though a bolt of lightning had suddenly streaked across the dark night, piercing through the sky and illuminating the great earth. The direct lineage martial art of the Thunder Domain's Heavenly Thunder Hall, purple lightning, shocking rainbow sword. Low-grade spirit artifact, purple gold thunder sword. Yin Shan suddenly attacked, going all out, even directly using a spirit artifact. A man's name, a tree's shadow. Yin Zhaoge's fame had risen greatly recently. While Yin Shan had not personally witnessed it, he had also taken note of it. Unlike Ah Hu's spiritual light was not apparent, Yin Zhaoge was like Yin Shan, not retracting the spiritual light above his head after stepping into the Xiantian stage. Yin Shan could clearly determine that Yin Zhaoge was currently already a Xiantian martial scholar like him. Shocked at Yin Zhaoge's rapid improvement, Yin Shan's killing intent was already set. Whether it was as a disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Hall or a descendant of the Zhao region Yin family, he would not allow Yin Zhaoge to continue growing. Otherwise, with Yin Zhaoge's current progress, Yin Shan wouldn't even dare to continue thinking about it. One Yin Wudi was already enough to cause the Heavenly Thunder Hall and the Zhao region Yin family to be unable to eat or sleep in peace. While Yin Shan spoke arrogantly, he did not hold back in his actions in the slightest. The Heavenly Thunder Hall's unique trait of being as violent and swift as lightning was displayed by him to the point of perfection. The first move was to reveal his true abilities, to decide victory or defeat. With a spirit artifact in hand, to a martial scholar, it was even more of a killing weapon that was hard to withstand. Even for opponents of the same cultivation level, even with a spirit artifact protecting them, if caught off guard and unable to react in time, they would be directly insta-killed by Yin Shan's sword. When Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners fought with others, they rarely fought for long. Most of the time, victory or defeat would be decided in just a few exchanges. Victory or defeat, life or death, were all decided in an instant. Of the 8 extremities world's 6 great sacred grounds, it was publicly acknowledged that the Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners were the most proficient in subduing their superiors, defeating those stronger than them. Sometimes, an opponent whose overall strength surpassed a Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioner might instead be defeated by a Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioner who was inferior to him. There was no other reason other than the fact that it was fast. The purple lightning shocking rainbow sword, the direct lineage martial art of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, its entire sword art consisting of only a single stance, the sword drawing stance. As fast as lightning, the sword was unsheathed in a flash. The sword Dao wasn't about getting faster and faster. The fastest sword was the first sword after the sword was unsheathed. The speed of this sword was so fast that martial artists below the Xiantian realm would find it hard to detect Yin Shan's movements. Even at the moment of his death, he might not be able to understand how Yin Shan had taken his life. Although it was currently daytime, Yin Zhaoge, who was facing Yin Shan's sword directly, had such a feeling. It was as if there was no light in front of them at all. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down from the pitch-black night sky, and light appeared in front of them. All the light was concentrated on this purple lightning bolt. The piercingly cold and resolute killing intent caused the electric light to no longer have any heat. Instead, it was bone-chilling cold. This bolt of lightning, however, did not dazzle Yin Zhaoge's eyes. Not slower than Yin Shan in the slightest. Yin Zhaoge's figure abruptly moved. Astral winds warping heaven. Wind and fire calamity, wind calamity. Under the impetus of the wind calamity movement technique and the wind calamity, the originally already swift cloud, rising dragon sword became even faster, resembling a divine dragon traversing the heavens, traveling 10,000 li in an instant. As Yin Zhaoge moved, Yin Shan's eyes were also dazzled. Whether it was his field of vision or his acute spiritual sense that allowed him to sense the heavens and the earth, Yin Zhaoge had disappeared without a trace. Yin Shan was shocked, the purple gold thunder sword within his hands vibrating intensely. The Xiantian martial scholar, Yin Shan, couldn't react in time, but the purple gold thunder sword as a spirit artifact did. The purple gold thunder sword that was rich in spirituality immediately guided it, the perfectly straight sword light transforming into a circular arc. Only now did Yin Shan feel the hairs on the back of his head all standing on end, as though there was an infinite, boundless coldness concentrated at a single point at the back of his head, a piercing pain that felt like needles. Yin Shan didn't dare to hesitate in the slightest, his movement and sword ra all following the guidance of the purple gold thunder sword as he turned and struck behind him. Clenching his teeth, the purple gold thunder sword within his hand shook. Heavenly Thunder Hall, direct lineage. Lightning character, 72 swords. The violent sword light descended densely like rain, quick as lightning, instantly transforming into a net of electricity before him. Purple light filling the entire sky and covering the earth. However, within the net of purple light, a streak of green light shockingly pierced through the densely packed purple light, shooting out. This scene clearly meant that Yin Zhaoge's sword was even faster. The next moment, the all-encompassing purple light was extinguished. Only now did the sound of the whistling wind enter Yin Shan's ears, only feeling as though he was surrounded by a fierce gale. Seeing the sword light that he had emitted vanish, Yin Shan's pupils abruptly dilated as he hurriedly changed his stance once more. However, this time, the sword light that resembled purple lightning did not appear once more. Yin Shan was dazed before he suddenly saw a severed arm, still holding onto a sword of purple light, flying into the air. Fresh blood dripped from where the arm had been severed, splattering onto the pure white snowy ground. Yin Zhaoge's figure reappeared, the jade dragon sword in his right hand, as he looked calmly at his opponent. Only now did Yin Shan feel an intense pain emanating from his right arm. Lowering his head, he saw that his sword-wielding right hand had shockingly been severed by Yin Zhaoge's sword. The speed of this sword of Yin Zhaoge's was too fast, such that even Yin Shan had not been able to detect it before he had already been struck. Yin Shan let out a tragic cry, his left hand clutching the wound on his right arm as he stumbled backwards. It was only now that the surrounding spectators seemed to have awoken from a dream, but they did not understand what had happened. In the eyes of most of them, there had only been a blur before their eyes, as though two sword lights, one purple, one green, had flashed past. Then they saw an arm fly into the air. The entire process of the exchange seemed to have only lasted for the blink of an eye. Yin Min and the others stared wide-eyed, completely unable to understand how the scene had suddenly turned out like this. The distance between you and I was very close. Yin Zhaoge looked calmly at the collapsed Yin Shan on the ground, and then the fingers of Yin Shan's left hand tapped repeatedly, urgently staunching his bleeding. He looked at Yin Zhaoge somewhat disbelievingly. Although the martial practitioners of the Heavenly Thunder Hall had always proudly proclaimed that of all the martial arts under the heavens, only speed was unbeatable, this did not mean that the martial practitioners of the Heavenly Thunder Hall were truly unrivaled and invincible within the same cultivation level. Of the 6 great sacred grounds, the disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Hall had not been lacking in gaining an advantage against the descendants of the other sacred grounds, but they had also not been lacking in suffering losses. Infinite, boundless mountain disciples had even once jokingly said that the Heavenly Thunder Hall was only sharp at the start of a battle. If they were unable to obtain victory quickly, they would be like fish meat afterwards. However, Yin Zhaoge had defeated strength with strength, obtaining victory in terms of Yin Shan's proudest unsheathing sword as well as speed. This was the result that Yin Shan found most difficult to accept. Not only had he been defeated, he had been utterly defeated. The faces of Yin Min and the other Zhao region Yin family members were ashen. Yin Shan was the most outstanding genius of this generation of the Zhao region Yin family. Having been groomed by the Heavenly Thunder Hall, he was also one of the most outstanding figures of the Thunder Domain's Heavenly Thunder Hall's younger generation. As an early Xiantian martial scholar, let alone the Zhao region Yin family martial practitioners of the same cultivation level, even mid-Xiantian martial scholars of the Yin family would have to bow their heads in submission to him. Chapter 139. When Heavenly Thunder Hall disciples clashed with others, if victory was decided within a few moves, the victor would often be a Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioner. The longer it dragged on, the lower the chances of victory for the Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners. If they won, it would be a quick victory. If they lost to someone else, it would generally be after a long, bitter battle. If not for the suppression of the opponent's cultivation base, how long had it been since a Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioner was speedily defeated by an opponent of the same cultivation level like today? Yin Zhaoge stood where he was, not moving. Only now did Yin Shan's severed right arm fall from midair. His broken right hand was still tightly holding onto the purple gold thunder sword. The purple gold thunder sword was full of spirituality as it automatically guided Yin Shan's broken arm towards Yin Shan himself. However, just as the purple gold thunder sword moved, Yin Zhaoge's jade dragon sword came to meet it, a green light flickering as it suppressed the purple gold thunder sword. Under the vibrations of his stellar energy, the fingers of Yin Shan's severed hand naturally spread open, releasing the sword hilt. Yin Shan glared furiously at Yin Zhaoge. Ew. Yin Zhaoge was calm and composed as he seized the purple gold thunder sword with the Jade Dragon sword. Due to Yin Shan's heavy injuries, he was unable to concentrate his spiritual power, and his communication with the purple gold thunder sword was not smooth. Even if the purple gold thunder sword wanted to cause trouble, it was easily suppressed by the spiritual sword Jade Dragon. Yin Zhaoge said calmly, "Your luck is good. When you return, remember to thank Lin Zhou and his father." Yin Shan couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. Yin Zhaoge, however, ignored him as he kept the purple gold thunder sword, turning and walking towards the cloud erased spirit flower, waving towards Ahu. Ahu laughed sinisterly and walked towards Yin Min and the rest of the black-clothed martial artists. The faces of Yin Min and the others turned pale, only now remembering what Yin Zhaoge had said earlier. Even if they wanted to struggle and resist, how would they be a match for Ahu and the others? Ignoring the wails and howls of the Zhao region Yans, as well as Yin Shan, whose face was alternating between green and white, Yin Zhaoge minded his own business, plucking the cloud erased spirit flower. Leaving behind a pool of fresh blood, Yin Shan and the rest fled pathetically. Before the old man protecting Yin Min left, he suddenly said, ignoring Yin Shan's ugly expression, "Young Master Thunder Rumbling is also in this east strangling snow mountains." Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge's expression was calm and without ripples, causing that old man to feel slightly disappointed. Ahu returned beside Yin Zhaoge. "Young Master, when that Yin Shan attacked just now, he clearly harbored an extremely strong, killing intent towards you." Yin Zhaoge carefully kept the spirit flower as he said, "There's still some use in letting him go. That severed arm of his, he took it with him, right?" Ahu answered, "I took it away. If it's treated in time, it's possible to reattach it. However, as a martial arts practitioner, it's very difficult for his right hand to be of much use again." Yin Zhaoge said nonchalantly, "It's fine. He trains in the sword. If his right hand doesn't work, there's still a chance for him to train in the sword with his left." Ahu scratched his head. "Young Master, while I'm cultivating in the Cloud Portent Mountain, you'll receive news as usual and then report it to me." Yin Zhaoge's gaze hardened slightly. "Do you still remember any news regarding the Heavenly Thunder Hall that is worth paying attention to?" Ahu came to his senses. "Young Master, you mentioned Lin Zhou and his son just now." Lin Zhou, along with Yin Shan, was the other Heavenly Thunder Hall genius known as Lightning Flashing Thunder Rumbling. At the same time, his background was extraordinary, his father being a Grand Elder of the Heavenly Thunder Hall who held great authority. In the Heavenly Connection meet 3 years ago, Lin Zhou, Yin Zhaoge, and the others had been hailed as the current era's 4 young masters, with the elegant title of Thunder, Rumbling Young Master. Unlike Broad Creed Mountain's Su Fei, Lu Wan, and Yin Zhaoge, or the Sacred Sun Clan's Tang Yonghao, Xiao Shun, and Chao Yuanlong, who basically outshone others in their respective age groups. Lin Zhou and Yin Shan were truly of the same age, having fought against each other since their youth for over 10 years, all the way until now. Above each of them stood the 2 Grand Elders of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, similarly competitors. Just like the Sacred Sun Clan's Chief Huang Su and the current world illuminating lord in the past, as well as Fang Zhuan and Yin Di now. Lin Zhou's father and Yin Shan's master had also always been competing for the position of the next Hall Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Yin Zhaoge nodded. Lin Zhou's father has always been at a disadvantage in the competition, and also at an obvious disadvantage. If nothing unexpected happens, there's an 80% chance that it will be Yin Shan's master who wins, and the results will be known very quickly. If that's the case, with Yin Shan seeking death, I don't mind fulfilling his wish. This way of the Heavenly Thunder Hall's younger generation, while Lin Zhou cannot be said to have completely come out on top, within a short period of time, it will be very hard for Yin Shan's master's lineage to produce another junior disciple who can stand against Lin Zhou. While its use is limited, it will at least add some weight to Lin Zhou's father's power, not allowing him to be defeated so easily. A heavenly thunder hall where internal conflicts were more intense, where it was easier to wrangle with one another, would naturally be better for Broad Creed Mountain's lineage. Ahu nodded in understanding. However, the internal competition within the Heavenly Thunder Hall seems to have suddenly changed recently. Lin Zhou's father, with a few clever moves, actually gradually regained the upper hand, his authority and influence in the Heavenly Thunder Hall rising in a straight line, even showing signs of overtaking him. The thunder-rumbling young master Lin Zhou's own cultivation base has also suddenly increased, leaving Yin Shan, who had always been evenly matched, behind him. The competition has now reversed, with Lin Zhou's father having the upper hand. If Yin Shan's master also loses Yin Shan, the competition will be even more disadvantageous. After harvesting the Cloud Array Spirit Flower, Yin Zhaoge carefully stored it. That's right, suppressing the strong and supporting the weak, causing the two sides to maintain a stalemate, to us, is the most desirable result. As for Yin Shan, he should first recuperate from his injuries, then properly train in the sword with his left hand. After that, his primary opponent will still be Lin Zhou. Yin Zhaoge raised his eyelids. I have a feeling that even if the rest of us intentionally or unintentionally make things easier for Yin Shan's master, Lin Zhou and his father's advantage will still grow greater and greater. The good days of Yin Shan and his master have come to an end. Ahu was a little puzzled. Young master, why, Yin Zhaoge said. It's just a premonition. I can't explain it clearly. He handed over the container containing the Cloud Array Spirit Flower to Ahu. Low-key and careful. Try not to alarm anyone as much as possible, and send it back to Broad Creed Mountain as soon as possible. Ahu thought for a moment before saying, My goal is also very obvious, easily drawing attention. Instead, it might be better to let others send it. Yin Zhaoge nodded. You can make the arrangements. Just remember that this thing is very important, and that it will be fine. Personally hand it over to my father. Ahu agreed, and went to make the arrangements. Looking at Ahu's departing figure, Yin Zhaoge felt that some things, even to Ahu, could not be said too clearly. Regarding the domineering rise of Lin Zhou and his father, Yin Zhaoge actually did not just have a premonition. Combining and analyzing some of the information he had on hand, Yin Zhaoge actually had even more guesses. Lin Zhou, interesting. Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly, many thoughts flashing through his mind. In the memories of his body's original owner, during that heavenly connection meet 3 years ago, Yin Shan had not participated in it while in seclusion, but the thunder-rumbling young master Lin Zhou had met him face to face. However, before Yin Zhaoge's eyes, the silhouettes of two other people vaguely appeared, vaguely overlapping with Lin Zhou's. Chapter 140. Not long after, the accompanying black-clothed martial practitioners reported that there was an abnormal flow of spiritual qi in the mountains to the south. There actually seemed to be an obscure, yet extremely powerful spirit formation present. Yin Zhaoge and Ahu immediately hurried over in that direction. As they neared, Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. It actually really is a massive spirit formation. Carefully sensing it, they could sense that the aura of the spirit formation was currently in the midst of rising unceasingly. Ahu grinned widely. Young master, such aura fluctuations are not from someone setting up a spirit formation here, but rather from an ancient formation that had long existed. Usually, it is completely concealed, hard to detect. Now, after being touched by someone, the spirit formation has just activated, its power increasing, forming a barrier-like existence, gradually reaching its peak. Ahu rubbed his hands, smiling till his teeth could not be seen. This is very likely a cave manor left behind by a deceased senior expert. We really got lucky this time, coming just in time. Really, coming early is better than coming at the right time. Carefully sensing the fluctuations of the formation, Yin Zhaoge gradually felt more confident. The legacies left behind by the people of the Eight Extremities world after the Great Calamity cannot be considered too ancient, at least not as ancient as the Glacial Dragon Martial Saint. The person who left behind these legacies should also not have reached the Martial Saint realm, but this spirit formation has some attainments in it, being concealed and not activated. Even if it has been touched by someone now, the spiritual chi fluctuations should still be limited to a few nearby mountain peaks. If not for me specifically sending people to search for it, they would also not have been able to discover it from a distance. Yin Zhaoge thought, swiveling his head to glance at the happy Ahu. You also said that it was someone who touched the legacies that caused the formation to activate. This means that someone beat us to it. Ahu gave a simple and honest laugh. Someone beat us to it. Young master, you can also catch up from behind. Yin Shan retreating with heavy injuries. It is most likely that thunder rumbling young master Lin Zhou. He rubbed his hands, such a cave manner, while ancient should also have defensive measures. Even if Lin Zhou entered first, it would also not be easy for him to break through those defensive measures. Instead, it would be equivalent to him clearing the way for us. Young master, the spirit formation has only been activated for a short time. If we hurry in, there will still be time. Otherwise, we will be blocked outside. Narrowing his eyes, Yin Zhaoge thought for a moment before saying nonchalantly, Come, let's take a look first. The group of black-clothed martial practitioners remained on the outskirts, while Yin Zhaoge and Ahu continued advancing, following the spiritual chi network and arriving at the center of the spirit formation. After inspecting the surroundings and confirming that there was no one lying in ambush, Yin Zhaoge and Ahu entered the cave together. The spirit formation grew stronger and stronger, gradually achieving the effect. Yin Zhaoge was not too worried about his path of retreat being cut off. As long as he grasped the core of the formation, it would not be difficult for him to leave. Within the ice cave, there was danger every 3 steps, danger every 5, with mechanisms everywhere, causing Yin Zhaoge and Ahu to have to be on their guard. After passing through a long ice tunnel, the two of them seemed to have entered a hall at the end of the tunnel. Young master, be careful. Ahu's expression was serious, without the slightest hint of playfulness. Yin Zhaoge nodded, his gaze focused on the dense cold fog before him. The fog shrouded the surroundings, causing the space to feel as if it was in disorder. Kama, yin, zit, yin, shana, yin, kama, shan, kama, yin. Ahu followed closely by Yin Zhaoge's side, not leaving him by a single step. With Yin Zhaoge and Ahu's eyesight, while it wasn't to the point where they couldn't even see their fingers in front of them, they could only see an extremely limited distance. At this moment, the ice beneath their feet began to tremble. Amidst the cold fog, a dozen or so huge figures slowly rose from the ground. The Ice Crystal Guardian was a giant made of ice and snow. His body, which was made of ice and snow, was tall and sturdy. His entire body was emitting powerful energy fluctuations. Although his movements were somewhat stiff, the heavy power within them was something that no one dared to underestimate. Although these Ice Crystal Guardians did not have any stellar energy, their strength was terrifying, and the destructive power contained in their bodies surpassed that of a human's flesh and blood. They originated from the spirit formation and the cold mist. Even if they were destroyed, after a period of nurturing, they would be reborn from the cold mist. Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. So it is the remains of Old Man Great Sorrow's cave manor. Ahu nodded repeatedly. The cold fog bewildering formation and the ice crystal guards are indeed the handiwork of Old Man Great Sorrow. It had been quite some time since Old Man Great Sorrow had been alive. However, he had still been rather famous in the past, leaving behind many legends for later generations to pay homage to. And the most colorful of these was the rumor that Old Man Great Sorrow had once possessed a sacred artifact fragment. It was said that it was a sacred artifact that had existed before the Great Calamity, having met with a calamity due to the Great Calamity. However, even a sacred artifact fragment still possessed rather great power. Not considering its power as a material, it was also a rare treasure that was hard to come by. Because of this matter that year, Old Man Great Sorrow had even been surrounded and attacked. Having barely managed to break out of the encirclement, he had then gone into seclusion, no longer appearing in the world. It looks like this is Old Man Great Sorrow's secluded residence. Not being shocked, Ahu was instead overjoyed. Young master, a sacred artifact fragment is no small matter. We've really hit the jackpot this time. Yin Zhaoga thought for a moment. If old man Great Sorrow had not stepped into the martial saint realm, he should have long since passed away by now. Ahu pulled back the corners of his lips. If he had become a martial saint, why would he still be living in seclusion? As he said this, Ahu smashed a nearby ice crystal guard into smithereens with a single punch. I'll block them here. Does young master have a plan for breaking this ice fog? Yin Zhaoga said, breaking the ice fog isn't hard. However, breaking the ice fog doesn't mean that all is well. After observing for a bit, this place should be split into two layers. One layer is cold ice, borrowing the external environment of the east strangling snow mountains. The other layer is most likely a world surrounded by blazing fire. It is very likely that it continues downwards, borrowing the fire chi of the earth veins. Who knows, there might even be underground lava. Ahu realized. Oh right, old man Great Sorrow was praised for cultivating in both ice and fire that year. Yin Zhaoga said, move together with me. I'll break the formation, you cover me. Ahu gave a simple and honest laugh. Yes, young master. The two didn't waste time on words, immediately beginning to move. At the same time, someone was currently quietly watching Yin Zhaoga and Ahu. That was a handsome youth, his expression calm and his gaze sharp. His garb was similar to Yin Shan's, that of a direct disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. If Yin Zhaoga and Yin Shan were here, they would immediately recognize this youth. The thunder-rumbling young master, Lin Zhou, where Lin Zhou currently stood, half blazing fire, half cold ice, spiritual chi congregated. This was clearly the core of the spirit formation of Old Man Great Sorrow's old residence. He gazed at Yin Zhaoga through an illusory scene that hovered in mid-air. Chapter 141. However, it had already been too long since Old Man Great Sorrow had passed away. While the spirit formation had been in a quiet, concealed state for many years, its spiritual chi had also been flowing unceasingly. The loss of spiritual chi and the corrosion of time had caused the spirit formation to be damaged, its power no longer as it had been in the past. However, wanting to break the formation with brute force, one would need to be a martial grandmaster at the very least. The cold fog corroded bones. While it seemed inconspicuous as time passed, it would formlessly corrode one's body unceasingly. Even martial scholars would gradually weaken if they were placed within the ice fog for a long period of time. When their aura chi to ward off the cold was completely exhausted and they were still unable to walk out of the bewildering cold fog, they would be frozen to death within, becoming a part of the ice and snow. Moreover, even as they resisted the bitter cold, they would also have to face the attacks of the ice crystal guards, which would revive unceasingly, causing the martial practitioner's expenditure to be even greater. However, none of this could stump Yin Zhaoga. Unceasingly deducing the changes in the spiritual chi network of the formation, Yin Zhaoga gradually found the key to breaking the formation, his speed increasing. While the area before him was still filled with ice fog, Yin Zhaoga's spiritual sense was growing more and more acute as he was gradually able to discern the direction of his path. Very quickly, a platform appeared before Yin Zhaoga and Ahu. The platform was completely formed of ice, numerous spirit patterns circulating on it. Standing on the platform, Yin Zhaoga squatted down, extending his palm and pressing it onto the surface of the ice. A chill emanated. The ice was solid and thick. Even with Yin Zhaoga's current cultivation base, he still felt that it was hard to destroy. The ice was affecting Yin Zhaoga's aura chi. He could feel a strange flow of chi within the ice, forming a system of its own. Yin Zhaoga wanted to infuse his aura chi within, but it was not so easy as it was rejected by the spiritual chi within the ice. Yin Zhaoga smiled, not hurried or impatient as he first ensured the stable circulation of his aura chi before slowly grasping the balance of the spiritual chi flow beneath the ice. Ahu reached out with both hands, directly grabbing the heads of two ice crystal guards before lifting them up and slamming them together. The heads of the two ice crystal guards collided, instantly shattering into pieces. Without turning, Ahu asked, "Young master?" Yin Zhaoga said, "It's fine. This is a part of the spirit formation, an existence similar to a door, whilst also a passageway. The spiritual qi in the ice surface forms a stable balance. Try to fuse your stellar energy into this balance and become one with it. That way, you can pass through the ice surface and proceed to the next level." Saying thus, the aura qi within Yin Zhaoga's body shook, the ice beneath his palm suddenly lighting up with radiance. The next moment, Yin Zhaoga's figure vanished within the air. With a backhand palm, Ahu shattered yet another ice crystal guard. Following Yin Zhaoga's example, light flickered on the icy surface of the platform as Ahu's figure also disappeared. Passing through the ice surface, Yin Zhaoga and Ahu came to a massive ice room. The cold mist disappeared, and the ice room was empty. There was only a huge ice crystal coffin in the center of the room. Ahu looked at the coffin curiously. "Is this old man Great Sorrow's tomb chamber?" Yin Zhaoga shook his head. The fake tomb is also a part of the mechanisms and spirit formations. The coffin itself should contain dangerous mechanisms. Closing his eyes, Yin Zhaoga carefully felt for a moment before he instead leapt upwards, his body hanging upside down as he stood firmly on the ceiling of the ice room. As though he was standing upside down on the ceiling of the ice room, Yin Zhaoga walked a few steps left and right, his footsteps following a strange rhythm. After a while, he suddenly halted, just happening to have arrived directly above the ice crystal coffin. On the ceiling of the ice room, beneath Yin Zhaoga's feet, the ice surface lit up with radiance once more. Ahu grinned widely, flying up, also leaping onto the ceiling of the ice room. Then, the two disappeared within the ice room together. Passing through the mechanisms of the spirit formation once more, the scene before Yin Zhaoga's eyes suddenly changed, going from a snow-white world of ice to a crimson world of blazing fire. A vast river of flames appeared before the two, its dry, hot aura virtually suffocating. Beneath the pure, white, snow-covered, east-strangling snow mountains was, shockingly, a massive zone of lava. Amidst the all-encompassing flowing fire, gazing into the distance, Yin Zhaoga could vaguely see that in the center of the river of lava, there was a massive rock that resembled a lone island. As the blazing hot lava flowed, striking that massive rock, terrifying sparks flew unceasingly. Yin Zhaoga and Ahu leapt over the river of lava together, arriving on the massive rock that resembled a lone island within the river. At the center of the massive rock, there shockingly was still a stone coffin. On the surface of the stone coffin floated words written in flames, "Regretful, regretful." This was the true burial ground of Old Man Great Sorrow. While the situation was as he had predicted, Yin Zhaoga was unable to feel happy, while Ahu had a puzzled expression on his face. "I can't feel the existence of the sacred artifact fragment, ah." He shook his big head. "Young master, could it be that Old Man Great Sorrow placed the sacred artifact fragment somewhere else, and it wasn't here all along?" Yin Zhaoga did not answer, coming before the stone coffin and first bowing. Coming to his senses, Ahu also hurriedly did the same. Then, Yin Zhaoga closed his eyes, carefully feeling his surroundings for a while before opening them again. The sacred artifact fragment was indeed here before, but someone beat us to it. Ahu's expression was a little ugly. "Young master, we haven't been here for long. If it was that Lin Zhou who beat us to it and took away the sacred artifact fragment, by the time we arrived here, he would already have disappeared without a trace. Wouldn't the speed at which he entered be a little too fast?" I still thought that he was still trapped within the ice fog, bewildering formation, having been overtaken by us. Although I heard that Lin Zhou's cultivation base had advanced rapidly after entering. Leaving Yin Shan, who had always been on par with him in the dust, he couldn't have become a martial grandmaster so quickly, right? Even if it was a martial grandmaster, unless his cultivation base was very strong, it would also be impossible for him to break the ice fog bewildering formation above so quickly. Even though Old Man Great Sorrow died, The spirit formation he left behind is not so easy to break. Ahu hesitated slightly for a moment. This is even faster than young Master's speed in breaking the formation. Ahu scratched the back of his head. It's practically like he already knew where to go before entering, and didn't have to fumble around to break the bewildering formation at the last minute. Or perhaps there was another shortcut here, and he directly took it over. Ever since Yin Zhaoge had come to this world, this was still one of the few times that he had lagged behind others. Rubbing his temples, Yin Zhaoge surveyed the surrounding world of flames. Is it that there are always people better than you in terms of ability, heavens beyond heavens? Or is it to say that he really already knew this place like the back of his hand before entering? His gaze finally rested on Old Man Great Sorrow's stone coffin, focusing on those characters of flame that remained in mid-air, not dissipating for a long time. The two words, extremely regretful, having experienced a long passage of time, seemed to be able to allow one to traverse time and space, to feel the regret and unwillingness of Old Man Great Sorrow before his death. As he pondered, the world of flames that the two were in suddenly shook intensely. The long river of lava surrounding the huge rock began roiling mightily, the rocks above shattering and falling unceasingly. This underground lava region seemed like it was about to transform into a sea of flames, the heavens collapsing and the earth caving in. At the core of the spirit formation, within the space where ice and fire intermingled, the thunder rumbling young Master Lin Zhou looked calmly at the two trapped within the violent world of lava. Breaking the formation step by step, the level of your technique is not something I can compare to. Lin Zhou's gaze was a little strange. However, since you don't know where the secret passageway is, that means that you and I are not the same kind of person. Although I don't know what it was that caused such a great change in the trajectory of your destiny, even causing many things to change. However, you have really muddied the waters of this pond, causing my originally clear memories to also become specious, with things that I originally was certain of no longer being certain of. If you completely disappear within this underground lava, perhaps everything in the past can return to the right track? Lin Zhou murmured to himself. This way, I would have more bargaining chips in my hands. Anyway, you were originally a thorn in my heavenly Thunderhall side. Chapter 142. The purple orb automatically hovered in mid-air, revolving around Lin Zhou as a shocking aura emanated from within. This was the manifestation of the sacred artifact fragment that Old Man Great Sorrow had collected that year. Keeping the sacred artifact fragment in the form of a purple orb, Lin Zhou glanced at the illusory scene one last time. Within the illusory scene, the figures of Yin Zhaoge and Ahu could already no longer be seen, only all-encompassing flames and gushing lava. The core of the spirit formation that Lin Zhou was in was also gradually beginning to collapse at this moment. On that side of the flames, the blazing flames grew more and more intense, being completely supported by the cold ice on the other side. A hint of a smile appeared at the corners of Lin Zhou's mouth as he stomped heavily, stepping on the core spirit patterns of the spirit formation below. The spirit patterns shattered, spreading outwards in all directions as the entire spirit formation began to become unstable, the space on the side of the ice also beginning to collapse. With this as the base, affecting the entire mausoleum of Old Man Great Sorrow, not only was the underground world of lava, where the coffin was an overturning the heavens and overturning the earth, the ice palace above was also collapsing. In the outermost region enveloped by the cold fog bewildering formation, the cold fog roiled like tidewater, restless and violent. Within the fake tomb, within that coffin of ice, a dazzling, bright light suddenly flickered as the mechanisms set up within were activated, a destructive power beginning to spread outwards in all directions. The raging flames in the underground world of lava and the sudden changes in the ice palace above even fused with each other. The spirit formation that Old Man Great Sorrow had set up began to completely reverse and collapse, the originally stable and stable spirit formation seemingly going berserk in the end, erupting with a shocking power. Ice and fire intermingled, resembling hell itself. Lin Zhou also didn't dare to remain here any longer as he retreated, leaving the spirit formation, making use of the final stabilizing force of the spirit formation before its collapse to open a passageway, returning to the surface. Meanwhile, within the underground world of lava, within the river of lava, the massive rock that Yin Zhaoge and Ahu were standing on had already begun to shatter. Blazing fire flew, lava surged in reverse, everything seemingly collapsing between the heavens and the earth. Ahu was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Without touching the coffin, only taking away the sacred artifact fragment, there shouldn't be such a change, right? Yin Zhaoge let out a long breath. Through the core of the spirit formation, reversing the spirit formation, it should be possible. Such a power that resembles a natural disaster. Even many martial grandmasters are unable to withstand it. Ahu's expression was ugly. Yin Zhaoge shook his head. There is no harm in being prepared. The ancients did not deceive me. Saying thus, Yin Zhaoge extended his left hand, a thin string tied around his wrist, a rhombus-shaped crystal suspended from it, crimson like fire, resembling a small shuttle. Yin Zhaoge took it down, infusing his aura chi within. The small crystal instantly expanded, becoming 2 feet long and as thick as an arm. It was precisely the underground splitting shuttle that Yin Zhaoge had personally forged. Yin Zhaoge lightly flicked the underground splitting shuttle. Under such circumstances, 2 perfect, low-grade spirit artifacts would not be of any use, but this thing can. Exploration and treasure hunting are essential for home and travel. The subterranean splitting shuttle, which was 2 feet long, once again grew in size, instantly turning into a crystal shuttle the size of a small boat. Ahu stared wide-eyed as Yin Zhaoge grabbed him, entering the underground splitting shuttle together. In the next moment, the underground splitting shuttle turned into a fiery red streak of light and plunged into the lava river. Within the underground splitting shuttle, only now did Ahu help his lower jaw, which had nearly fallen to the ground, return to its original position. Looking here and there, young master, this is the true use of the underground splitting shuttle? Yin Zhaoge said nonchalantly. The underground splitting shuttle, as its name suggests. What did you think it was used for? Ahu rubbed the back of his head. I thought it was just a tool used to open up a path or scout out the way. I didn't think that it could carry people. Saying that it's used to open up a path or scout out the way is actually not wrong. Yin Zhaoge raised his head and looked over. Separated by a thin layer of crystal, surging blazing fire and lava rampaged about, as though they could destroy the underground splitting shuttle at any time. Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips. In such an environment, it is still a little dangerous. After a long time, the underground splitting shuttle will also shatter. Ahu was shocked, just about to ask what to do when through the transparent crystal, he could see that the scene before him had suddenly changed, the fiery light dimming as it was all pitch black. Gazing back, he could see the crimson blazing fire and lava hot on their heels. It turned out that the underground splitting shuttle had penetrated deep into the rock formation, breaking away from that blazing fire world, leaving the blazing fire and lava far behind. Yin Zhaoge said, luckily, it wasn't used purely for defensive purposes in the first place, but for breaking out of an encirclement and fleeing. However, after this incident, the underground splitting shuttle's vitality will inevitably be greatly damaged. Even with the internal crystal furnace restoring it, wanting it to still have such good effects, it will still have to wait for a period of time. As Yin Zhaoge said this, he looked somewhat absent-mindedly towards the front. Ahu finally let out a sigh of relief, his heart that had been suspended in mid-air finally settling down. Having safely escaped from danger, his mind naturally turned elsewhere as he ground his teeth, saying, "Young master, this Lin Zhou really has some methods." Yin Zhaoge shrugged. Competing for the sacred artifact fragment, everyone will have to rely on their own methods. Generally speaking, after obtaining the sacred artifact fragment, one can just leave. Before this, there was no direct contact, no irreconcilable enmity, and there is also no need for one's competitor to be put to death. However, My situation is a little special, not mentioning that the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall are allies. Infinite, boundless mountain leaked out some of the foundations of the Thunder Element revival art. If the Heavenly Thunder Hall knew that it was my idea to rob Infinite, boundless mountain of the Thunderbolt Soul Jade, they would naturally want to get rid of me. Currently, our clan's Heavenly Water Mountain Tridomain Alliance has basically already shed all pretense of cordiality with the Heavenly Thunder Hall and the Sacred Sun Clan's Thunderfire Alliance. Lin Zhou is of the Heavenly Thunder Hall's direct lineage. If he kills me, not only will he not be punished when he returns to the Heavenly Thunder Hall, he will also have performed a great meritorious deed. Yin Zhaoge's voice sank, an indiscernible glow flickering within his eyes. Perhaps he has a more personal reason, wishing to erase my existence? Ahu grimaced. But how can he be so fast? We haven't been able to catch up to him along the way. It hasn't been that long since we entered the spear formation. Yin Zhaoge smiled nonchalantly. Who knows, there might always be someone better than you out there. He stretched out both hands and placed them on the protective wall of the underground splitting shuttle, injecting his own stellar energy. The direction that the underground splitting shuttle was heading towards was changing slightly. Ahu looked over curiously. Young master? Yin Zhaoge closed his eyes, raising his spiritual sense to the maximum. Old man Great Sorrow, specifically choosing the East Strangling Snow Mountains to live in seclusion, it might not be without some other reason. Do you still remember the words formed of the flames on the stone coffin, not dissipating even after a long time? Ahu answered, It seems to be regretful, meaning very regretful. Yin Zhaoge asked, What do you think old man Great Sorrow regretted before his death? Regretting that while he obtained the sacred artifact fragment, he still had to live in seclusion, gathering dust along with his treasure? Ahu scratched his head, saying somewhat hesitantly. Yin Zhaoge closed his eyes, raising his hand and drawing speedily on the underground splitting shuttle, the patterns that were formed actually similar to the spirit formation that old man Great Sorrow had set up. What you said is one possibility. However, there is another possibility as well. Yin Zhaoge said slowly, regretting that he had unfulfilled wishes, that his plans had not succeeded, yet his lifespan had already come to an end, only being left with regrets. Accompanied by the formation of the patterns, the underground splitting shuttle's trajectory clearly changed, advancing unceasingly. Chapter 143. Within the originally pitch-black underground, a large amount of purple light suddenly appeared, dazzling and dazzling. Within the underground splitting shuttle, Yin Zhaoge and Ahu could hear a series of exploding sounds of electricity by their ears. The two narrowed their eyes slightly before opening them, seeing that there was actually a massive hole within the underground rock stratum. Within the empty underground cave, a speck of purple thunder hovered in midair. With it as its center, numerous purple thunderbolts danced unceasingly within the space. On the four walls of the cave, numerous indistinct runes surfaced, the spiritual chi calm and tranquil. The runes, one red, one white, resembled the merging of fire and ice. The two spiritual chis of extreme cold and extreme heat congregated together, protecting the purple thunder light within, yet also preventing the electricity within from leaking out. At the same time, the hot and cold mutually balanced each other. No cold intent or hot chi leaking out at all. The purple thunder light that was the brightest in the center was shrouded by numerous clumps of light mist, resembling a violent thundercloud. At the center of the thundercloud, a purple orb was indistinctly visible, looking to be the size of a human fist. Looking at that orb, Yin Zhaoge snapped his fingers. It is indeed so. Ahu stared. It is rumored that the sacred artifact fragment that old man Great Sorrow obtained transformed into a purple orb, shrouded by thunderbolts. However, it was only the size of chicken egg. This is much bigger, This was formed from another sacred artifact fragment? Yin Zhaoge said, That's right. It seems that this sacred artifact fragment's autonomous spirituality was even stronger that year, with old man Great Sorrow not being able to collect it after finding it. Therefore, he set up a spirit formation here, attempting to slowly refine it over time. Yin Zhaoge surveyed his surroundings, looking at those numerous intermingling spirit patterns of ice and fire. Sadly, his longevity was already at its end, unable to wait until the day when it was completely refined. Ahu stuttered a little. Young master, you deduced this from the words left behind on Old Man Great Sorrow's coffin? He now understood why Yin Zhaoge had previously imitated Old Man Great Sorrow's spirit formation within the underground splitting shuttle. It was in order to guide the underground splitting shuttle to this place through the traces left behind by Old Man Great Sorrow. Yin Zhaoge shrugged. Anyway, since I'm riding the underground splitting shuttle to avoid the pursuit of the blazing lava and lava entering deep underground, I might as well try searching for it. The words left behind by the flame on the coffin have not dissipated even after so many years. It is clear how strong the regret in Old Man Great Sorrow's heart was. It was almost an obsession, so much so that his essence, chi, and spirit were condensed to such an extent before he died. Looking at that purple orb amidst the thunderclouds, Yin Zhaoge sighed. We can also be considered to have inherited Senior's legacy. Whether it was the sacred artifact fragment that Lin Zhou had obtained first or the one before him, they had all been refined by Old Man Great Sorrow. Otherwise, even with Old Man Great Sorrow's martial Grandmaster realm cultivation, it would be difficult for him to easily grasp and collect it, much less a Grandmaster martial artist. Ahu grinned. Young master, although I've never seen another holy weapon fragment, according to the rumors, and looking at the appearance of this fragment, they seem to originate from the same holy weapon. Looking at that thundercloud, Yin Zhaoge's voice was rather ethereal. That's right, it's the same one. Its name is the Eye of the Thunder Emperor, also known as the Eye of the Thunder Emperor. Exiting the underground splitting shuttle, Yin Zhaoge rose into the air, approaching that purple orb. As soon as he appeared, crackling sounds resounded in the surrounding space, before numerous snakes of electricity appeared within the air, striking over in unison. Yin Zhaoge was not flustered in the slightest as he extended his hand and drew numerous spirit patterns within the air. His aura chi condensed into spirit patterns, remaining within the air, not dissipating for a long time. The surrounding spiritual chi instantly fluctuated, causing the numerous intermingling spirit patterns of ice and fire on the surrounding stone walls to suddenly light up. Numerous rays of radiance extended, intersecting within the air. Coming into contact with this radiance, those streaks of lightning that had originally been hacking towards Yin Zhaoge instantly calmed down once more, transforming into scattered arcs of electricity as they dissipated within the air. Yin Zhaoge strode through the air, arriving at the edge of the thundercloud step by step. After carefully observing for a moment, feeling the flow of spiritual chi within, Yin Zhaoge extended his hands, directly touching the thundercloud. The intermingling spirit patterns of ice and fire on the surrounding stone walls shone with light, numerous streaks of alternating red and white light bolting onto Yin Zhaoge's body. Meanwhile, a great amount of purplish-blue lightning also shot out from within the thundercloud, moving about unceasingly on the surface of Yin Zhaoge's body. Seeing Yin Zhaoge's body covered by numerous streaks of lightning, Ahu within the underground splitting shuttle was incomparably nervous. The next moment, the thundercloud abruptly expanded, virtually swallowing Yin Zhaoge whole, before abruptly contracting once more. The numerous streaks of lightning were all absorbed within the purple orb, which with a one sound transformed into a bright streak of lightning, shooting into the skies. The spirit patterns on the surrounding stone walls all dimmed, no longer able to restrict the orb formed of the fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor. The orb transformed into a streak of lightning, directly penetrating through the rock layer, flying far away. Yin Zhaoge was safe and sound, a smile instead appearing on his face as he leapt back into the underground splitting shuttle. Let's chase. The underground splitting shuttle moved once more, breaking through the rock layer in the direction where the streak of lightning had disappeared in pursuit. And at the same time, The Lin Zhou, who had exited Old Man Great Sorrow's tomb earlier, wore a slightly mocking smile as he scanned the group of black-clothed martial practitioners under Yin Zhaoge's command outside. Then, unbeknownst to them, Lin Zhou left the group of mountains where the entrance to the tomb was located in a leisurely and unhurried manner. This time, he had obtained the treasures as he had expected, even having obtained some unexpected gains, causing Lin Zhou to be in a very good mood. However, before he had left for long, his expression suddenly changed. The bag used to store the treasures shook intensely, and the next moment, a streak of purple lightning directly ripped through the bag, shooting out from within. It was precisely that fragment of the eye of the Thunder Emperor that Lin Zhou had obtained from Old Man Great Sorrow's tomb. The perfectly round purple orb the size of a chicken egg emitted the sound of thunder, wanting to flee into the distance. Sucking in a deep breath, Lin Zhou raised his hand and threw out a massive dark red net. The massive net expanded in midair, instantly seeming to cover the heavens and cover the earth as it enveloped the entire sky, dyeing it dark red. The fleeing fragment of the eye of the Thunder Emperor crashed headfirst into the massive dark red net, being caught within. Looking at the trembling red net, Lin Zhou's gaze flickered unceasingly. This phenomenon was either summoned by the former owner of the sacred artifact, or there's an even more powerful fragment of the sacred artifact nearby, suddenly undergoing a change, thus attracting this fragment of mine. With the sacred artifact already having shattered into fragments, its former owner having long since passed away, the first possibility was eliminated. The only possibility left was that there was a second, even more powerful fragment of the sacred artifact nearby. While Lin Zhou's heart was burning with hope, he also vaguely had a bad premonition. Not waiting for him to heave a sigh of relief, the sacred artifact fragment erupted with the light of thunder, actually forcibly bringing the red net along as it flew off into the distance. Chapter 144. Lin Zhou watched gloomily as the sacred artifact fragment turned into lightning, still forcibly flying off into the distance despite being enveloped by the red net. Relying on his special advantage, it had been a long time since he had met with such a setback. This scene caused many unhappy memories to surface in Lin Zhou's mind. He quickly regained his composure, expanding his figure as he quickly chased after the fleeing sacred artifact fragment. Being dragged by the red net, the speed at which the sacred artifact fragment flew was not fast, and Lin Zhou did not lose track of it. As he chased, he thought rapidly. I never knew that there was actually a second eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment in this area. Just what? That's right. So that's the meaning behind the words, on Old Man Great Sorrow's coffin. Lin Zhou abruptly came to a realization. He found a second eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment, but refining and subduing it required time. He regretted not being able to live to that moment. Lin Zhou sighed. It's a pity that no one realized this. They only thought that he regretted having to live his days in hiding despite having the sacred artifact fragment, unable to relax even until the moment before his death. Looking at the fleeing lightning, Lin Zhou's gaze was somewhat deep. This can be considered as a lesson for me. I only have the information I know, and not all of it. In the future, I need to carefully observe and think about any clues that might be useful, and not be so engrossed in the information I already know that I gradually become numb to it. It's just that the second sacred artifact fragment is definitely in a state of concealment, which is why no one could sense it. Even when Old Man Great Sorrow's tomb completely exploded, it was still not alarmed. Then, what alarmed this sacred artifact fragment now? Is it a coincidence that I took out the first fragment in advance? Lin Zhou's gaze turned cold. Or is it someone else? At this moment, a figure suddenly flashed through Lin Zhou's mind. A figure that he felt was slightly unfamiliar with. The explosion of the tomb's spirit formation ultimately failed to take his life. Even a martial grandmaster might not be able to escape. So how did he do it? A martial grandmaster can only use a low-grade spirit artifact, and a low-grade spirit artifact cannot protect him in such a calamity. Lin Zhou's brows were tightly furrowed. Indeed, everything that exceeds expectations brings about variables, causing the waters to turn muddy. The Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment that was already in his possession had actually become uncertain again. Thinking of this, Lin Zhou felt a wave of dejection in his heart. It's really a hindrance. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and bolts of lightning rolled around his body. The martial arts of the Heavenly Thunder Hall were originally focused on speed, their movement techniques being highly esteemed amongst the martial legacies of the 6 great sacred grounds. Using his movement technique, Lin Zhou seemed to transform into a bolt of lightning as he chased after the Saint Weapon fragment. In the distance, deep underground, beyond the boundaries of the East strangling snow mountains, a scarlet beam of light broke through the rock strata at high speed. Sitting within the underground splitting shuttle, Yin Zhaoge and Ahu controlled the underground splitting shuttle to traverse swiftly. The Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment had already broken a path through the rock stratum in front of them, making it much easier for the underground splitting shuttle to traverse. The underground splitting shuttle continued upwards. Towards the end, the rock layer gradually loosened and turned into soil. Then, a bright light suddenly appeared in front of him. He had rushed out of the ground. Narrowing his eyes, Yin Zhaoge saw the fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor that he had been chasing hovering in mid-air, flickering with the roiling light of thunder. The roar of thunder resounded in the direction of the east strangling snow mountains. Gazing into the distance, another streak of thunder could be seen streaking across the sky, shooting over in their direction. Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. It's that first sacred artifact fragment from Old Man Great Sorrow's tomb. The second fragment is even larger and stronger, breaking through the air and appearing in this world, automatically drawing the first fragment over to gather. Ahu grinned widely. That Lin Zhou also just obtained the sacred artifact fragment, not having had the time to nourish and refine it. He's also not a martial grandmaster. He's completely unable to lock the sacred artifact fragment in place. Yin Zhaoge put his hand on his forehead, looking at the streak of thunder flying over, noticing that it was actually still enveloped by a red net. This thing looks a little like a blood cocoon net, Yin Zhaoge murmured. No wonder this sacred artifact fragment is flying so slowly. As the 2 sacred artifact fragments met, the roar of thunder within the sky was even more deafening. The sacred artifact fragment that Yin Zhaoge and Ahu had been pursuing had originally been hovering in midair. Now, with a wong sound, it moved once more, transforming into a purple streak of thunder as it also shot into the massive red net. The 2 sacred artifact fragments congregated together, roiling with the light of thunder, shockingly beginning to merge. Within the massive red net, 2 sacred artifact fragments in the form of purple orbs, one large and one small, combined into one, forming a round orb that was slightly larger than a fist. This orb was enveloped by the purplish-green light of thunder, a destructive force being born, growing, maturing, rotting, dying within. In an instant, this repeated itself millions upon millions of times. It was as though it was the process of the creation and destruction of a world. A vast ocean flowed within, the feeling of eternity in an instant instantly suffusing the area between the heavens and the earth. Ahu appraised the orb of thunder curiously. It is rumored that this is a sacred artifact that existed before the Great Calamity, having suffered a tribulation during the Great Calamity, thus shattering. Yin Zhaoge did not speak as he looked at the fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor, slightly lost in thought. He clearly knew that what Ahu said was not a rumor. The Eye of the Thunder Emperor was indeed a sacred artifact that had existed before the Great Calamity. That year, Yin Zhaoge had also heard of its name. Amongst sacred artifacts, it was also one of the peak ones. Yin Zhaoge even knew the origins of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor. It had been formed from one of the eyes of the Thunder Emperor, a bigwig expert who had been on par with the Flame Devil Emperor. Sadly, after the Great Calamity, everything had become a thing of the past. The fragment before them, having taken on a form of its own, resembled the Eye of the Thunder Emperor of the past, being a sacred artifact with its own spirituality. However, the Eye of the Thunder Emperor having shattered, there were far more than just two fragments. Yin Zhaoge regained his wits. According to the intelligence we obtained, that Lin Zhou is already a mid-Xiantian martial scholar. Because of the blood cocoon net, the speed of the sacred artifact fragment is rather slow. With such speed, if no one obstructs him, he should be able to catch up. Yin Zhaoge gazed into the distance in the direction of the east-strangling snow mountains. Indeed, on the plains at the foot of the snow mountains, he saw a figure shooting over towards them at the speed of lightning. The other party had clearly also discovered Yin Zhaoge, Ahu and the others, as his speed abruptly slowed. As the light of electricity dissipated somewhat, the figure of a handsome youth was revealed, his face sunken as water, his gaze like lightning. Seeing the underground splitting shuttle that Yin Zhaoge and Ahu were in, he let out a sigh of relief. Although I don't know what exactly is, it should only be a unique treasure that can traverse underground, not possessing an extremely strong power. These two also have not reached the martial Grandmaster realm. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, his mind wavered slightly for a moment. The person before him clearly looked the same as before, his bearing and even his temperament. If not for Lin Zhou's own unique experiences, he would not have been able to see any abnormalities at all. But now he just couldn't completely match the Yin Zhaoge before him with the one in his memories. Yin Zhaoge was similarly appraising the other party. In the memories of his body's original owner, he had seen the thunder-rumbling young Master Lin Zhou during the Heavenly Connection meet 3 years ago. However, Yin Zhaoge felt that the other party had changed too much. Chapter 145. Not counting the memories of his body's original owner, this was still the first time Yin Zhaoge had seen the Lin Zhou before him in person. However, compared to that high-spirited youth in his memories, Lin Zhou's temperament was much calmer now. While he still looked high-spirited, those eyes, amidst their sharpness, clearly concealed the vicissitudes of life, even gloominess. Lin Zhou was similarly looking at Yin Zhaoge. From the outside, the Yin Zhaoge before him was no different from the one in his memories. The same sharp, domineering aura, even a little overbearing and domineering. However, thinking of the various things that had happened over the past year, Lin Zhou was unable to match the Yin Zhaoge before him with his memories. Too many things that should not have happened had happened, too many unexpected changes had occurred. While being far away in the heaven domain and the mountain domain, information gathering was difficult, with Lin Zhou also unable to know the inside story of some things. However, just from what he knew, those changes that Lin Zhou felt to be chaotic more or less had Yin Zhaoge's figure mixed within them. Lin Zhou did not believe that this was all a coincidence. Looking at Lin Zhou, Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly. Senior apprentice brother Lin of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, long time no see, giving me such a huge gift as soon as we meet Glancing at the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment within the net, Lin Zhou smiled mildly. It should be me thanking you for giving me such a huge gift. Who said this is a saint artifact fragment? Yin Zhaoge chortled. I'm talking about Old Man Great Sorrow's mausoleum. What a grand move you made, collapsing the entire spirit formation mausoleum chamber, nearly burying me alive. Yin Zhaoge stared at Lin Zhou. Still, I'm rather curious as to how you managed to pass through the mausoleum's restrictions so quickly, taking the sacred artifact fragment aside, even finding the core of the spirit formation. Lin Zhou said unhurriedly, although Old Man Great Sorrow is a great grandmaster and is even more proficient in formations, he has passed away many years ago. The spirit array will deteriorate with time. I happen to be proficient in spirit arrays, so it won't be difficult for me to break it quickly. He looked smilingly at Yin Zhaoge. What? Do you find it very difficult? Yin Zhaoge applauded lightly. Splendid. I will have to experience your attainments in formations later on. I might not have that kind of free time. Lin Zhou said indifferently. As for finding the core of the spirit formation and destroying the entire tomb, that has nothing to do with me. I'm not sure what's going on either. Perhaps there are others who have also entered the spirit array. The corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth curled upward slightly. Breaking the spirit array wasn't much. But if he could quickly break it and even find the core of the spirit array, then be able to control it as he pleased with Lin Zhou's past performance, it would be too shocking, the contrast too great. Lin Zhou was also doing his best to avoid others noticing him. While it wouldn't be to the extent of wronging himself, he was still much more low-key than the unbridled Zhao Hao. Don't speak lies before the enlightened. Why must you conceal yourself like this? Yin Zhaoge, similarly, said neither hurriedly nor slowly. Your heavenly thunder hall, disciples wanting to kill me, is also not some secret. We can completely be honest with each other. For example, Yin Zhaoge smiled nonchalantly. Right now, I also kind of want to kill you a little. Lin Zhou's gaze was cold as he glanced at the eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment hovering silently in mid-air, enveloped by the net. He said, there will always be a chance for us to fight again. Now, I want to first take what originally belongs to me. Lin Zhou waved his hands, that blood-red net dragging the eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment flying towards him. Earlier, when the two fragments had been about to merge, this blood cocoon net had been unable to stop them. Now that the fragment had been congregated, having completed its fusion, it had regained its quiet state. As Lin Zhou activated the blood cocoon net, the fused fragment began to move along with it. This blood cocoon net was a unique treasure that he had unearthed from an unknown secret realm using his own unique advantages. This treasure was in the shape of a net, its greatest use being that it could create a powerful barrier that martial scholars would be completely hard-pressed to break through. Even if martial scholars wielded low-grade spirit artifacts, they would still be hard-pressed to break through the barrier. If martial grandmasters made a move, they would also be unable to resolve it within a short period of time. Yin Zhaoge didn't mind this scene in the slightest, his tone slow and leisurely. I have to remind you that that fragment of the eye of the Thunder Emperor does not belong to you. Saying thus, Yin Zhaoge opened his palm, revealing a flat, transparent crystal container within which a blood-red glow flickered. As Yin Zhaoge opened the container, numerous streaks of blood-red light instantly shot out from within. Guided by Yin Zhaoge's aura chi, those streaks of blood-red light lunged towards Lin Zhou's blood cocoon net, which instantly began to tremble. Streaks of light arose from the surface of the net, forming a blood-colored barrier of flowing light, attempting to obstruct the incoming enemies. However, the blood cocoon net, which could even block the full-powered attack of a heavenly connection martial scholar expert, under those streaks of blood-red light, appeared extremely weak and fragile. Under the attack of those streaks of light of the same color, the blood-colored barrier of flowing light seemed to be corroded as a large hole soundlessly appeared within it. That hole that had appeared expanded unceasingly at an extremely fast speed. What is this thing? Lin Zhou's gaze hardened. Yin Zhaoge's expression was as per usual as he fiddled with the transparent container, which was already completely empty. This was precisely the blood devil plate, which he had previously forged using the blood-refining orb and the flowing cloud mirror as its main materials. Specialized in breaking through all kinds of barriers, Ahu grinned widely, laughing happily as he strode towards the large hole in the blood cocoon net, his target being the sacred artifact fragment. A cold light flickered within the depths of Lin Zhou's eyes as he looked at Yin Zhaoge, suddenly saying, I wonder, in your heart, what is more important, your personal gains and losses, or the interests of your broad creed mountain as a whole? Huh? Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. Lin Zhou said mildly, I've heard that your broad creed mountain has a new disciple named Feng Yinsheng. As you say, one must not speak lies before a true person. She is actually a maiden of extreme Yin of the Sacred Sun clan, whose extreme Yin physique has been crippled, right? I've heard that she is currently cultivating together with others at the Yin-Yang Cloud Spring of the Mountain Domain's Cloud Portent Mountain. You have done well in avoiding the eyes and ears of others, but Lin Zhou smiled slightly, but I just happen to have done some research on maidens of extreme Yin. Using Yin and Yang coexisting, a land of solitary Yin containing solitary Yang, there's a possibility that Feng Yunxing's extreme Yin physique can be restored, right? Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge's eyes narrowed slightly into slits. Lin Zhou's expression was composed. Say, if the Sacred Sun clan knew of this news, what do you think they would think? More importantly, if Infinite Boundless Mountain knew of it, what would they think? Although you are currently in a cooperative relationship, Infinite Boundless Mountain is not a subordinate of your Broadcreed Mountain. The extreme Crown, Infinite Boundless Mountain, has also always wanted it very much. Ahu halted in his footsteps towards the eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment, swiveling his head to look at Lin Zhou with an unfriendly expression on his face. You want to threaten my young master? Lin Zhou laughed. I know that a big fella like you is not simple, but in terms of speed, wanting to kill me at the Heavenly Thunder Hall, it wouldn't be that easy. He looked at Yin Zhaoge. How about it? The Maiden of Extreme Een that your Broadcreed Mountain obtained with much difficulty, or the Sacred Artifact Fragment, which would you choose? You don't have to worry about me wanting to take all the benefits, taking it and then reporting it to Infinite Boundless Mountain. I'm not a greedy person. I only want one benefit. Although our two clans are currently enemies, I myself am happy to turn enemies into friends with those who have the ability. I just don't know if you would be willing to part with this Sacred Artifact Fragment. Chapter 146. Presenting the May 1st update. Don't rush off to play after reading it. Remember to vote for the monthly ticket first. From now onwards, 515 Fan Festival to enjoy double monthly tickets. Other events with red packets can also be watched. Ahu was laughing coldly by the side, rubbing his palms together as he was raring to go, clearly wanting to let Lin Zhou know what it meant to silence someone. Originally, having nearly been tricked to death by Lin Zhou in Old Man Great Sorrow's tomb, Ahu had already made up his mind to kill. Yin Zhaoge's expression was a little strange. He looked at Lin Zhou from head to toe for a long time before saying, "You look so out of place." Yin Zhaoge's words instead left Lin Zhou and Ahu a little confused. What I mean is, Yin Zhaoge considered his words for a moment, his expression not knowing whether to laugh or to cry, blatantly threatening people. This kind of thing, it seems like it should be me. No, it should be something done by the antagonist. Lin Zhou laughed involuntarily. You can't be saying that I'm despicable and shameless, right? You and I are of similar backgrounds, incomparable to ordinary martial practitioners. We both have quite a few treasures on us. And in terms of external strength, neither of us can gain an advantage over the other. However, this big fella beside you, as far as I know, while his spiritual light is not obvious, he's at least a late Xiantian martial scholar, possibly even in the Heavenly Connection stage. At this point, Lin Zhou shook his head. With such a person as your personal retainer, even I am a little envious of you. While I'm confident in myself, in a 1 versus 2 situation where one of them is even a Heavenly Connection martial scholar, I don't want to waste my strength if I can. I have other chips on hand that I can use. Why wouldn't I use them? Lin Zhou looked at Yin Zhaoge. Of course, if I say, you and I fight one-on-one, whoever wins gets the Sacred Artifact Fragment. If the big fella beside you doesn't interfere, I'd be very happy to compete with you. Everyone speaks with their own abilities. However, I am a mid-Xiantian martial scholar. You are an early Xiantian martial scholar. Wouldn't it be even more despicable if I suggested this? Lin Zhou said calmly. Moreover, firstly, our clans are already enemies, and secondly, this matter involves the sacred artifact fragment. Extraordinary. Even if you agree to a duel, I'm still worried that you'll go back on your word. Isn't it normal to have some chips in your hands? Yin Zhaoge could not help but laugh as he shook his head. No, don't misunderstand. It's just that happiness came too suddenly, leaving me somewhat unprepared. He looked at Lin Zhou and sighed with a smile. This is a little out of my expectations. It's a little different from my impression. Lin Zhou lightly said, I only care about feelings for the people I value. What does the life and death of others have to do with me? It was fine as long as he could achieve his goal. It doesn't matter if the method is bright or dark. The Sacred Sun Clan's Tang Yonghao is indeed an open and above-board gentleman, but he will lose his life because of this sooner or later. Hearing the latter half of his words, a playful look appeared within Yin Zhaoge's gaze, fluctuating slightly before immediately regaining its calm. Looking at Lin Zhou, Yin Zhaoge tilted his head slightly, correcting some errors in your understanding. You're not in a safe state where you can attack or retreat. Accompanied by Yin Zhaoga's words, Ahu laughed savagely, his figure abruptly lunging forward. As his figure moved, his massive frame resembled a drifting, ghostly shadow, his entire person in just an instant. He lunged before Lin Zhou. It looks like you have chosen the sacred artifact fragment. Lin Zhou's expression did not change as he retreated, his speed as fast as lightning. The swiftness of the Heavenly Thunder Hall's movement techniques was displayed to the extreme. However, Ahu roared savagely. After the lunging attack of the Ghost Tiger Divine Claw, he executed the howling wind-leaping technique of the Tiger Roar Demonic Fist. Lin Zhou had originally looked like he was about to evade, but Ahu leapt up a second time, resembling a strong wind as he instantly broke through space, arriving before him once more. The spiritual light above Ahu's head shot straight into the horizon. It was not an illusory light, but a true spiritual light that connected to the heavens. The pressure of a heavenly connection, martial scholar, directly locked down the surrounding space, the air as heavy as rock. Faced with this dangerous situation, Lin Zhou's eyes instead shone brightly. As the light of thunder flickered behind his back, he actually unfurled a pair of wings completely formed of thunder and lightning. As this pair of wind-thunder wings vibrated, Lin Zhou's speed rose yet again, narrowly avoiding Ahu's lunging attack. Looking at Yin Zhaoga, who was still where he was, standing between the blood cocoon net and the eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment, as well as Ahu had arrived before him, a cold smile appeared at the corners of Lin Zhou's mouth. Very good. Everything is going according to plan. You are not willing to part with the sacred artifact fragment, but I am. Lin Zhou's gaze was sharp cold. The blood cocoon net that was gradually breaking apart suddenly emitted a bright light, numerous thin threads of blood suddenly piercing straight into the eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment. Suddenly stimulated, the eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment shook mightily, its thunderbolts becoming incomparably violent. The roaring sound of thunder resounded throughout the horizon, an incomparably terrifying pressure erupting from the sacred artifact fragment, as though it wanted to sweep through the heavens and the earth. The expression of Ahu, who had already almost lunged before Lin Zhou, abruptly changed as he looked back in shock. This fella, from the very beginning, his goal was never the sacred artifact fragment. His goal was to kill young master. Using the news of Feng Yunsheng regaining her extreme physique to threaten Yin Zhaoga to either directly give up on the sacred artifact fragment or fight him one-on-one. These were all just traps to further numb people's minds. Having come here and seen Yin Zhaoga, Lin Zhou's plan had been to kill him here. Even if he had to give up on the sacred artifact fragment, he would not hesitate. Ahu immediately halted, turning and rushing towards the eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment as well as Yin Zhaoga. Lin Zhou had a card up his sleeve as he looked mildly at this scene. This evil servant of yours, while his cultivation base is not weak, his flaws are too obvious, too easy to deal with. You have always placed Yin Zhaoga's safety first. Between protecting Yin Zhaoga and killing your enemy, your choice would definitely be the former. But sadly, it's already too late. Hurriedly returning, you would only be accompanying him in death. Ahu hurriedly turned and retreated, and Lin Zhou's originally retreating figure also came to an extreme halt, before instead charging forward. While the sacred artifact fragment is good, it is only a fortuitous encounter. If you, Yin Zhaoga, die, everything will return to normal, no longer causing any disturbances, and I will have even more fortuitous encounters that I can stably obtain. Yin Zhaoga, you are too much of a hindrance. Even if the power of the sacred artifact fragment couldn't kill Yin Zhaoga and Ahu, it would still cause them to be like an arrow at the end of its flight. Lin Zhou would not let go of this chance. Gazing at Lin Zhou, the corners of Yin Zhaoga's mouth also revealed a hint of a smile. Blood cocoon net, good stuff very rarely seen. Lin Zhou's expression did not change, but his heart abruptly trembled. He knows all about the blood cocoon net as well as all its uses. Yin Zhaoga smiled, punching towards the blood cocoon net and the eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment from a distance. I was specifically waiting for this move of yours. I just knew that you would deliver yourself to me." The demonic red light emitted by the blood devil plate earlier that was currently corroding the blood cocoon net suddenly turned dark and gloomy, pitch black as ink. As the jet black light flickered, the blood cocoon net's movements in contact with the sacred artifact fragment were instantly restrained. While the movements of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment continued, they no longer intensified. Rushing back, Ahu clasped his palms together, his aura chi transforming into numerous black hurricanes that enveloped the sacred artifact fragment. With his heavenly connection martial scholar cultivation base, he resisted the current movements of the sacred artifact fragment, preventing it from erupting. His speed as fast as lightning, Lin Zhou, who had already been hot on his heels, instantly knit his brows tightly. His wind thunder wings could advance and retreat as they pleased. Knowing that the situation was bad, he changed directions once more, preparing to retreat. Too late. Yin Zhaoge laughed, raising his hands. Two bright lights, one green, one purple, resembled long rainbows streaking through the heavens, piercing through the clouds. At such a close distance, however fast Lin Zhou was, he would also be hard-pressed to evade. He barely managed to twist his body to evade, but the two wings of thunder behind his back were completely shattered by the two streaks of light, one green, one purple. Yin Zhaoge's figure crouched and leapt as fast as lightning, killing his way before Lin Zhou. Thank you, everyone, for your support all this time. This time, I hope that you will all be able to support the Author's Hall of Glory as well as the general selection of works during the 515 Fan Festival. Other than that, the Fan Festival will also have some red packets and gifts. Receive them and continue to subscribe. To be continued. Chapter 147. The green and purple lights were the two low-grade spirit weapons, the J-Dragon Sword and the Purple Gold Thunder Sword. As a martial scholar, Yin Zhaoge was unable to simultaneously wield two spirit artifacts, but he chose a more decisive method. While controlling his J-Dragon spiritual sword, he directly landed the Purple Gold Thunder Sword. Severing the connection between him and the spirit weapons, he borrowed the explosive force in the last moment to send both swords flying, slashing straight at Lin Zhou. Yin Shan's Purple Gold Thunder Sword? At such a close distance, be it parrying or dodging, Lin Zhou was caught unprepared. He didn't even have the time to activate his spirit weapon. He could only try his best to avoid being hit at the critical moment. However, the two wind thunder wings that extended from his shoulders were pierced by the two spirit weapons. As Yin Zhaoge's figure leapt, the aura wind heaven warping chi, Broad Creed Mountain's direct lineage wind calamity movement technique, as well as the howling wind leaping technique of the tiger roar demonic fist were executed simultaneously. With the three arts combining as one, Yin Zhaoge's figure was as swift as a gale of lightning as he instantly shot before Lin Zhou. Even with Lin Zhou's cultivation base as a mid-Xiantian martial scholar, as well as the Heavenly Thunder Hall's direct lineage swift and violent movement techniques, Yin Zhaoge was still instantly able to close in on him. Although he was a little gloomy, Lin Zhou did not lack the courage of a martial artist. Seeing that Ahu was being held up by the fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor, he let out a loud roar that was like a sudden clap of thunder. Lightning abruptly burst forth from Lin Zhou's hand, and a cyan blue long saber appeared in his palm. Impressively, it was also a low-grade spirit weapon. He brandished his saber, yet actually just like Yin Zhaoge had done earlier, directly striking down his own spirit artifact. The violent saber light broke apart the J-Dragon sword within Yin Zhaoge's palm. The J-Dragon sword vibrated and let out a dragon's roar. The sword light shone brightly as if it had a life of its own and clashed with Lin Zhou's flying thunderblade. While Lin Zhou threw the saber, his other hand was raised like a saber towards the sky, as if he was raising a saber. Along with this action, the ear-piercing sound of electric currents zizi resounded between heaven and earth. He released his energy. Like bolts of lightning, they condensed in the air to form a giant lightning saber that was more than 100 feet long. The violent purplish-blue light of thunder directly illuminated Yin Zhaoge's face, turning it purple. Heavenly Thunder Hall's direct lineage martial art, Wild Thunder Lightning Blade. Its speed might not be as fast as a martial artist of the same realm using the purple electric rainbow sword, but its momentum was more ferocious and domineering. Unlike back on Cloud Portent Mountain, when Jihan Ru had clashed with Yin Zhaoge, he had even felt that it was an unfair battle due to his higher cultivation base. Lin Zhou immediately used his full strength when he attacked. As the saber chopped down, bolts of lightning flashed, seeming to transform into an illusory world. The illusory world formed from stellar energy was filled with thunderclouds. Terrifying bolts of lightning slithered through the dark clouds and descended from the sky, making the entire world seem like a purgatory of lightning. His stellar energy, which had gained sentience, combined with his martial path, turned into an illusory world. This was the technique of a middle-stage Xiantian martial artist. Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change as the acupoints of his entire body shuddered simultaneously. Streaks of blazing hot aura chi that resembled fire dragons intermingled with streaks of icy cold aura chi that resembled ice dragons, rising together. Yin Zhaoge simultaneously struck out with both his hands, one executing the ocean stabilizing spirit fist, the other executing the heavenly snake king fist. One active, one passive, one hard, one soft, communicating the changes of yin and yang, indescribably wondrous. The combined attack of the turtle and the snake. The divinity of Xuanwu. The aura chis of the blazing hot and icy cold meridians merged, their might powerful as never before. The power that erupted mightily broke through the illusory world formed of Lin Zhou's saber intent and aura chi. Lin Zhou's gaze was heavy and cold. After the ferocious saber, his style suddenly changed. A dazzling sword light lit up, not as violent as the saber light, but even faster. Purple electric rainbow sword. Unsheathing a sword, its speed was already at the peak. The purple electric rainbow sword executed by Lin Zhou, who had stepped into the mid-Xiantian martial scholar realm, was even faster and stronger than Yin Shan's. This was known to the world. The Heavenly Thunder Hall's lightning flashing thunder, lightning flashing being proficient in the sword, thunder rumbling being proficient in the saber. But now, Yin Zhaoge could confirm that Lin Zhou was truly suppressing Yin Shan in all aspects. Breaking through the preconceived notions of others, this sudden sword of Lin Zhou's was like a sudden clap of thunder, causing one to be unable to guard against it. Even though their cultivation bases were similar, the threat it posed far surpassed that of Yin Shan, who was famed for his sword. The speed of this sword was so fast that Yin Zhaoge's vision was virtually unable to capture its trajectory. What was even more frightening was that as this sword of Lin Zhou's appeared, it was a short sword 2 feet long, spiritual light overflowing in all directions, shaking one's very soul. Shockingly, it was yet another low-grade spirit artifact. Even with the background of Lin Zhou and Yin Zhaoge, or even Xiao Shun from back then, to them who were still in the martial scholar realm, possessing 2 spirit artifacts was already an extraordinary thing. However, Yin Zhaoge had long since been on guard against Lin Zhou suddenly revealing his trump card. Above Yin Zhaoge's head, a dazzling golden light rose, resembling the rising sun. The radiant sun wheel that resembled the blazing sun collided head-on with Lin Zhou's cloud dust sword. Xiao Shun's radiant sun wheel indeed changed too many things. Lin Zhou's gaze turned cold, as even as the purple electric rainbow sword arrived, he also punched out. ZZZZ. With this attack of Lin Zhou's, his fist and arm were instantly filled with a dense net of thunderbolts, flickering brilliantly, resembling ghosts and divinities. Another direct lineage martial art of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the Green Thunder Right Heart Fist. The radiant sun wheel and Lin Zhou's cloud dust sword mutually restricted each other, both collapsing outwards. Lin Zhou's fist that resembled explosive thunder directly arrived before Yin Zhaoge. Rumble. A sound that resembled explosive thunder resounded. Yin Zhaoge could only feel as though the heavens and earth before him were collapsing, as a massive fist entwined with purplish-green lightning struck towards him. Yin Zhaoge's expression was calm, a bright light shooting out from within his eyes. Facing Lin Zhou's iron fist, Yin Zhaoge also punched out. However, halfway through his fist, Yin Zhaoge's arm suddenly shook. Resembling a divine dragon waving its tail, his arm shook. A flick, a flick. He had clearly merged the sword intent of his coiling dragon sleeve within his fist intent. Coiling dragon sleeve, divine dragon waving its tail. As Yin Zhaoge's arm shook, his body rotated, a massive compass beneath his feet abruptly twisting. The violent, distorting force caused even the air beneath Yin Zhaoge's feet to have a charred smell. Just like this, Yin Zhaoge's fist smashed onto Lin Zhou's wrist, deflecting his green thunder right heart fist. Lin Zhou was shocked, wanting to change his stance, but Yin Zhaoge was faster than him. His body rotating, Yin Zhaoge's right fist smashed aside Lin Zhou's green thunder right heart fist. Making use of the force of its collision with the green thunder right heart fist, his body spun in the opposite direction at an inconceivable speed. His left fist swept out horizontally, resembling another massive dragon, swinging its tail as it mightily smashed towards Lin Zhou's temple. Twin dragons sweeping their tails. Lin Zhou roared loudly, his entire body's aura qi surging madly as his bones emitted explosive crackling sounds. His body actually inconceivably abruptly grew taller by over an inch. At the same time, his body retreated at its greatest speed. However, the power of Yin Zhaoge's explosive force shocked the world. Even though Lin Zhou's reaction could already be considered extremely fast, he was still unable to completely evade this second divine dragon sweeping their tails. While he avoided his temple, his cheek was still brushed past by Yin Zhaoge's fist. Lin Zhou could only feel stars before his eyes as he felt slightly dizzy, one side of his face aching to the point of numbness, all of his teeth seemingly about to fly out of his mouth. Yin Zhaoge being stronger than he had expected, Lin Zhou's viciousness was also stimulated. Yin Zhaoge's brows twitched as he saw Lin Zhou not caring about taking that punch, directly kicking out from below, wanting to return a tooth for a tooth. Thank you, everyone, for your support all this time. This time, I hope that you will all be able to support the glorious Hall of Writers and the overall selection of works on the 515 Fan Festival. Other than that, there are also some red packets and gifts for the Fan Festival. Collect them and continue to subscribe. To be continued. Chapter 148. A cold glint flickered within Yin Zhaoge's eyes as the sound of thunder exploding resounded from where the two had come into contact. His punch felt as if he had punched a mountain and was struck by lightning. His fist fell numb. The circulation of his qi and blood was impeded, and his entire fist felt as if it wasn't his own. It was similar to his right hand. Although the divine dragon swings, its tail had deflected Lin Zhou's green lightning righteous fist. His right hand, which had come into contact with Lin Zhou's arm, was also paralyzed by the explosion of the lightning aura on Lin Zhou's fist. The martial arts of the Heavenly Thunder Hall were proficient in offense and not defense. As soon as one fell to a disadvantage, the disadvantage would only grow greater and greater. Lin Zhou, who had already lost the initiative, did not dare to continue retreating. He immediately launched a counterattack with a kick. He wanted to turn the situation around with a method that would cause both sides to suffer. It's not a martial art of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, but more like a variant of the flying dragon-chasing star kick of before the Great Calamity. These thoughts flashed through Yin Zhaoge's mind like lightning. With a low snort, Yin Zhaoge similarly did not retreat, instead taking a step forward, raising his knee like a shield. All the muscles in his body were knotted, and under his skin, countless large tendons twisted together to support his skin, making his already tough skin even stronger. One of the 6 spirit demonic fists, the rhinoceros demonic fist. His fist theory was modeled after the primordial giant rhinoceros, an ancient demonic beast. Its defensive power was unparalleled in the world. Yin Zhaoge raised his knee, not retreating a single step as he forcibly took on Lin Zhou's dragon, soaring, chasing moon kick. At the same time, in a single breath, the numbness in his hands was alleviated and his blood flow was restored. Yin Zhaoge's entire body's aura qi surged, not giving Lin Zhou any time to catch his breath as his iron fist turned into a palm, a purplish-red color covering his palm. The Tashita palm continued to strike toward Lin Zhou's face. Lin Zhou crossed his palms. His second wave of counterattack had already been launched, but he helplessly discovered that the second wave of counterattacks had already been launched. Yin Zhaoge changed his moves even faster. With the two clashing like this, it would be him who would be struck by Yin Zhaoge first. Having tested the defensive power of Yin Zhaoge's spirit Rhino Demonic Fist with a single kick, Lin Zhou had already clearly understood one thing. Although his realm was a level higher, if he were to exchange injury for injury, then he would definitely lose. On the contrary, he would suffer a greater loss. Lin Zhou's brows knit tightly as he could only retract his fist, raising his arm to block Yin Zhaoge's Tashita palm. With this, Yin Zhaoge's first mover advantage was completely secured. They were unforgiving when in power. Yin Zhaoge's following attacks resembled an unceasing chain of tsunamis, each higher than the previous as they enveloped the heavens and covered the earth as they struck towards Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou was also not discouraged or flustered, displaying a toughness that was rare amongst Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners as he pushed his movement arts to the maximum, resembling the flickering silhouettes of lightning as he dispelled Yin Zhaoge's attack. The two of them stepped on the void, their figures flashing continuously in the sky and landing on the ground from time to time. He stomped on the ground, causing cracks to appear. The spiritual weapons of both sides clashed with one another, but on their bodies, precious weapons would shine. Spiritual light shot out in all directions, mutually restraining and neutralizing each other, exchanging blows. Yin Zhaoge's entire body surged with aura qi, emitting the roars of dragons and tigers. While Lin Zhou's aura qi contained the fierceness of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, it also displayed a heaviness that far surpassed Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. His aura qi that was filled with spirituality manifested as an illusory heaven and earth enveloped Yin Zhaoge, bringing with it an immense threat such that Yin Zhaoge was also unable to continue expanding his advantage. As the battle reached its climax, Yin Zhaoge's aura qi transformed into a sword. A Big Dipper sword that was exquisite to the extreme seemed to descend from beyond the heavens as it shot straight towards Lin Zhou's forehead. Lin Zhou's cold gaze suddenly turned blazing hot. His figure suddenly spun, a fierce, violent saber art, suddenly becoming soft and gentle as water. Amidst the all-encompassing thunderbolts, a stream of water suddenly appeared. That stream of water condensed into a single line, cutting through space, seemingly indestructible, yet also agile and ever-changing, its trajectory hard to predict. Yin Zhaoge's pupils abruptly dilated. Jade Sea City's one-line edge? The sea and the sky as one. Who dares to contend with it? The direct lineage martial art of the water domain's Jade Sea City, one-line edge. It had actually been executed by the direct disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Lin Zhou. It was not just an imitation, but a powerful martial art that had truly obtained its essence. While Yin Zhaoge had expected that Lin Zhou would definitely have a trump card, executing this one-line edge had truly surpassed his predictions. This was far more shocking to Yin Zhaoge than Lin Zhou executing some supreme martial art of pre-Great Calamity times that had already been lost in the Eight Extremities world. Yin Zhaoge's Big Dipper sword changed, resembling the 7 stars locking down the heavenly river, forcibly halting the strange, unpredictable attack of that waterline. Making use of this chance, Lin Zhou finally obtained the chance to switch from defense to offense. The aura qi of his entire body abruptly skyrocketed. His left and right hands simultaneously, his aura qi transforming into saber and sword. One hand gripping the sword, the other wielding the saber. The undetectable rumbling of thunder resounded between the heavens and the earth. In the illusory heaven and earth formed of Lin Zhou's Orochi, other than all-encompassing thunder and lightning, there was nothing else. The Heavenly Thunder Hall's direct lineage lightning character Formula 72 swords and thunder character Formula 36 sabers were executed together. Seeing this, the expression of Ahu, who was stabilizing the eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment by the side, instantly changed. Thunder and lightning intersecting? How'd he do it? The Heavenly Thunder Hall's supreme martial art, saber and sword combined, thunder and lightning intersecting. Ever since the Heavenly Thunder Hall had been founded, there had never been a martial scholar who could execute it. Lin Zhou had set a precedent. That illusory heaven and earth that was filled with thunder and lightning mightily exploded. Lin Zhou's gaze was cold to the point that it didn't carry any warmth at all. If no accidents happened, Yin Zhaoge, you would actually be a dead man soon. This world does not need your existence. Walk the path of destiny that you originally should walk. Sword light that resembled lightning and saber light that resembled thunderbolts suffused the entire sky within a radius of 1,000 meters. The two forces collided, causing the originally violent force to completely erupt in an instant. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge's gaze was calm as he sucked in a deep breath. His fists came together in the stance of the ocean, stabilizing spirit fist. As the clear chi within his dantian surged, the chaotic chi mass abruptly shook. The orochi that resembled dragons coiled within the acupoints of his entire body suddenly changed in unison. The orochi that was blazing hot as fire, in an instant, completely transformed into an orochi of cold ice, merging with those originally numerous streams of ice-cold orochi. A layer of cold mist seemed to arise around Yin Zhaoge's body. The ice-cold orochi that was vast as the sea propelled the ocean, stabilizing spirit fist. As Yin Zhaoge struck out with this move, his entire person seemed to have transformed into a bottomless, icy sea. It was incomparably quiet, incomparably cold, and even deathly silent. Everything returned to the bottom of the abyss, as if they had entered the land of eternal rest. As those violent thunderbolts descended, they were like clay oxen entering the sea for a time, unable to do anything to Yin Zhaoge. Even if there were saber lights and sword shadows that broke through the defenses of Yin Zhaoge's ocean, stabilizing spirit fist, they were forcibly withstood by Yin Zhaoge's body of steel tempered through the spirit rhino, demonic fist. The first spurt of energy, the second decline, the third exhaustion. Lin Zhou's lightning strikes were incomparably violent, but they left as quickly as they came. At this moment, the momentum of Yin Zhaoge's fist abruptly changed, the ocean-stabilizing spirit fist transforming into the heavenly Snake King fist. From extreme stillness to extreme movement, it changed in an instant, yet it was perfect and free. It was as if a true dragon had ascended to the heavens after hiding in the abyss. As the chaotic chi mass within his dantian shook once more, Yin Zhaoge's ice-cold orochi instantly turned fiery hot as well. A violent force erupted in an instant, brazenly breaking apart Lin Zhou's saber and sword combination that had lost its sharpness. Yin Zhaoge strode forward, activating his aurifire chi as he simultaneously struck out with both hands, simultaneously executing the Teshita palm, striking towards Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou exerted all his strength in his legs and dodged backwards. He raised his arm in front of his chest to block the attack. Crack! Crack! Two muffled sounds resounded as the bones of Lin Zhou's left forearm were directly broken into three by Yin Zhaoge's two palms. Thank you, everyone, for your support all this while. This time, I hope that you will all be able to support the glorious Hall of Fame for the Fan Festival as well as the overall selection of works. Other than that, there will also be some red packets for the Fan Festival. Receive one and continue to subscribe. To be continued. Chapter 149. Yin Zhaoge simultaneously struck out with both his palms, causing Lin Zhou's left forearm to distort unnaturally, appearing somewhat twisted. Lin Zhou let out a low and miserable groan. He didn't dare to continue to face the attack head-on. His body borrowed the force of the impact to fly backwards. However, he was currently already completely thrown into disarray. Even as he retreated, he was still enveloped and locked down by Yin Zhaoge's aura. A wisp of a fierce expression flashed in the depths of Lin Zhou's eyes while his chest heaved up and down, and then a rain of blood suddenly sprayed from his mouth. The blood rain turned into mist in the air and enveloped Lin Zhou's body. The jade pendant at the center of Lin Zhou's waist suddenly lit up, its color turning from dark green to blood red. The jade pendant shattered and a red light shone, wrapping around Lin Zhou's body. Instantly, he turned into a stream of light and flew towards the distant horizon. This speed was even faster than when Lin Zhou flapped his wind and thunder wings with all his might. Even a great Grandmaster-level martial sage would not be able to stop this sudden speed. Looking at the red light that had instantly vanished into the distance, Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. "Oh, blood transforming flowing light jade awe? You've already matured quite a bit, and your family background is quite deep. Compared to Yi Jing and Zhao Hao, you're more difficult to kill. If I want to kill you, I need to make some preparations in advance." Ahu, who was suppressing the sacred artifact fragment, asked with some worry, "Young master, we let him go. Miss Feng is at the Yin-Yang Cloud Spirit Spring on Cloud Portent Mountain." "It's fine," Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly. "I was just intentionally trying to deceive him just now." Junior Sister Feng's side has actually reached the final stage. Even if she leaves the Yin-Yang Cloud Spirit Spring, it won't affect her much. As long as we don't delay here, we can immediately send a message back. Marshal Aunt Fu understands the situation and knows how to deal with it. Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes slightly. "I'm rather interested in some of the things that he has displayed himself. To be honest, I was even somewhat mentally prepared for the fact that he could cast the thunder and lightning strike at the Grandmaster realm. But he actually knows Jade Sea City's one-line edge. This has truly surpassed my predictions." Thunder and lightning collided. No matter what, they were all martial arts of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. The martial arts derived from the flying dragon-chasing star kick could also be Lin Zhou's own fortuitous encounter, which could also be explained. Just like how Yin Zhaoge wasn't afraid of others asking him why he knew martial arts like the Six Spirits' demonic fist. The Great Calamity had caused the martial legacies to be severed. There were also many relics left behind, giving many opportunities to the martial artists of this era who were starting over. However, a single-line edge was different. This was the direct lineage martial art of the current water domain's sacred ground, Jade Sea City. Also, it had been created by Jade Sea City's own martial practitioners, its legacies and pre-Great Calamity times being very shallow, being one of the crystallizations of the martial civilization of the current era. Lin Zhou's one-line edge. It was exactly the same as the current direct lineage of Jade Sea City. Finding an expert of Jade Sea City who was proficient in this martial art to execute, it would also be like this. This caused Yin Zhaoge to feel extremely interested. This fella, how did he learn the one-line edge? Ahu grinned widely. He's still thinking of leaking news of Miss Feng to Infinite Boundless Mountain and the Sacred Sun Clan. "Young master, if you leak this news to Jade Sea City will immediately find trouble with him." This time, the conflict between the Heavenly Thunder Hall and Jade Sea City has intensified. He can't deny it. If he doesn't admit it, young master doesn't need to say anything. I'll go perform the Blood Soul Recollection ceremony with him. Yin Zhaoge said, "Let's not talk about that first. The power fluctuations of the sacred artifact fragment are still very conspicuous. While Lin Zhou has come to try his luck, adding on Yin Shan from before, who knows if they might draw over other people of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. I'll first collect the eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment." Saying thus, Yin Zhaoge came before the eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment once more, clenching his hand into a fist, punching out. His fist didn't land on the sacred artifact fragment, as Yin Zhaoge used his fist intent to shake and merge it within. During this process, Yin Zhaoge's mind was also connected to the eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment. Before his eyes, a world filled with thunderbolts appeared. This place was far more realistic than the illusory heaven and earth formed of Lin Zhou's aura qi, and also much more terrifying. A single carelessness. Yin Zhaoge's soul and mind shattered here, his entire person becoming an empty shell like a walking corpse. However, the concept contained within was also boundless profundities. While it was incomplete due to the sacred artifact being shattered, looking at it, Yin Zhaoge comprehended many things. This was the most primitive power of thunderbolts. Released in an instant, the power of life and death. As though accompanied by the sound of thunder, chaos was broken. The heavens and the earth split apart. Yin Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath, an instant's thunder, in an instant combusting everything, concentrating all its power to be released in a single instant. The so-called instant, with the flick of a finger, was 60 instants. Eternity in an instant, the longest and shortest, the two extremes of time. Having comprehended eternity in an instant, one would also have comprehended the profundities of time. The concept of the eye of the Thunder Emperor was to use the life and death of thunderbolts to deduce the birth and death of all things, the changes between the heavens and the earth, deduce the infinite profundities of time. Yin Zhaoge's palms abruptly came together, the eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment before him shaking, retracting the light of thunder. The purple orb that was even a little larger than a human fist began gradually shrinking in size, before transforming into a bluish-purple light of thunder. Yin Zhaoge opened his eyes wide, focusing on the area before him. Then, the bluish-purple light of thunder before him slowly entered Yin Zhaoge's right eye. Ha! Yin Zhaoge let out a muffled groan, closing his eyes as he unconsciously covered his right eye with his hand. An uncomfortable feeling emanated from his right eye. Even with his eye closed, purple light still flickered unceasingly before his eyes. Yin Zhaoge even felt his head swell, as though he was about to faint. Streams of refined qi that resembled electricity traversed within his body, causing it to feel numb. The acupoints of Yin Zhaoge's entire body pulsed, unceasingly inhaling and exhaling this refined qi of thunder. Within his Dantian qi ocean, it circulated at an extremely high speed, dissipating and absorbing this refined qi. After a while, Yin Zhaoge opened his right eye, a violent purple light flashing past, shaking one's very soul. Quietly standing guard by the side, seeing this, Ahunau said, "Young master, nourishing the sacred artifact fragment with your own body will be of great benefit to the fragment, as well as to your own cultivation. However, the danger involved is also extremely great." Still feeling a little uncomfortable in his right eye, Yin Zhaoge immediately closed it slightly, nodding, "You can rest easy. I know what to do. We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's go." The two quickly left the area, the few spirit artifacts scattered by the side also being collected by Yin Zhaoge. Other than the sacred artifact fragment, this time, Yin Zhaoge had also obtained Lin Zhou's low-grade spirit artifact, the Flying Thunder Saber. TSK, the Radiant Sun Wheel, the Purple Gold Thunder Sword, and now the Flying Thunder Saber. I've collected quite a few signature weapons of my opponents. Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips, glancing in the direction of the Thunder Domain. However, I am more interested in this. How much do you know about Maidens of Extremine? Is it your own knowledge, or have you heard it from somewhere else? Thank you, everyone, for your support all this time. This time, I hope that you can support the Authors Hall of Glory and the general election of works on the 515 Fan Festival. Also, there are some red envelopes and gift bags for the Fan Festival. Take one and continue to subscribe. To be continued. Chapter 150. The situation on Feng Yunxing's side had already been decided. Even if the news leaked out, it wouldn't matter. Even if the Sacred Sun clan knew of it, it was also fine. The relationship between the two sides was already bad enough anyway. As for the thoughts of the other sacred grounds, Other than infinite, boundless mountain being somewhat vexed, they actually wouldn't be all that intense. At the end of the day, Broad Creed Mountain, who had always been a bystander in the extreme Een bout, finally possessed a maiden of extreme Een that belonged to them. Actually, it was just that they had the qualifications to participate in the extreme Een bout. The final ownership of the extreme Een crown would still have to depend on the results of the competition between the various maidens of extreme Een. Therefore, the one whom the other sacred grounds were most wary of was still the Sacred Sun clan's Mengwan. On the other hand, Feng Yunsheng, who had already wasted a lot of time and had just started her journey again, was hardly a threat under normal circumstances. To put it bluntly, if she had participated in the third extreme Een bout half a year ago, the result was very likely to have been at the bottom. Even if he went to participate in the fourth extreme Een bout half a year later, he would most likely still only be a spectator. This had nothing to do with Feng Yunsheng's talent. Rather, it was because she had lagged behind the others by too much. Meng Wan and the others were not easy to deal with. However, this was only relative to normal situations. Therefore, Yin Zhaoge was not too concerned about Lin Zhou guessing that Feng Yunsheng might have regained her extreme Een physique and might have leaked the news to the other sacred grounds. Comparatively speaking, Yin Zhaoge was more concerned about how Lin Zhou had come to know about it, because this meant that there was a possibility. Lin Zhou had also thought of a plan to strengthen and nurture the Maiden of Extreme Een with the Yin and Yang coexisting technique. In this way, the Maiden of Extreme Een of the Thunder Domain Sacred Ground would also rise powerfully. With regards to the Extreme Een Crown, even though they were allies, Lin Zhou and the Heavenly Thunder Hall would not inform the Sacred Sun clan out of goodwill. After all, Meng Wan was already the strongest maiden of Extreme Een. But the problem was, if Lin Zhou figured out a way, how'd he do it? No matter if it was researching the information left behind from before the Great Calamity. It was his own heaven-defying genius who had come up with a solution. If it was only his personal knowledge, Yin Zhaoge would actually not be too worried. However, if Lin Zhou had obtained the method through other means, that meant that the Sacred Sun clan could have obtained the method as well. Meng Wan was already in the lead. If it rose a step further, even Yin Zhaoge would feel a bit of a headache. With the Extreme Een crown currently in Meng Wan's hands, Meng Wan's cultivation was already greatly boosted. Stroking his lower chin, Yin Zhaoge said to Ahu, "Recently, I've been gathering intelligence. Pay more attention to the maidens of Extreme Een of the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall." Ahu gave a silly smile. "Yes, young master." After meeting up with the retainers still lingering in the east strangling snowy mountains, Yin Zhaoge and Ahu immediately set off for their return. Very quickly, Infinite Boundless Mountain received news that Broad Creed Mountain disciples had made use of the Een Yang Cloud Spring on Cloud Portent Mountain to recover their extreme Een physiques. The two of them were now allies, so they naturally couldn't do something like killing each other's maidens of extreme Een. They would only find an excuse to send Feng Yunsheng out of Cloud Portent Mountain, forbidding her from setting foot here. If Broad Creed Mountain insisted on staying, Infinite Boundless Mountain might also not forcibly expel them, making use of this chance to repay Yin Zhaoge for restoring Cloud Portent Mountain's giant spirit magnetite vein. It was also a result that they could accept. However, having received Yin Zhaoge's message in time, Fu Wenchu had long since arranged for Feng Yunsheng to finish up the final matters. Currently, facing those of Infinite Boundless Mountain, she was calm and unhurried, bringing Feng Yunsheng and Sikong Qing along as they took their leave, neatly returning to the Heaven Domain. While this result seemed pretty good, it caused those of Infinite Boundless Mountain to have a depressed feeling of having punched empty air. The Sacred Sun clan had also received the news, currently deciding to temporarily conceal their strength and bide their time. Nothing abnormal could be seen on the surface. However, the actual situation within was definitely not calm. At the same time as the news regarding Feng Yunsheng spread everywhere, the news of the Heavenly Thunder Hall's direct disciple Lin Zhou being proficient in Jade Sea City's supreme martial art, One Line Edge, also spread throughout the entire world. Jade Sea City instantly erupted into an uproar, with even the Heavenly Thunder Hall being greatly shocked, where the Thunder Domain and the Water Domain intersected. Originally already having been in constant conflict, the two sides once again felt as though they could erupt at any moment. Having completely concluded the matter of Cloud Portent Mountain, Yin Zhaoge did not return there, instead heading south instead. The day of a new heavenly connection meet was already drawing near. This time's meet, Yin Zhaoge was prepared to participate. As the meet of the Eight Extremities world's younger generation, with heroes congregating, the various sacred grounds also attached great importance to it. In the past, generally speaking, the 6 sacred grounds would take turns hosting it. This time's heavenly connection meet, according to the sequence of turns, should be held on the territory of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. It was just that the current situation was far more tense than it had been before, with Broadcreed Mountain, Infinite Boundless Mountain, and Jade Sea City all unable to let their young heroes enter the Thunder Domain like sheep entering a tiger's den. Therefore, the final compromise was that the meet would be held in the Lake Domain. Turbid Wave Pavilion had always been neutral and impartial. With them hosting, whether it was the Sacred Sun Clan, the Heavenly Thunder Hall, or Broadcreed Mountain, they could all rest assured. However, even so, Turbid Wave Pavilion could only guarantee the safety of the external environment. It could be expected that the smell of gunpowder and blood in this heavenly connection meet would far surpass that of the past. There would still be exchanging pointers, but many people would probably directly aim to kill or cripple disciples of opposing clans in the process. While the heavenly connection meet would be held in the Lake Domain, heading to the Lake Domain would be an extremely long journey. Whether it was Broadcreed Mountain or the other sacred grounds, other than the young disciples participating in the meet, there would still be higher echelon experts of their clans leading them. It was just that this time, Broadcreed Mountain's representative was not Fu Inshu, but an even more heavyweight figure. One of the Broadcreed Mountain 3 heroes, the first seat elder of the assignment hall, Hidden Dragon Fang Jun, personally leading a team to the Lake Domain. Yin Zhaoge knew full well that this was the intention of his clan and Turbid Wave Pavilion to further communicate with one another. While Turbid Wave Pavilion had always been neutral, only guarding their own Lake Domain and not interfering in external affairs, the current atmosphere of the Eight Extremities world was growing more and more tense. Turbid Wave Pavilion of the 6 great sacred grounds was an existence that could not be ignored by Broadcreed Mountain and the Sacred Sun Clan. In terms of geography, the Lake Domain bordered the Fire Domain and the Water Domain. Fang Jun still had a gentle, elegant appearance. Seeing Yin Zhaoge, he smiled and asked, "From your report, that pair of Lightning Flash and Thunder Rumble of the Heavenly Thunder Hall were all defeated by you?" Yin Zhaoge nodded. Yin Shan aside, Lin Zhou far surpasses the past. Proficient in both the sword and the saber, also having cultivated in thunder-lightning intermingling at the martial scholar realm. Also, his toughness is much stronger than that of ordinary Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners. He should have had some fortuitous encounter, causing his aura chi to be vigorous, its thickness far surpassing that of his peers. Of course, there's also Jade Sea City's one-line edge. Fang Jun said leisurely, "But I don't know how he learnt one-line edge." Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly. At Fang Jun's level, this was indeed the first thing he was concerned about, because it would involve the conflict between the 2 sacred grounds and not just the strength of the younger disciples. Comparatively speaking, even Lin Zhou's cultivation in thunder-lightning intermingling, while shocking, was also slightly less important. Fang Jun looked at Yin Zhaoge. "You have not returned to the mountain all this time. For your previous trip to Cloud Portent Mountain, the rewards that you deserve will all be given to you this time. Thank you, everyone, for your support all this while. This time, I hope that you will all be able to support the glorious Hall of Writers and the overall selection of works during the 515 Fan Festival. Other than that, there will also be some red packets and gifts for the Fan Festival. Receive them, and continue your subscriptions." To be continued. Chapter 151. Hearing Fang Jun's words, Yin Zhaoge's eyes lit up slightly, the new Broad Cree Divine pill has been refined. With the results of their trip to the mountain domain being remarkable, Broad Creed Mountain would naturally not be stingy with their rewards for Yin Zhaoge. Amongst them, discovering the talent of Ing Long Tu was not a small contribution. Broad Creed Mountain would always reward the martial practitioners who had recommended geniuses into their clan. And Ing Long Tu, in terms of innate talent alone, was undoubtedly a genius amongst geniuses, a monster amongst monsters. Yin Zhaoge, having discovered its uniqueness, not letting it be a lost treasure, not letting a pearl be covered in dust, he would naturally be rewarded by Broad Creed Mountain. This reward was the most outstanding pill that Broad Creed Mountain currently possessed, the Broad Creed Divine Pill. This pill was too rare and precious, with no completed product having been left behind previously. Therefore, when Yin Zhaoge had remained at Cloud Portent Mountain, he had not been able to obtain it. Now that the new pill had been concocted, other arrangements would naturally be made, but the old clan chief Yuan Zhengfeng still first guaranteed that Yin Zhaoge's pill would be given priority. Heading to the lake domain to participate in the Heavenly Connection meet this time, Feng Zhuan had brought it along with him to Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge received the porcelain bottle from Feng Zhuan's hands, pulling out the stopper and sniffing it lightly. Instantly, a refreshing fragrance that refreshed the heart and refreshed the mind wafted out. "Thank you, second apprentice uncle." Yin Zhaoge smiled as he bowed towards Feng Zhuan. Feng Zhuan shook his head. "These are all things that you deserve. That child Ing Long Tu is indeed a martial genius. While his mind is still not mature, it can already be foreseen that his future will be limitless. My Broad Creed Mountain has gained yet another hero. However, compared to obtaining Ing Long Tu, your other contributions are more worthy of praise." Participating in the Heavenly Connection meet with Yin Zhaoge this time also included Si Kong Qing. Traveling together with Feng Zhuan, she had been brought along by Feng Zhuan to meet with Yin Zhaoge here. Feng Yinsheng had successfully recovered her extreme Yin physique. Returning to Broad Creed Mountain with Fu Inshu, he began his first secluded cultivation session. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Si Kong Qing's gaze was currently also filled with some admiration. She wholeheartedly focused on martial arts and did not care much about other things. Even if he did, it was to hone his martial arts. Therefore, comparatively speaking, Yin Zhaoge's achievements in the martial Tao in recent years had left her more in awe. However, Yin Zhaoge's trip to Cloud Portent Mountain this time had also caused the usually undistracted Si Kong Qing to be somewhat moved. Whether it was using the Yin-Yang Cloud Spirit Spring to help Feng Yunsheng recover her extreme Yin physique, or solving the problem of the giant spirit magnetite vein at Cloud Portent Mountain, they were not ordinary contributions, but contributions that could decide the fate of the world. Such an achievement, logically speaking, was not something that a martial scholar could accomplish. Even with Yin Zhaoge's background, it was the same. However, Yin Zhaoge had really done it, helping Feng Yinsheng regain her extreme Yin physique. As a result, Broad Creed Mountain possessed its own maiden of extreme Yin, able to contest for the sacred artifact, the extreme Yin crown. Not only did it solve the problem of Infinite Boundless Mountain's giant spirit magnetite vein, it also caused the mountain domain's sacred ground, Infinite Boundless Mountain, to owe Broad Creed Mountain a huge favor. Even more so, Infinite Boundless Mountain had taken the initiative to enter the fray, completely shedding all pretenses of cordiality with the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall as they entered the fray, clashing with the Heavenly Thunder Hall with true swords and spears. From then on, Infinite Boundless Mountain would no longer be able to sit on the fence, yet they still couldn't say anything wrong about Broad Creed Mountain on the surface. Indeed, as Feng Zhuan had said, compared to their gains, it was currently only Ing Long Tu with a shocking potential. The significance of these two achievements of Yin Zhaoge's were even greater. Thinking of the reward that the clan had given Yin Zhaoge as a result, even Si Kong Qing could feel the weight of it, helping Feng Yinsheng regain her extreme Yin physique. The reward that Yin Zhaoge had obtained, other than a chance to enter the 4th level of the martial repository, he had also obtained a right to freely enter and exit the third level of the martial repository. In the entire Broadcreed Mountain, there was only one such rite amongst its core direct disciples. At the same time, martial scholars had obtained such a rite. In the entire history of Broadcreed Mountain, this had only ever happened twice before. And of those two, one was called Jandonga, the other Yindi. Having resolved the problem of the giant spirit magnetite vein, having facilitated infinite boundless mountain's entry into Broadcreed Mountain's camp, the reward that Yin Zhaoga had obtained was a little more practical, but also more shocking. From the day that the reward had come into effect, of all the various resources and treasures that Broadcreed Mountain controlled, other than a few unique treasures, Yin Zhaoga would have priority in using them all. This was definitely something that would shock anyone who heard of it. Even the numerous elder-level bigwigs of the clan did not have such a right, or perhaps only had such a right within a certain range. This reward had even been personally decided by Yin Zhaoga's grandmaster, the old clan chief Yuan Zhengfeng, to the extent that some insiders joked that if not for the fact that his cultivation was still shallow and his seniority too low, looking at this situation, Yin Zhaoga would even be able to compete with his father for the position of the next clan chief. Yin Zhaoga was also extremely satisfied with this. This meant that from now on, not having to rely on his father and the Yin family, he would also be able to obtain extremely abundant resources. If it had only been the matter of the giant spirit magnetite vein, Yuan Zhengfeng might not have made this decision the next time. This was actually the cumulative result of having unearthed the internal crystal furnace, the golden needle liberating pill technique, the battle of the Eastern Tang, as well as helping Feng Yinsheng regain her extreme Yin physique and solving the problem of the giant spirit magnetite vein. In the eyes of Yuan Zhengfeng and most of Broadcreed Mountain's higher echelon decision-makers, Yin Zhaoga was already no longer someone who could be measured by an ordinary disciple of the younger generation. From what Yin Zhaoga knew, there were even people who suggested that in order to avoid any accidents, he should not be allowed to participate in this time's Heavenly Connection meet, lest he be ambushed and killed by hostile forces. This was out of good intentions, but Yin Zhaoga had his own thoughts. Of course, he would also pay attention to his own safety and raise his strength. The Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment within his right eye provided an oceanic amount of pure, refined thunder and lightning chi in an endless stream, unceasingly tempering Yin Zhaoga's body. Feng Zhuan glanced at Yin Zhaoga. That Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment is your own fortuitous encounter. If you are not willing to exchange it with the clan, you can keep it for yourself. Still, you have to pay attention to your safety. Yin Zhaoga had already reported this matter to the clan seniors. Even if he did not say it, Lin Zhou would also help spread the news to the entire world. Therefore, Yin Zhaoga did not hide it from the clan. Of course, there are some details that did not need to be mentioned. Yin Zhaoga answered, "Second apprentice uncle is right. I will pay attention to it." Feng Zhuan continued, "Eldest apprentice brother brought that small metal plate with him to the North Sea, bringing back some gains." Yin Zhaoga's interest was piqued. Is there really something related to the Earth domain? After careful examination, there indeed is. However, the details still require further research. Feng Zhuan said simply, "There is also a portion of the Glacial Dragon Martial Saints collection that year. However, it is not the most central thing of the rumors, and there is also no trace of a sacred artifact. The things that we have obtained now, perhaps there are clues to the future. This is a fortuitous encounter that belongs to you. After your cultivation has improved in the future, you can find some time to deal with it." Yin Zhaoga nodded. "I will have to trouble eldest apprentice uncle and second apprentice uncle." Feng Zhuan waved his hands. "It's fine." Saying thus, he handed over a diagram to Yin Zhaoga. Along with the diagram was also an ice blue jade coin. Receiving the diagram, Yin Zhaoga infused his aura chi within. The diagram instantly emitted a blue light as well as waves of cold chi. Within that ice blue jade coin, there was also a large amount of abundant, refined chi. Compared to the glacial dragon bone soul, it was faster in terms of quantity, but in terms of quality, it seemed to be even more outstanding. Thank you everyone for your support all this while. This time, I hope that you will all be able to support the Author's Hall of Glory as well as the general selection of works during the 515 Fan Festival. Other than that, there are also some red packets and gift packs for the Fan Festival. Receive them and continue to subscribe. To be continued. Chapter 152. Keeping the diagram and the jade coin. Yin Zhaoge asked Fang Zhuan, second apprentice uncle, senior apprentice brother Su, didn't travel with you? Due to various reasons, only 3 of Broad Creed Mountain's core, direct lineage disciples were participating in the Heavenly Connection meet this time. As for the others, from what Yin Zhaoge knew, ever since Lu Wen had been defeated by him in the Big Dipper Sword, he had immediately entered secluded cultivation, having yet to emerge even now. The 3 people participating in this time's Heavenly Connection meet, other than himself and Sikong Qing, was Sure Tai's disciple, Heavenly Rock Su Fei. Fang Zhuan said, "It has been some time since Su Fei left the mountain, and he is currently traveling around the lake domain. He has already received the news and will be rushing directly to the location of the Heavenly Connection meet." Yin Zhaoge nodded, setting off along with Fang Zhuan and Sikong Qing, who also accompanying them. If they wanted to head to the lake region from where they were, they would need to pass through the Earth region. Fortunately, after what happened earlier, although the Earth domain was still a wasteland, it had calmed down a lot. With Fang Zhuan's cultivation base, it would not be a problem if he did not enter too deeply, merely passing by. Led by Fang Zhuan, Yin Zhaoge, Sikong Qing, and Ahu passed through the Earth domain within the sky. Looking at the vast land down below, shrouded in black fog and deathly stillness, having transformed into a hell on Earth, the 3 were all silent, their hearts filled with sorrow. Yin Zhaoge was no stranger to the Earth domain that he had personally entered, as well as the environment of the Sealing Dragon Abyss. Still, this was the first time Yin Zhaoge was able to look down from such a high vantage point. Look at him. It is indeed related to the demons of the Netherworld. Sure enough, this place is just like the East China Sea, with a crack leading to another world. Yin Zhaoge pondered. It is just that the East Sea leads to the Flame Devil World, while this leads to the 9 underworlds. Yin Zhaoge knit his brows. A haze flashed across his eyes. 9 underworlds. On the way south, someone suddenly appeared in front of him. Sensing Fang Zhuan's arrival, the other party cautiously turned around. After recognizing Fang Zhuan, he instantly relaxed somewhat as he halted, waiting for Fang Zhuan and Yin Zhaoge's group. Looking over, Yin Zhaoge saw that their leader was a green-robed old man with a haughty expression on his face. He had once seen him as well. It was precisely that longtime elder of Jade Sea City who had arrived at the Eastern Tang that day during the Battle of the Eastern Tang. Beside the arrogant old man were a few young men, all of them full of energy. Yin Zhaoge gave it a rough look. He immediately recognized that they were all elites of Jade Sea City's younger generation, some of whom he had even met face-to-face in the Heavenly Connection meet 3 years ago. Jade Sea City's trip to the Lake Domain this time to participate in the Heavenly Connection meet was clearly led by this wild-looking old man. Seeing him, Fang Zhuan smiled. "Elder Chun, you are also heading to the Lake Domain? Why are you going through the Earth Domain as well?" The continent of the 8 extremities world was divided into 8 domains, the locations of which were roughly as follows. The Heaven Domain and the Earth Domain were in the middle. The Wind region was in the west, the Water region in the east, the Thunder region in the northeast, and the Mountain region in the northwest. The Fire Domain was in the southwest, the Lake Domain in the southeast. From the Water region to the Lake Domain, Jade Sea City could go by land, or by sea from the east, not having to borrow the Earth Domain like Broad Creed Mountain to the Heaven Domain. I just happened to be bringing them along for a tempering in hell earlier. That Jade Sea City Elder Chin answered. Time being a little tight, I decided not to return to Jade Sea City. Directly heading south from the Earth Domain, this old man should still be able to protect a few juniors. Fang Zhuan smiled. Elder Chun is too modest. This naturally wouldn't be a problem for you. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Elder Chin's gaze was filled with admiration and shock. He's actually already a Xiantian martial scholar. I caught a glimpse of him from afar in the Eastern Tang, not having thought that the Central Heaven region's Yin family would produce yet another true dragon. not only possessing shocking talent in the martial Tao, even being able to stir up the major powers of the world. Yin Zhaoga bowed to Elder Chun. Senior overpraises me. Still, are you sure that the Heavenly Thunder Hall's Lin Zhou is really proficient in my Jade City's one-line edge? Elder Chun directly asked. Are you sure that he is of the direct lineage? Yin Zhaoga nodded, answering, I can be sure. If Lin Zhou doesn't admit it, ask him if he dares to do the Blood Soul Recollection ceremony. I can do it at any time. With the discerning abilities of your clan's experts, they should be able to completely confirm it. Elder Chin's face was rather gloomy. That kid is hiding and not showing his face, feeling guilty to the extreme. Yin Zhaoga smiled, because he can't deny it. Wanted to verify it, it would be too simple. Elder Chun gazed towards the north, precisely in the direction of the Thunder Domain, his face overcast. This matter is not over. It will have to be investigated clearly sooner or later. Fang Zhuan said, since we've met and are also heading in the same direction, if Elder Chen doesn't mind, let's travel together. Elder Chen nodded, of course. The bigwigs of both sides brought their people along, the younger generation disciples of the two clans also meeting. A tall, burly youth with a rather coarse appearance sighed as he looked at Yin Zhaoga. Junior apprentice brother, Yin has really made the world sigh in admiration this past year. Yin Zhaoga did not stand on ceremony as he smiled. Low-key, low-key. The youth pointed at him, smiling. You call this low-key? Then what do you look like when you're not low-key? Yin Zhaoga smiled, but did not answer, pointing at that youth and introducing him to Sikong Qing. This is Jade City's senior apprentice brother Yi, known as Yi Zhongzhou, Black Flood Dragon. He is 28 this year. I heard that he broke through a bottleneck a few days ago. His fist intent and Orochi able to manifest an illusory heaven and earth, already stepping into the mid-Xiantian martial scholar realm. He is a good friend of our clan's senior apprentice brother Su, a friendship formed through drinking. Of Broadcreed Mountain's direct disciples, while Yin Zhaoga was not on good terms with Lu Wan, his relationship with Su Fei was rather good, and he was also rather familiar with Yi Zhongzhou, right? He is a strange beast known as the Blackwater Mysterious Dragon, its quality rather good. Sadly, its master is too lazy, always unable to properly feed it. Senior apprentice brother Ye's nickname was also derived from this strange beast of his. Yi Zhongzhou pretended to glare at Yin Zhaoga resentfully. I only have this little bit of wealth, and it was all sold off by you cleanly. Similarly joking, Yin Zhaoga put on a roguish face. I said it right in front of you. This is called being open and above board. If you feel that I said something wrong, you can just correct me on the spot. Yi Zhongzhou shook his head helplessly. You mischievous fellow. Sikong Qing greeted Yi Zhongzhou, while Yi Zhongzhou also introduced his junior apprentice brothers and sisters of Jade City to Yin Zhaoga and Sikong Qing. The group traveled together, led by Fang Zhuan and Elder Chun, very quickly traversing the Earth Domain, arriving at the Lake Domain. With heavyweight figures like Fang Zhuan and Elder Chun arriving, Turbid Wave Pavilion naturally had bigwigs to welcome them. Coincidentally, just having arrived, they saw that infinite, boundless mountain martial practitioners had also just arriving right after Yin Zhaoga and the others. As Yin Zhaoga's gaze swept over, he saw a few infinite, boundless mountain disciples there, one of whom was clearly Zhao Hao. Seeing Yin Zhaoga, Zhao Hao's gaze instantly hardened, turning cold. However, what Yin Zhaoga paid more attention to was the other rather older infinite boundless mountain disciple beside Zhao Hao, who looked to be around 30 years of age. The other party's gaze, as he looked over, was filled with aggression, even a little savagery, resembling that of a bloodthirsty, ferocious beast. Thank you, everyone, for your support all this while. This time, during the Rising 515 Fan Festival's glorious hall, as well as the final selection of works, I hope that you will all be able to support us. Also, during the Fan Festival, there will also be some red packets. Receive them, and continue to subscribe. To be continued. Chapter 153. While Zhao Hao had not made a move, listening carefully to his breathing, Yin Zhaoga could tell that his internal organs had already been cleansed by his Orochi. With such abundant stellar energy, it was very likely that he could already form a wall of qi within his body. In other words, the current Zhao Hao was at least at the pinnacle of the middle inner aura stage. It was even possible that he had already stepped into the late inner aura stage. Compared to half a year ago when they met on Cloud Portent Mountain, he had once again improved by leaps and bounds. Having nearly blown up his clan's giant spirit magnetite vein in Cloud Portent Mountain, Zhao Hao's days in Infinite Boundless Mountain should have been very difficult. However, he had now clearly already become a core, direct disciple of Infinite Boundless Mountain, having even successfully surpassed Ho Xiang, who was close to his age, being brought by Infinite Boundless Mountain to participate in the Heavenly Connection meet. It could be seen that he had still managed to obtain Infinite Boundless Mountain's attention. After all, leaving aside his knowledge of alchemy and medicine, Zhao Hao's cultivation level was already very outstanding compared to his current age. Plus, his speed of improvement was shocking. Although he almost made a huge mess in a major event, as a junior disciple, his martial talent was worthy of any Holy Land's attention. Zhao Hao's gaze focused on the spiritual light that shot to the skies above Yin Zhaoga's head. He really reached the Xiantian stage, comparing it to what he knew of Yin Zhaoga's previous cultivation base, as well as his recent rate of improvement. Zhao Hao also felt slightly shocked. Yin Zhaoga had not just suppressed him in the Golden Needle liberating pill technique or the restoration of the giant spirit magnetite vein. In terms of martial arts cultivation, he was also extremely talented, causing even the most knowledgeable person to be amazed. However, although he was slightly shocked, Zhao Hao was not nervous. He retracted his gaze from Yin Zhaoga. Martial cultivation. The higher you go, the slower your progress will be. As for the realm, I will soon catch up to you. Zhao Hao laughed coldly in his heart. Beating you is like beating a dead dog. Regarding Zhao Hao, Yin Zhaoga didn't care too much about him. Sweeping his gaze past him, he looked at the other Infinite Boundless Mountain disciples. There were a total of 4 Infinite Boundless Mountain core direct disciples who had come to participate in the Heavenly Connection meet this time. Ji Hanru was there as well. From what Yin Zhaoga knew, after having been defeated by him at Cloud Portent Mountain, Ji Hanru had been in secluded cultivation. Originally already at the peak of the early Xiantian martial scholar realm, just before coming to the Alliance meet, he had successfully broken through his previous tranquility, stepping into the mid-Xiantian martial scholar realm. The other youth was of similar age to Yin Zhaoga, being older than Zhao Hao. He was younger than Ji Hanru. Her eyes shone with intelligence and a friendly expression on her face as she smiled and nodded towards Yin Zhaoga and the others. Yin Zhaoga thought for a moment, matching the other person's appearance with the information in his mind. This youth was called Xiao Yu, also a core, direct disciple of Infinite Boundless Mountain. His cultivation talent was extremely high, and it was even rumored that in terms of talent and comprehension, he was currently second to none amongst Infinite Boundless Mountain's younger generation. It was just that this person did not have much enthusiasm for cultivation. He did not do anything for 3 days and dried the net for 2 days. However, his talent was really outstanding. Even if he was not that focused, he was still an elite of the younger generation. As the other party expressed his goodwill, Yin Zhaoga also smiled and nodded, which could be considered as returning the gesture. That Xiao Yu appeared very happy. Swiveling his head, he said to Ji Hanru beside him, "Senior apprentice brother Ji, look, it's very simple. There are no problems that cannot be solved through communication. First, with a good atmosphere, it will be even easier." The corners of Ji Hanru's mouth twitched. He turned his head, not speaking. Yin Zhaoga was involuntarily rendered speechless, but his attention also did not linger on Xiao Yu and Ji Hanru for too long. Beside them, that oldest Infinite Boundless Mountain disciple seemed to be smiling whilst also not, as he looked over with an unfriendly gaze. Looking at that Infinite Boundless Mountain disciple, Yin Zhaoga raised his brows slightly. By the side, Yi Zhongzhou snorted a little miserably. Infinite Boundless Mountain has let that madman Lu Shengfeng out this time. Lu Shengfeng, a direct disciple of Infinite Boundless Mountain, was of the same age as Su Fei and Tang Yonghao. It was just that as compared to the other disciples of Infinite Boundless Mountain, Lu Shengfeng's notoriety was known to be vicious and merciless in his actions, having a brutal temperament, liking to torture and kill his opponents, especially liking to bully the weak, often liking to kill martial practitioners whose cultivation bases were lower than his for no reason at all. Therefore, in recent years, Infinite Boundless Mountain had often restricted Lu Shengfeng from going out alone. However, his talent was indeed outstanding, being second to none amongst Infinite Boundless Mountain's martial practitioners of the same age, being especially proficient in actual combat. Many a time, Infinite Boundless Mountain loved and hated him at the same time, giving him an endless headache. Lu Shengfeng's gaze shifted back and forth between Yin Zhaoge and Yi Zhongzhou. Baring his teeth, he wanted to stride forward. Beside him, Ji Hanru's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly said to Yi Zhongzhou, "Jade Sea City's senior brother Yi, right? I've long heard of your name. Please do not be stingy with your guidance." Saying thus, he directly punched out towards Yi Zhongzhou. Lu Shengfeng glanced coldly at Ji Hanru, his somewhat unfriendly gaze moving back and forth between Yin Zhaoge and Yi Zhongzhou, finally coming to rest on Yin Zhaoge. Xiao Yu laughed towards the heavens, rushing forward. "Senior brother Yin Zhaoge? I am Xiao Yu. This is the first time we've met, and I have some questions regarding that Thunder Element revival art. Please guide me." Lu Shengfeng's face revealed an expression that looked like he was smiling whilst also not, his hands behind his back as he finally halted. However, Yin Zhaoge noticed that the light within his eyes was giving off a feeling of threat. Yi Zhongzhou and Ji Hanru were also acquainted, and could similarly feel that while Ji Hanru's attack was aggressive and threatening, it actually did not have any malicious intent at all. You can also be considered to have put in a lot of effort. Yi Zhongzhou shook his head somewhat helplessly, sending a sound transmission to Ji Hanru with his aura chi as he moved to receive Ji Hanru's attack. Ji Hanru said in all seriousness, having just stepped into the mid-Xiantian martial scholar realm, "I seek guidance from senior brother Yi." As the two clashed, there was no anger in them, but the clash between the direct disciples of Jade Sea City and Infinite Boundless Mountain was still exceptionally spectacular. After Feng Zhuan and Elder Chun had arrived, they had met with the bigwigs of Turbid Wave Pavilion and Infinite Boundless Mountain. As for the sparring between their disciples, as long as it was not especially out of line, they would not interfere much. The Heavenly Connection meet was originally a gathering of the heroes of the world, a clash between geniuses. As Yin Zhaoge and Xiao Yu chatted idly, their expressions suddenly changed slightly as they looked in another direction. The gazes of Ahu and Lu Shengfeng also similarly looked in that direction. A young man speedily approached, first nodding towards Yin Zhaoge, Lu Shengfeng, and the others before coming to the place where Yi Zhongzhou and Ji Hanru were clashing. This man interlaced his hands, his arms drawing a circle in mid-air, sweeping up circles of aura chi that resembled waves which simultaneously enveloped Yi Zhongzhou and Ji Hanru. An illusory heaven and earth formed of aura chi appeared in the air, resembling a muddy swamp. Yi Zhongzhou and Ji Hanru instantly felt as though they had sunk into a swamp. The two had not been fighting to the death in the first place, as they immediately stopped. However, the newcomer was also only a mid-Xiantian martial scholar. However, his vision was accurate, his force used skillfully, his timing perfect as he instantly separated the two of them. Looking at that youth, Yin Zhaoge identified him, Ruan Ping. That Ruan Ping separated Yi Zhongzhou and Ji Hanru, saying, "Coming to my Turbid Wave Pavilion, you are all guests from afar. Please allow my clan to play the role of a host. The Heavenly Connection meet will officially begin very soon. Why the rush?" Thank you everyone for your support all this while. This time, I hope that you will all be able to support the glorious Hall of Writers and the overall selection of works on the 515 Fan Festival. Other than that, there will also be some red packets and gift packs for the Fan Festival. Receive them and continue to subscribe. To be continued, Chapter 154. Ruan Ping looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. He was handsome and had an extraordinary appearance. He was one of the direct core disciples of the Lake region's sacred ground, Turbid Wave Pavilion. He was proficient in the lake region's secret martial arts and had extraordinary skills. However, what Yin Zhaoge was more concerned about was that, as far as he knew, this brother seemed to be rather infatuated with the Sacred Sun clan's Mengwan. Although the age gap between them was about 10 years, this did not affect Ruan Ping's enthusiasm. It was just that over the past half year or so, the situation in the Eight Extremities world had suddenly changed as the relationship between the sacred grounds had become tense. Turbid Wave Pavilion, who had always remained uninvolved, was clearly even more sensitive to every single movement. Although Ruan Ping was a disciple of the younger generation, as one of the core disciples of Turbid Wave Pavilion, if he was still the same as before, he would be extremely conspicuous. It was unknown whether the elders of the sect had specially reminded him, or if Ruan Ping had restrained himself, but his behavior in recent days seemed to indicate that his feelings for Meng Wan had gradually faded. His gaze sweeping over Lu Shengfeng, Yin Zhaoge, and the others, Ruan Ping nodded slightly. "Please follow me." Lu Shengfeng smiled, retracting that wolf-like gaze that had always been appraising Yin Zhaoge and Yi Zhongzhou. Being of similar age to Ruan Ping, Yi Zhongzhou had long been acquainted with him. He immediately said, "Ruan Ping, it's rare for us to come here. You must bring us to see the famous Clear Concealed Lake." Clear Concealed Lake, located in the northwest of the lake region, was the venue for the Heavenly Connection meet this time. This area was covered in clouds and mist all year round, but as the clouds and mist on the surface of the lake changed, the scenery was extremely beautiful. As the clouds moved about, it seemed to contain boundless truths of the heavens and the earth, and it was capable of giving birth to all sorts of wonders. All the martial artists in the world yearned for it. Turbid Wave Pavilion martial practitioners frequently came here to comprehend the Tao and cultivate. As the host of the Heavenly Connection meet this time, Turbid Wave Pavilion had also arranged for the venue to be here. Ruan Ping smiled. "Of course, you may move about freely, but our sect's elders have set up an array formation on the lake surface. If you're free to move around, you need to be careful. Don't touch the array formation's restrictions." Yin Zhaoge and Xikong Qing. Under Ruan Ping's lead, the people of Jade Sea City and Infinite Boundless Mountain stepped into the waters of Clear Concealed Lake. Stepping on the water's surface, Yin Zhaoge surveyed his surroundings, only feeling carefree and relaxed. As the clouds and mist drifted, the mist and the lake water seemed to be constantly intertwining and changing. The boundary between the heavens and the earth seemed to have become blurry. As Yin Zhaoge glanced over, a lake appeared within the sky, while the clouds seemed to have transformed into a lake. Could it be that Turbid Wave Pavilion's flowing water illusory cloud force came from this? Yin Zhaoge looked rather interestedly at the scene before him. Beside him, Xikong Qing also did the same. Yi Zhongzhou and the others who had accompanied her also looked at Xikong Qing with faint smiles. Beside Yi Zhongzhou, a girl in her early 20s sighed softly, a person who was infatuated with the martial way. The girl was named Li Jingwan, also a heavens-favored son of Jade Sea City's younger generation like Yi Zhongzhou, her age being similar to that of Yin Zhaoge and Xiaoyu. Her facial features were like a painting. Although she wasn't as elegant as Xikong Qing, she was still a rare beauty. Unlike Yi Zhongzhou, who was loud and unrestrained, Li Jingwan appeared very gentle as she looked curiously at Xikong Qing. Along the way, Xikong Qing appeared extremely quiet. Other than greeting them, she didn't say a single word. No matter what happened, she followed Yin Zhaoge's pace. However, whether it was Yi Zhongzhou or Li Jingwan, they could both tell that Xikong Qing wasn't someone without a mind of her own, only seeming to be afraid of trouble. This young lady seemed to have devoted all of her attention to cultivation. She did not intend to, or even disdain to, allocate her time elsewhere. Although she still understood the basic ways of the world, she wasn't someone who was good at socializing. Her mind wasn't on this at all. Yi Zhongzhou smiled. Outstanding talent, and also dedicated. The heavens will not mistreat her. Li Jingwan said, "That's right. So young, and already at the peak of the late inner aura martial scholar realm. I heard that around half a year ago, when clashing with infinite boundless mountains Ho Xiang in the mountain domain, she was still a mid-inner aura martial scholar. Such a rate of improvement is truly frightening. The terrain here was vast, the small islands within the lake dotted densely like stars in the sky. Treading on the water, the group very quickly arrived at the central region. Within clear concealed lake, the few largest islands were here. The main island, clear concealed island, was where the heavenly connection meet was being held. Ascending clear concealed island, there were naturally disciples of turbid wave pavilion to welcome the guests, arranging for them to their respective lodgings. The architectural style of this place was filled with the scenery of the lake domain, with numerous small bamboo buildings erected there, arranged in picturesque disorder. After settling them down, Yin Zhaoge exited the bamboo building, walking towards the surface of the lake once more. Coming to the surface of the lake, traversing amidst the clouds, Yin Zhaoge gradually closed his eyes, leisurely walking on the surface of the lake. Following behind Yin Zhaoge, Ahu did not disturb him. His attention was mostly placed on the surrounding environment, preventing anyone from disturbing Yin Zhaoge or from creating any sort of danger. At this moment, however, he wasn't in the mood to comprehend the profundities of clear concealed lake. Only when the heavenly connection meet officially began and Yin Zhaoge participated in it would Ahu come out alone to wander about. Although his eyes were tightly shut, Yin Zhaoge's spiritual sense had been magnified to the maximum, the acupoints of his entire body nimbly pulsing, absorbing and exhaling the surrounding spiritual chi of the heavens and the earth. At the same time, he was also feeling the spiritual chi flow of clear concealed lake, feeling the unique, miraculous aspects of this treasured land. After walking for a while, Yin Zhaoge halted, standing silently and unmoving as he extended his hands forward, slowly moving them about amidst the clouds. After a while, Yin Zhaoge set off once more, continuing to tread on the water. After walking a certain distance, he once more stood still, unmoving. Just like this, the movements of his hands continued unceasingly. The surrounding clouds around Yin Zhaoge were swept along by him, gradually forming a mass of chi that grew larger and larger, moving along with him. Observing the changes in the clouds and water of clear concealed lake, it has indeed given me some other ideas regarding my own martial Tao. Yin Zhaoge pondered. Having stepped into the Xiantian stage, spirituality has been born in my aura chi. Having reached the mid-Xiantian stage, the aura chi will form the illusory heavens and earth, further developing the changes between real and illusory, probing into the secrets of the heavens and the earth. Within this, perhaps there are some things that I can make use of. As he pondered, Yin Zhaoge was suddenly slightly taken aback. Eh. Following closely behind him, Ahu asked, "Young master, what's wrong?" Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes slightly, surveying their surroundings. This formation seems to have changed. Ahu was unable to make heads or tails of this, a blank expression appearing on his face. Yin Zhaoge did not continue speaking. Formations, like the Tao of alchemy and artifact forging, were all relatively independent theories of knowledge, closely related to the martial Tao. However, a martial practitioner's cultivation base did not completely determine their attainments and formations. Also, the changes in the spirit formation that enveloped clear concealed lake were very small, not being obvious at all. While Ahu's cultivation base had already reached the heavenly connection stage, he had never dabbled in formations before. Therefore, it was not strange that he could not see through it. To Yin Zhaoge, formations were also his weakness, but that was only in comparison to his other abilities. Compared to other martial scholars, Yin Zhaoge's attainments in formations were similarly outstanding. Moreover, Yin Zhaoge just happened to be specially improving himself in recent days, being exceptionally sensitive to matters related to formations. At this moment, he very quickly sensed the abnormality. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. "Tisk, is this the aftereffect of infinite boundless mountains spreading the news back then? Thank you, everyone, for your support all this while. This time, I hope that you will all be able to support the glorious Hall of Writers, as well as the general selection of works on the 515 Fan Festival. Other than that, there will also be some red packets and gifts for the Fan Festival. Receive them and continue to subscribe. To be continued. Chapter 155. In terms of the clan's overall interests, the recovery of the giant spirit magnetite vein had been a great boon for Infinite Boundless Mountain. However, having completely broken off their relationship with the Heavenly Thunder Hall as a result, having lost their original advantageous position of being able to attack and defend as they pleased, personally entering the fray to Infinite Boundless Mountain, their initiative in the overall situation would undoubtedly be damaged. Helplessly, they had no other choice. Therefore, while those of Infinite Boundless Mountain had very rationally made the decision to ally with Broad Creed Mountain and Jade Sea City, standing against the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall. However, as for Yin Zhaoge, who had brought about all of this, in the eyes of Broad Creed Mountain, he was a great contributor, while in the eyes of Infinite Boundless Mountain, their feelings were very complicated. While there was no evidence whatsoever, there were quite a few people of Infinite Boundless Mountain who deeply suspected that it was Yin Zhaoge who had deliberately dug a huge pit for them that they had no choice but to jump into. Therefore, starting half a year ago, some rumors regarding Yin Zhaoge had begun to spread from the mountain domain, praising him as being rare in the heavens and hard to find on the earth, let alone those of the current younger generation and those of the same generation as Yin Zhaoge. Even Yin Zhaoge's father, Yin Di, who had suppressed his generation that year, seemed inferior to that aura. Participating in the Heavenly Connection meet this time, Yin Zhaoge had long since been mentally prepared that there would be quite a few people attempting to gauge his worth. Infinite Boundless Mountain's Lu Shengfeng was the #1 person. It must have been hard for Infinite Boundless Mountain to have been able to suppress this ferocious beast from coming to find them when he had remained at Cloud Portent Mountain. What was worthy of Yin Zhaoge's attention was that as his name had become more and more resounding over the past year, the experts of the Eight Extremities world's younger generation had gradually begun to overlook his age and cultivation base, because Yin Zhaoge's actual battle accomplishments were too glorious. He had easily killed Xiao Shun, who was of the same level as him, and defeated Chao Yuan Long, who was of the same level as him. He had also defeated Jihan Ru, who was of the innate stage, while at the late Outer Aura Grandmaster realm. The results of the fight between Lin Zhou and Yin Shan had already spread. Many of the opponents were old and had been cultivating for a long time. They were all much higher than Yin Zhaoge. Also, all of the aforementioned people were elites amongst the Eight Extremities world's younger generation and martial practitioners of the same cultivation level, geniuses who drew the attention of the entire world. Any one of them would be able to compete with most of the martial artists of the same realm in the 6 Great Holy Lands. It was possible for them to crush their opponents or even challenge those of a higher level. However, these geniuses had all been defeated by Yin Zhaoge. Of the entire Eight Extremities world's current younger generation, Yin Zhaoge had such glorious battle achievements. They were all at the top. Earlier, because of Jihan Ru and Xiao Yu, Lu Shengfeng had not been able to make a move. However, Yin Zhaoge had not thought that in participating in the Heavenly Connection meet, his first opponent would be someone from Turbid Wave Pavilion. After all, with the current situation of the Eight Extremities world being as turbulent as it was now, Turbid Wave Pavilion's neutral stance was still very stable. His hands behind his back, Yin Zhaoge raised his head and surveyed his surroundings, carefully feeling them. He was no longer trying to comprehend the principles of heaven and earth. Instead, it was to distinguish the operation of the array formation and the spiritual chi network. From the looks of it, he only wants to dampen my momentum and sharpness, more of a probe. Yin Zhaoge pondered for a moment before the corners of his mouth arched slightly upwards. The formation in front of him was naturally not just a simple mist. The formation set up by the senior martial practitioners of Turbid Wave Pavilion, if they really encountered an invasion from outside, would display a powerful might to resist the incoming enemy. The formation in front of him had only changed slightly. It didn't possess much killing power. Trapped within, Yin Zhaoge would at most be lost, unable to walk out of clear concealed lake. also unable to return to clear concealed island at the center of the lake. Of course, it was also precisely because the changes in the formation were slight that even a heavenly connection martial practitioner like who was unable to detect it immediately. Also, if the changes in the formation were too great, it would immediately alarm the martial grandmaster experts of Turbid Wave Pavilion here, as well as Feng Juan and the others. Making use of the geographical advantage to set up the formation, its foundation still being this clear concealed lake's boundless variations of clouds and water. Yin Zhaoge smiled nonchalantly, striding forward once more. It was just that as he advanced this time, the rhythm of his footsteps became exceptionally strange, sometimes even going backwards. As he walked, Yin Zhaoge's entire body's aura chi surged, the lake water beneath his feet rippling unceasingly. Accompanied by his breathing, the surrounding cloud chi congregated and dispersed unceasingly, momentarily seeming to have the feeling of surging winds and surging clouds. With Yin Zhaoge as its center, a hurricane arose on the surface of the lake, moving alongside Yin Zhaoge. Wherever it passed, the lake water, clouds, and mist all became chaotic. The hurricane's momentum expanded unceasingly, beginning to spread into the surroundings. Following closely by Yin Zhaoge's side, Ahu opened his mouth wide as he looked at this scene. After a while, he grinned, "Fighting with my young master." On clear concealed island within a bamboo house, at the center of the hall, stood a massive mirror that was as tall as a person. The surface of the mirror that resembled ripples of water shockingly displayed the scene on the surface of the lake. Ruan Ping was currently standing before the mirror, expressionless as he looked at the scene displayed on it. His demeanor was still the same, his appearance extraordinary, just that he was not as gentle as before, a sharp glint appearing within his gaze. Only at this time did he reveal some of the competitive look of a youth. Looking at the Yin Zhaoge in the mirror, after pondering for a moment, Ruan Ping extended his hand, wanting to touch the mirror. Just before it, his hand suddenly paused slightly. Then, someone else pushed the door open and entered. It was two girls, both dressed in the same green garb as Ruan Ping's direct disciples of Turbid Wave Pavilion. The two girls both wore bamboo hats on their heads, a light veil hanging down, concealing their faces. The tall girl walking in front took off the bamboo hat on her head, revealing a generous, candid face. Her facial features were only above average, but had her own demeanor. Seeing her, Ruan Ping retracted his hand, nodding slightly. "Thank you, senior apprentice sister." The Turbid Wave Pavilion female, disciple surnamed Xie, also came before the mirror. Glancing at the scene within, she instantly knit her brows slightly. "Junior apprentice brother Ruan, why do you have to do this?" These days, hearing his name so much that calluses are about to form in my ears, Ruan Ping smiled slightly. "So I'm trying to see if his reputation is not undeserved. From the rumors, he is very versatile. So, I want to see how his attainments and formations are. This is actually just as well. Without really having to fight, we can also exchange blows. I also don't intend to make things difficult for him. If he really is trapped within the formation, after a period of time, I will personally enter the formation to bring him back to clear concealed island." That senior apprentice sister, Xie, glanced deeply at Ruan Ping. The clan seniors have already come to a unanimous decision not to interfere in the conflict between Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan. Why do you have to make things difficult for junior apprentice brother Yin? You can't be doing this for Meng Wan, right? Ruan Ping smiled. "I admit that I cannot forget about the Sacred Sun clan's junior apprentice sister Meng, but even more so, I will not forget that I am a disciple of Turbid Wave Pavilion. Even if I have the intention of seeking the Phoenix, it would also be to be able to bring that Phoenix back here, and not for me to enter the door myself. Instead, senior apprentice sister Xie, protecting that Yin Zhaoge like this, it can't be because of that senior apprentice brother Su of Broad Creed Mountain?" The female disciple, surnamed Xie, said mildly, "The decision of the clan seniors, I will strictly abide by it, separating public and private matters. Moreover, senior apprentice brother Su is extremely confident in junior apprentice brother Yin. not needing my care. She looked at Ruan Ping. I'm reminding you, to remind you that it is still not too late to stop now. Otherwise, the one who will suffer a loss will be you. Thank you everyone for your support all this while. This time, during the Rising 515 Fan Festival's glorious Hall of Fame and the final selection of works, I hope that you will all be able to support us. Also, during the Fan Festival, there will also be some red packets. Receive one, and continue to subscribe. To be continued. Chapter 156. Let's charge forward together. Charge! Charge! Ruan Ping raised his eyebrows at the woman's words and turned to look at the mirror. Within the mirror, as Yin Zhaoge strode forward, winds and clouds instantly surged on the surface of the lake. As Yin Zhaoge walked, his gaze swept the surrounding area, suddenly stopping in a certain direction for a moment. Within the bamboo house, before the mirror, Ruan Ping's heart jumped. The Yin Zhaoge within the mirror was currently clearly looking straight at him, separated by the formation, separated by layers of scenery. The two of them seemed to have passed through the distance of space. Yin Zhaoge looked over, smiling slightly. Ruan Ping instantly knit his brows tightly. Separated by the formation, Yin Zhaoge was actually still unable to see him. However, this scene meant that Yin Zhaoge could clearly sense that someone was monitoring him through the formation. Looking at Yin Zhaoge's strange rhythm within the mirror, suddenly advancing and suddenly retreating, Ruan Ping, who was extremely familiar with formations, immediately saw that Yin Zhaoge had the ability to walk out of the formation on his own, returning to clear concealed island. Accompanied by Yin Zhaoge's movements, roiling winds and clouds were actually reversely affecting the formation. With Yin Zhaoge's current cultivation base, if he didn't enter the core of the formation and didn't touch the foundation of the formation's treasures and spirit patterns, wanting to directly shake such a massive formation would still be beyond his capabilities. However, if this were to continue, the changes to the formation would become greater and greater, and very soon, it would alarm the senior experts of Turbid Wave Pavilion. Fang Zhuan and the others were all present. Turbid Wave Pavilion was strictly neutral, having never intended to form enmity with Broad Creed Mountain in the first place. If the matter was brought to the elders of the various clans, using a formation to make things difficult for them, Ruan Ping would inevitably be reprimanded. Moreover, he was currently completely unable to do anything to Yin Zhaoge. If they were to continue increasing the power of the spirit array and form a killing array, Xie Yuchan would be the first to object. Xie Yuchan said calmly, "You wanted to test out junior apprentice brother Yan's attainments and formations, and now it can be said that you have achieved the desired result." Ruan Ping was silent for a moment before he smiled and said, "He is indeed extraordinary. He lives up to his reputation." After saying that, he reached out and wiped the surface of the mirror. The image on the mirror disappeared. Meanwhile, within clear concealed lake, Yin Zhaoge suddenly smiled slightly. He could feel that the earlier abnormalities of the formation had already disappeared. Yin Zhaoge laughed lightly, his footsteps slowing as the winds and clouds stirred by his aura qi also gradually calmed. O followed behind him and gave him a simple and honest smile. "Young master, is the other party afraid?" Yin Zhaoge shrugged. "It can't be said to be cowardly. Turbid Wave Pavilion and our clan originally had no conflict at all. While some people are bored and looking for trouble, there will always be people who are not as bored as him." Very quickly, the clouds before them suddenly dispersed, as two women, one tall and one short, wearing bamboo hats and dressed in green, walked over on the water, arriving before Yin Zhaoge and Ahu. The tall woman took off her bamboo hat, revealing a rather ordinary but elegant face. It was Xie Yuchan. Junior apprentice brother, Yin also has great attainments in formations. Xie Yuchan smiled. "Just now, my hands were itching, and I played a joke on you. I'll apologize to you here. Please don't take it to heart." Looking at Xie Yuchan, Yin Zhaoge blinked, smiling. "Senior apprentice sister Xie is too serious. It was just a small matter. How could I blame you? If senior apprentice brother soon knew, I would be in trouble. But next time, you should at least give me a heads up. I wasn't prepared at all just now." Not only did Yin Zhaoge recognize the woman before him, He was also rather familiar with her. Xie Yuchan, one of the peak descendants of Turbid Wave Pavilion's younger generation, a late Xiantian martial scholar, even stronger than Ruan Ping, only half a step away from the heavenly connection stage. Currently close to 30 in the eyes of the secular world, she was already an old lady. However, with Xie Yuchan's talent and potential, and the cultivation realm she would be able to attain in the future, according to her longevity, 30 years of age was nothing much. In the Eight Extremities world, there were also many female martial practitioners who remained unmarried for their entire lives. Yin Zhaoge could also be considered to be familiar with her, but this friendship, like with Yi Zhongzhou, also originated from Yin Zhaoge's fellow disciple, the heavenly rock Su Fei. Xie Yuchan shook her head, laughing in spite of herself. Junior apprentice brother, Yin must be joking. The last time I met senior apprentice brother Su, he was praising you for bringing face to Broad Creed Mountain for an entire day. Oh, an entire day? Yin Zhaoge chuckled. There's something going on. Xie Yuchan pointed at him. She swiveled her head to look at the short girl by the side. This is my junior apprentice sister Zhang Yao. You haven't met her yet. Get to know her. In the future, when little Yao travels outside, if you meet her, please take care of her. That short girl had already long since taken off the bamboo hat with a light veil on it, revealing a round, cute face, looking about the same age as Si Kongqing. Zhang Yao, who had always been appraising Yin Zhaoge curiously, now hurriedly bowed. Turbid Wave Pavilion Zhang Yao, greetings, senior apprentice brother Yin. Yin Zhaoge smiled, returning the greeting. Junior apprentice sister Zhang, nice to meet you. Xie Yuchan said, all right, junior apprentice brother Yin, do you still want to comprehend the Tao on the lake? Yin Zhaoge answered, earlier, I already had quite a few gains. What's left is for me to settle and sort through. There's no need for me to continue staying on the surface of a lake. However, I've heard that in the region of clear concealed lake, other than the few main islands in the central region, there are other beautiful sceneries that I would like to go take a look at. At the same time, there are some treasures that can only be found here. If your clan doesn't mind, I would like to collect some of them. Xie Yuchan said, naturally. Since that's the case, we'll bring you around for a stroll. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Since that's the case, I'll have to trouble senior apprentice sister Xie and junior apprentice sister Zhang. Traveling together, Yin Zhaoge was like entering a treasure vault within clear concealed lake, his gains being rather abundant. It was just that his gains were mostly things that only he himself knew about. In the eyes of others, they didn't seem all that special. As they walked, a strange-looking bird suddenly flew over the surface of a lake, traversing through the layers of clouds, accurately finding Yin Zhaoge, Xie Yuchan, and the others. Looking over, Yin Zhaoge saw that the bird resembled a big goose, but was much smaller in size, its entire body fiery red, exceptionally striking amidst the dense clouds. This should be the fire goose that your clan has reared, able to freely traverse the clouds of clear concealed lake, even being able to accurately find your clan's disciples, its flying speed extremely fast, making it convenient for communication. Yin Zhaoge smiled as he sighed in praise. I've heard of it for a long time. Finally seeing it today, it indeed lives up to its reputation. Xie Yuchan said, I've let junior brother Yin see a joke. She extended her arm, that fire goose circling and landing on it. Xie Yuchan took off a note tied to the bird's claw. Looking at its contents, she raised her brows slightly. Oh, a Pisho actually appeared in the vicinity? When the elder of Turbid Wave Pavilion received the news, the matter wasn't urgent and didn't require experts of a higher level to specially rush over from clear concealed island. Through the formation, they could generally confirm which disciples of their clan were in the vicinity before sending word to someone nearby to deal with it. Xie Yuchan and Zhang Yao just happened to be in the vicinity. Judging that Xie Yuchan had the ability to deal with it, the elder of Turbid Wave Pavilion had sent word over via the fire goose. I said that I would be junior brother Yan's guide, but something just had to happen. Xie Yuchan looked at Yin Zhaoge. However, a Pisho is rarely seen. Is junior brother Yin interested in going with us? Yin Zhaoge smiled, nodding. If senior sister Xie permits it, I also just happen to want to see this strange beast whose name I've heard of, yet have never seen before." They immediately set off, very quickly arriving on a small island nearby. As Yin Zhaoge and the others ascended the island, someone had already arrived in the forest on the island. This person didn't show himself, instead quietly watching Yin Zhaoge and the others walk over to the island. He was also very surprised, but quickly retracted his gaze, preventing Yin Zhaoge and the others from sensing him and discovering him. A dangerous light flickered within this person's eyes, a cold smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. It was clearly infinite, boundless mountain disciple, Lu Shengfeng. Thank you everyone for your support all this while. This time, I hope that you will all be able to support the glorious Hall of Writers as well as the overall selection of works on the 515 Fan Festival. Other than that, there are also some red packets and gifts on the Fan Festival. Receive them and continue subscribing. To be continued. Chapter 157. On the way, Zhang Yao secretly sent a voice transmission to Xie Yuchan. That's right, senior sister Xie. It was clearly senior brother Ruan who did it. Why are you taking responsibility for it? Xie Yuchan answered. Don't be fooled by junior apprentice brother Yan's humorous demeanor in front of you and me, but he is actually a person who doesn't care about sand in his eyes. Now, that junior apprentice brother Ruan has provoked him. He will definitely seek revenge. Similarly, while junior apprentice brother Ruan may look peaceful, he is actually extremely arrogant and competitive. It is even more impossible for him to lower his head to junior apprentice brother Yan. The final result would only be a clash between them. Our clan does not intend to interfere in the matters between the Sacred Sun clan and Broad Creed Mountain. While we do not fear the two of them, we also do not want to take the initiative to provoke them. If we can resolve this small matter, that would be for the best. Otherwise, if it becomes a big matter, who knows what the final outcome will be? Zhang Yao nodded. It's just that senior sister Xie has taken the blame for senior brother Ruan. Xie Yuchan smiled. Junior apprentice brother Yin is an understanding person. The truth of the matter could not be hidden from him. It was just that he still gave me some face. When I gave him a way out, he immediately accepted it and pretended not to know anything, not pursuing the matter any further. I see. Zhang Yao suddenly understood. After a slight hesitation, she said, I just hope that senior marshal brother Ruan can understand senior marshal sister's painstaking efforts, Xie Yuchan sighed. I hope so. Ascending the small island, Yin Zhaoge observed its environment rather interestedly. This place was filled with bamboo forests, and the weather conditions were similar to that of Clear Concealed Island. The area was slightly smaller, and it was closer to the edge of Clear Concealed Lake. Yin Zhaoge had indeed never personally seen the so-called Pishio. There were images of the Pishio, but coincidentally, Yin Zhaoge had never seen them before. There were innumerable strange beasts in this world, and there were also many that Yin Zhaoge did not recognize. But the name of this thing, Yin Zhaoge had heard of it before. It's huge, almost like an elephant. It's quiet and doesn't like to move. It has a gentle temperament and doesn't like to fight. He was rather lazy, but he was extremely strong and had boundless strength. His mouth could swallow gold and iron, and he was even more talented. It can control black water and white fire. The Pishio that had appeared at Clear Concealed Lake this time around was rumored to still be in its infancy. However, its strength was so great that ordinary martial scholars would not be able to contend against it. Although Pishio had a gentle temperament and didn't like to fight, they had a very bad habit of gluttony. They ate a lot and didn't have any thoughts of moderation. If left unchecked, it might very well be like locusts passing through. Completely eat up a place. On Clear Concealed Lake, everything from the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to the grass and trees were closely related to the formation. Of course, the formation wouldn't be destroyed after the Pishio devoured an entire island. However, it wouldn't be good to let it continue eating like this. Thus, after a turbid wave Pavilion Junior disciple discovered it, he sent a message back to Clear Concealed Island. Clear Concealed Island then contacted Xie Yuchan, who was nearby, to deal with it. Seeing Yin Zhaoge and who traveling together with Xie Yuchan and Zhang Yao, that disciple was slightly taken aback. However, he still quickly went forward to explain the situation. Therefore, Yin Zhaoge, Xie Yuchan, and the others immediately entered the dense forest of the island. Traversing the dense sea of bamboo, the expressions of Yin Zhaoge and the others changed slightly as they could vaguely feel it. There was a big guy in front of them. Yin Zhaoge and the others exchanged glances. It should be that Pishio. Before they had finished speaking, the expressions of Yin Zhaoge, Ahu, and Xie Yuchan all changed slightly. What the hell is that big guy doing? In the depths of the sea of bamboo, intense spiritual chi fluctuations suddenly emanated, as though a massive vortex had appeared, stirring up the spiritual chi of the entire island as it surged towards its center. Raising his head and gazing over, Yin Zhaoge saw that the clouds in the sky up above were all beginning to tremble slightly. It was the formation that enveloped the entire clear, concealed lake being affected, being stimulated and activated. Ahu rubbed the back of his head. From the looks of it, it feels like this Pishio is about to advance. Yin Zhaoge nodded. That's most likely the case. Xie Yuchan strode forward. Let's go take a look at the situation. If the conditions allow it, it's best not to interrupt its advancement. As they traversed the sea of bamboo, a barren, empty space suddenly appeared before their eyes. Without having to ask, it was obvious that it had been forcibly eaten out by that beast. Gazing over, Yin Zhaoge saw that in the center of the empty space, there was a massive clump of light. The color of that clump of light intermingled black and white. Looking carefully, it was clearly a jet-black stream of water and white flames, merging together, rotating rapidly as they formed the shape of a sphere. The splendor of black and white flickered unceasingly, the water and fire clashing, yet appearing exceptionally harmonious. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge nodded repeatedly, and not bad, not bad. Yin and yang coexisting and blending together, drawing inspiration from the heavens and the earth, obtaining the profundities of nature. It is indeed extraordinary. While there are innumerable beasts in this world, this Pishio can also be considered a rare and precious species. The spiritual chi fluctuations gradually stabilized, but were actually even stronger than before. The Pishio before them was clearly about to complete its advancement. That ball of light, the unceasingly rotating black water and white flames, also gradually grew thinner, revealing the true form of the beast within. However, Yin Zhaoge's expression was gradually turning sluggish. That senior apprentice Sister Xie? Twisting his rather stiff neck, Yin Zhaoge asked Xie Yuchan by the side, "This is the legendary Pishio?" Xie Yuchan nodded matter-of-factly. "That's right. These beasts are extremely rare, only being found at the border between my lake domain and the fire domain. They are not found in your heaven domain. If you have not seen a diagram before, it's fine. There's a living one right here. Does junior apprentice brother Yin intend to tame and rear this beast?" Xie Yuchan asked. "This is also not impossible." Yin Zhaoge was a little dazed. While its size was much larger than he remembered, it was still in its infancy, resembling a small elephant. However, the beast before them was clearly a giant panda that had been greatly magnified in size. Of the four of them, Zhang Yao, with the lowest cultivation base, carefully looked at that massive beast. While it's still young, it has such great power. No wonder some villages in the wilderness of the secular world still worship the Pishio as a totem. Totem. Yin Zhaoge opened his mouth, while the expression on the face of Ahu beside him was solemn. "Young master, this beast is very strong. If it is proficient in utilizing its own strength, it can at least be comparable to an early Xiantian martial scholar, perhaps even stronger." Not knowing whether to laugh or to cry, Yin Zhaoge nodded after a while. "Yes, I can also see this, just that I had never thought of it before." Looking at the giant panda before him, Yin Zhaoge, who had just regained his wits, also felt a slight surge of heat in his heart. He had a good impression of pandas, Pishio, although the one in front of him might be a little different from the one in his memory. Raising such a big fellow was still rather interesting. The only problem was how to use it. This left Yin Zhaoge rather scratching his head. It would be a waste to keep it as a pet, but it would be weird to order it to fight. As for being a mount, the corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth twitched as a scene surfaced within his mind. I will cause the internal crystal furnace to reappear in this world. Your mount is a panda. I will bring the golden needle liberating pill technique back to the world. Your mount is a panda. I will restore infinite boundless mountains, giant spirit magnetite vein. Your mount is a panda. I can beat martial artists of the same realm into submission. No one can match me. Your mount is a panda. Thank you, everyone, for your support all this while. This time, I hope that you will all be able to support the Authors Hall of Glory as well as the general selection of works on the 515 Fan Festival. Other than that, there will also be some red packets for the Fan Festival. Receive one and continue your subscriptions. To be continued. Chapter 158. Your mount is a panda. The mount is a panda. It's a panda. Panda. A voice seemed to reverberate unceasingly within Yin Zhaoge's mind, causing him to involuntarily roll his eyes. Actually, you have quite a personality? The attention-grabbing effect will definitely be off the charts. It's very eye-catching and unconventional. But what's with this comfortable and shameful mentality? Rubbing his temples, Yin Zhaoge smiled bitterly as he looked at the giant panda before him. Forget it, even if it's just raising it as a pet. While its appetite is a little bigger, it's also very pleasing to the eye. Being in charge of acting cute, it's also pretty good. Using it to pick up girls, it should also be a great weapon. The corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth curled upwards as he thought rather unscrupulously. He turned his head to look at Xie Yu-chan, senior sister Xie. To tell you the truth, this beast is quite to my liking. I wonder if your sect is willing to part with it? At the end of the day, Clear Concealed Lake was Turbid Wave Pavilion's territory. Encountering this giant panda this time was also because it had followed Xie Yu-chan over. Hearing his words, Xie Yu-chan smiled. Apart from rearing fire geese and a few other variant beasts for sending messages and transportation, our clan rarely rears variant beasts. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would only have sent this Pichio out of the vicinity of Clear Concealed Lake to prevent it from affecting the formation. If Junior Apprentice Brother Yin wants it, you can naturally capture it. If you need my help, just say the word. However, I think it won't be difficult for you and this brother beside you to capture this Pichio. Just do it. Hearing the other party not mentioning the matter of the transaction, allowing him to hunt as he pleased, Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly. Thank you for your kindness, senior apprentice sister. I thank you first. I will definitely repay you in the future. Xie Yu-chan was very generous. Yin Zhaoge naturally wouldn't treat him unfairly. Calculating for a moment, he already had a plan. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to take down this giant panda first. Yin Zhaoge beckoned to Ahu. Ahu gave a simple and honest smile, instantly rubbing his palms together, preparing to walk towards the center of the empty space alongside Yin Zhaoge. Now, however, Yin Zhaoge's gaze suddenly hardened as he vaguely felt the aura chi of a martial practitioner fluctuating in the distance. Beside his ear, there seemed to be a faint twang of a bowstring. The enemy's target wasn't them. Suddenly, from another direction, an arrow was shot towards the panda in the middle of the clearing. Looking over, Yin Zhaoge saw that in the direction from which the arrow had come, a middle-aged man stood within the bamboo forest, a greedy look on his face as he stared at the giant panda in the middle of the empty space. He's not from Turbid Wave Pavilion. He is also a warrior of the innate Grandmaster realm. The martial practitioners of the Lake Domain obtained the permission of Turbid Wave Pavilion to enter this Clear Concealed Lake to seek fortuitous encounters. He didn't notice us. However, I noticed that big guy and got greedy. He should only be at the early stage of the Xiantian realm. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to capture the panda alive, so he took advantage of the panda's advancement to launch a sneak attack. Many thoughts instantly flashed through Yin Zhaoge's mind before he soared into the air. With a flick of his right sleeve, a streak of green light shot out from within, emitting the roar of a dragon as it instantly traversed 100 feet. His sword swept across the sky and arrived before the arrow that was shot at him. Intercepted in mid-air. TSK, Exploding Spirit Arrow. He's really willing to invest in it. Even as Yin Zhaoge broke the arrow with his sword, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. The arrow shot by the person who had come. It was shockingly a specially made, exploding spirit arrow. This arrow was exceptionally rare, but also extremely powerful. Even if it was blocked by the opponent, it would also form a second wave of attacks, killing and injuring them. Even Xiantian martial scholars would not be able to withstand a sneak attack. It would be very easy for them to die on the spot. Having been broken by Yin Zhaoge's sword, a strong light instantly shot out from within the arrow. However powerful this arrow was, it was completely unable to do anything to Yin Zhaoge. It was just that that panda was currently in the final stages of its advancement, about to be completed. If it was disturbed at this time, the consequences could be big or small. Yin Zhaoge curled his lips, shaking his head as he brandished his sword. His sword resembled a dragon as it drew a circle within the air. Where the sword light passed, scars were left behind in the air. The circle of light shining, the center resembling a vortex as it emitted an immense suction force. After that exploding spirit arrow had exploded, the numerous golden lights that were born were all absorbed into the circle of light formed of Yin Zhaoge's sword light. It was just that this way, the spiritual chi of the heavens and the earth that had originally already fluctuated due to that panda, attracted by Yin Zhaoge's sword light, instantly became even more unstable. A large amount of spiritual chi was similarly absorbed by the circle of light formed of his sword light. The winds and clouds within the sky surged as the formation was stimulated, automatically operating. Before everyone's eyes, the clouds and mist roiled, space seeming to shift and distort unceasingly as everything instantly scattered. The formation was very quickly controlled by someone, the chaotic clouds and mist quickly calming down. The illusory scenes before Yin Zhaoge's eyes returned to normal. Before him was still the forest from before, just that the tall bamboo trees resembled wheat fields blown by the wind, all of them collapsing. Tisk, why bother? Yin Zhaoge retracted his sword exasperatedly, suddenly feeling that something was wrong. Swiveling his head, he saw a plump, furry head appear before him, a pair of massive dark circles under its eyes that blinked continuously. Yin Zhaoge could not help but be rendered speechless. Ha! You've actually been transported to the same place as me. A panda the size of a small elephant scooted over to Yin Zhaoge somewhat intimately, yet also somewhat clumsily. Yin Zhaoge could not help but laugh. Ah, you big fella! Saying thus, he extended his hand, lightly stroking that panda's black and white fur. The panda extended its tongue, lightly licking Yin Zhaoge's palm. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Like that person, I also want to capture you, just that I have the confidence that even if you have advanced, I will still be able to capture you alive. The panda blinked, sticking out its tongue and licking its lips, a very human-like glow appearing within its eyes. Oh, its intelligence isn't low, Yin Zhaoge discovered that he could vaguely read the meaning of this panda's gaze. It was just that after reading it, Yin Zhaoge did not know whether to laugh or to cry. This lazy thing's gaze was probably asking, if I follow you, will I be able to eat my fill? Yin Zhaoge looked at it, amused whilst also exasperated. You're not afraid they'll capture you in order to kill you and eat your flesh? That panda scooted over in a charmingly naive manner, rubbing its head against Yin Zhaoge in a very impolite manner. Yin Zhaoge sighed. You should also take it easy a little. If you're too good at eating, I can only drag you along to become a performer. This panda let out a light cry, resembling a human opening its mouth and smiling. Yin Zhaoge raised his head, pondering, let me think, this panda, or this Pishio, what kind of food does it eat? Although it was gluttonous, especially gluttonous on all kinds of bamboo, that was merely to fill its stomach, or to be gluttonous. From what Yin Zhaoge knew, if the Pishio wanted to raise its strength, it needed to consume all kinds of fine iron and precious ores. It especially liked precious ores that were rich in the chi of yin and yang. And these kinds of things were often rather rare, as well as expensive. Compared to the appetite of this big fella before him, it was definitely a big money eater. Thank you, everyone, for your support all this while. This time, I hope that you will all be able to support the Authors Hall of Glory and the general selection of works on the 515 Fan Festival. Also, there are some red packets and gifts on the Fan Festival. Receive them and continue subscribing. To be continued.